Arc 8, Chapter 68. The Man I Fell For. Human translated by Archbishop. Section 3, 4, 5. Machine translated by Beloved proofread by Archbishop #750. Archbishop Grimks. Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Rejasu. Art sources Seba Maruka. Upon being called the Witch of Envy, Emilia widened her eyes in surprise. The cause of her surprise had been twofold. One reason was how long it had been since she was treated like the Witch of Envy. The other was that being called the Witch of Envy had not hurt her. It had been more than a year since the royal selection began, and in the kingdom of Lugunica, those unaware that one of the candidates was a silver-haired half-elf with amethyst eyes were few. To put it Subaru style, Emilia, as Emilia, had become a household name. As a result, even occasions when Emilia needed to wear her usual cognitive disruption robe had become sparse, and the reason she had donned it so diligently in the Empire for the first time in a long while was to prevent people from recognizing her as Emilia. For that reason, it had been a while since she had been called the Witch of Envy, and even when called so, she had remained unperturbed, for she had the conviction to confidently say, "You're mistaken." The conviction that there was a person who acknowledged Emilia as Emilia and had said, "I love you. Emilia, I'm Emilia, just Emilia, not the Witch of Envy." Supported by that conviction, Emilia was able to respond with her back unbent. After replying so, Emilia gazed intently at the familiar white-haired woman before her. "Emilia, although you look really similar, you don't seem to be Echidna. Perhaps you're Echidna's twin like Ram and Rem, Echidna's older sister, younger sister. It seems you possess a vivid imagination. However, I am a creation of my creator, and not a blood relative. Correction required. Emilia, Krishan, created, though frowning upon hearing the not-so-familiar words, Emilia could understand that the other party had denied being Echidna's sister. Thinking about it calmly, given that Echidna was from 400 years ago, meeting the person herself or her sister here would be very strange. Of course, since it was a situation where those who had died were rising again, there was a chance the same could have happened with Echidna and her sister. "Emilia, but you seem hale and hearty and not like you've died." She, who looked like Echidna, did not have a sickly complexion like the undead, and her eyes were also normal. But when compared to Echidna, her expressions were perhaps slightly stiffer. The Echidna Emilia knew usually had a mean look on her face. The crying face she had shown at the end still remained strongly within Emilia's heart. "Emilia, I understand that you're not Echidna, so may I ask your name?" "Yes, I too am uncomfortable with being called by the name of my creator. By all means, please call me the Witch of Greed." "Emilia, do you perhaps have a name that's easier to call you with?" "Respondents required. If not that, then Sphinx." "Emilia, yes, wait, Sphinx." As soon as she finally heard what sounded like a name, Emilia realized it was the same as the name of the central figure that had brought about the great disaster. As far as Emilia was aware, Sphinx should have looked exactly like Ryuzu. Emilia, Aunt Ryuzu-san and Echidna, both people closely associated with the sanctuary. Then, I wonder if you'll turn into Garfield or Frederica next. Sphinx, you are also aware of the sanctuary. It seems you and I have a deeper connection than I had presumed. By Emilia, do you mean the royal selection candidate, like Priscilla Bariel? Emilia, yes, that's right. We need to quickly find Priscilla as well and take her back home, or Sphinx, elimination, required. At that moment, towards the woman who had slightly tilted her head, a white light shot from Sphinx's finger, and with an Emilia deflected it obliquely using a mirror of ice she conjured on reflex. Were Emilia's specialty the earth attribute instead of the fire attribute, the earthen or stone wall would have been pierced through in a single go and possibly resulted in a fatal injury. It was an attack brimming with murderous intent to the extent that it would make one shudder. Nevertheless, Emilia, geez, what a really abrupt start. The white light had not been released as a singular shot. Rather, chasing after Emilia as her silver hair danced was a hot beam of light that sliced through the world, and with it the battle had begun. Her opponent looked exactly like Echidna, and like Echidna, she seemed to be good at magic as well. But the same was true of Emilia. "Emilia, if that's what you want to do, then I'm going to give it my all too. After making sure you can't move, I'm taking you to Subaru and the others." Sphinx, I do not wish to meet them ever again. Hence, I shall take your life here and ascertain the type of expression Priscilla Bariel would have. Emilia, do you know where Priscilla is? As she sliced away the attacks of light released from all directions with a sword of ice that shone like a mirror, Emilia's amethyst eyes sparkled in response to Sphinx's words. She had a feeling that Priscilla would have wanted to head for the Crystal Palace for some reason and would thus be found there, but getting Sphinx to reveal her exact location would be the best. All the more, Emilia was determined not to lose. Sphinx, who had the same face as Echidna, narrowed her eyes at Emilia's enthusiasm, and with slight irritation, Sphinx, it would be problematic if I failed to secure this area. Repulsion required. That was what she had quietly muttered. The battery of the magic crystal cannon was installed on the highest floor of the Crystal Palace, and within the spire where it was operated, a battle had broken out. The space was far too wide when considering its intended purpose, but since there were walls and ceilings, the enclosed environment was an advantageous battleground for the shinobi, Albart. The strength of the techniques employed by the shinobi lay in their variety and applicability. Although developed to enable the fulfillment of the mission in any environment, all the various techniques had the ultimate goal of reaping the life of the opponent. As a battleground where that could be achieved, this space was ideal. Albart, when it comes to our cramped spaces, don't magicians tend to buckle under the constraints? A battle, in essence, was about imposing one's strengths upon the weaknesses of the other. This was the basis of Albart's fighting style as a shinobi. Rather, in order to respond to the weaknesses of all sorts of opponents, he had purposely avoided forming his own specialty. Prior to Albart becoming the head honcho, the shinobi were generally encouraged to specialize in a singular technique. However, the idealized conception of single-skill specialization was only for the privileged few like Cecilus and Arakia, who possessed a single technique that could be effective against anyone, while those with ordinary abilities must be adaptable or they would simply die. Although Albart did not particularly care how many people died other than himself, he did feel pity for the shinobi who were dying merely because they had been taught wrong. Thus, when Albart became the head honcho, he immediately abandoned the doctrine of single technique specialization. Rather than blindly honing one's own special skill, thoroughly training in strategies to thwart the strong points of the opponent, and learning techniques of guiding the battle so as to bring about that situation. But then again, this change did not readily bear fruit. Those who had been properly shaped by it were few, with the last being a genius girl who had appeared in the village 4 or 5 years prior. It seemed like that genius girl had also died, so the cultivation of talented individuals was nothing more than a lost cause. Truly, his life was filled with nothing but regret. Albart, that's why at least, gimme a reason to have lived ta my dotage. Having kicked off the floor, he sent off shards of broken stone to smash into the witch's head. Simultaneously swinging his right arm that lacked a hand, and his left arm that had a hand back and forth, Albart threw spinning kunai that would reach the target with a time delay. Then he exploded off the ground with his legs. Be it evading the flying debris, avoiding the chop from Albart's hand, or shooting down the kunai approaching from both sides, all of these actions were chipping away at the witch's ability to take the initiative and gnawing at her life. At that assault from the shinobi witch, perspective shift required. The white-haired witch who had slightly narrowed her eyes received it in its entirety without any show of resistance. Albart, the flying debris had split her forehead, kunai had been thrust into her neck and femur, and her chest had been pierced through the middle by Albart's hand. Even then, the witch had not moved an inch. The witch had been unable to react to Albart's movements. No, the witch's gaze had been following his movements. She was not as sluggish as her appearance seemed to suggest. That was what Albart concluded. In other words, the witch could have done something but had gotten hit without doing anything. No, she would do so from now. The next moment, surrounding Albart and the witch now in close proximity to each other, countless fist-sized orbs of light had begun to float in the air. Albart! Meguro, who had realized the same thing, shouted, and Albart, with a single long eyebrow raised, looked at the witch. The witch, her beautiful countenance not having wavered in the slightest, had been observing Albart for his subsequent decision. That gaze, which felt like it was peering into the 90 years of his life, made him feel nauseous. Based on that, Albert had gotten his priorities in order. Rather than aiming for the witch's life, he would thwart her objectives. Bearing fatal injuries all over her body, even after being pierced through her chest, she remained with her hand on the pedestal. He would aim to sever the flow of mana that the witch had been pouring into the magic core of the Crystal Palace. Albert, you know, they say harassment's what we shinobi, Ray made of. That instant, the witch's wrist making contact with the pedestal was blown away by the toes that had shot up, and the countless orbs of light surged forward to annihilate the small-statured Albert, together with the entirety of the witch who had cast them. Yorna, Miss Higya. Upon sensing that something was off, Vincent took a step back from the battlefield and shouted out down towards Yorna. Overhead, the voice of Albert that had come down from the half-destroyed battery of the magic crystal cannon was one of urgency, one that did not maintain the usual easy-going attitude of the vicious old man. Sharply turning his gaze to the side, Vincent swung his yang sword adjacent to himself and locked eyes with Ugard, who was restraining the undead in the vicinity. Ugard, thou must proceed. Entrusting this location to Ugard, who had guessed his intentions with a brief comment, Vincent hastened to Yorna. Receiving Vincent's gaze, and after displaying a face of befuddlement for but a moment, Yorna tensed her lips and let go of the hand of the dear girl next to her of Tanza. Yorna. Tanza, please support His Excellency Vincent. Tanza. Yes, understood. Drawing her chin in assent at Yorna's call, Tanza made a cup with her hands and slightly bent down. Surmising the intention behind Tanza's movements, Vincent made an agile hop, landing with his feet in the small hands of the girl. The next moment, with a vigorous upheaval of those slender arms, Tanza launched Vincent towards the sky straight upwards, aiming for the uppermost floor of the Crystal Palace. Vincent, HK. The vigor was lacking, so, kicking off of the wall of the palace, in order to make up for the unreached distance, Vincent arrived at the uppermost floor that was over 5 meters above him. The thought that he was doing something similar to Cecilus, who would sidestep staircases when going up and down, grazed his mind, but such ideas immediately vanished. After all, this was the first time Vincent had seen Albert in such a state. Albert, kaka. Did you think I was dead when you saw me? Ain't that hilarious? Alongside the half-destroyed wall of the battery, Albert sat with a knee up as he laughed in a low voice. However, the monstrous old man was drenched in blood, and his characteristically overly long eyebrows were sagging. Among all his wounds, the gravest by far was that of his left arm having been blown off in the wake of his right one. For Albert to have engaged in such a close bout of combat, just how powerful an individual had been present here. No, what mattered now was, Vincent, before you die, speak. What was the witch plotting? Albert, Kaka, this really do be some harsh treatment of the elderly. If you look at Meguro, you'll be able to tell. Vincent, Meguro Haggin. As Albert quite literally coughed up blood while speaking, Vincent turned around at his words and looked at the pedestal installed within the ruinous battery and the green orbs slotted therein the magic core. The Crystal Palace, constructed with an unsparing amount of magic crystals, was an unfathomable condensation of mana, and thus was tantamount to a tremendously enormous bomb. The reason why that had been enshrined in the imperial capital, the center of the empire, was due to the existence of the magic core governing over it. The magic core was that which served as the very heart of the Crystal Palace. Vincent's sable eyes could see the rising abnormality in the green glimmer of that heart, the magic core. That meant, Vincent, overloading the magic core, they intend to blow up the Crystal Palace along with the entire imperial capital. Albert impeded it. Stopped the witch midway through. The witch's gambit, which Albert had spoken of, as Vincent shuddered upon surmising its true intent, the magic core Meguro Haggins' voice substantiated it. As mentioned previously, it was the distinguished achievement of the magic core that miraculously kept the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace steady. By pouring a vast amount of mana into the magic core, the witch had placed a large burden on its processing power. By doing that, she had plotted to have the magic core lose its function of control, destroying the equilibrium of the magic crystals and blowing away the city. Having comprehended that much, a momentary unease was birthed in Vincent's mind. Vincent, the witch was present here before she went up in flames. Meguro, incorrect. The witch was not burning. Albert and myself fought her together. Vincent, from the way Meguro had put it, Vincent's misgivings were not cleared up. The one known as the witch on this battlefield, Sphinx, was supposed to have perished with her soul scorched to naught, ensnared by the stratagems of Kisha and Natsuki Subaru. In that case, did that mean there were two witches, or perhaps Vincent? The matter at hand is what ought to take priority. Discontinuing the thought that had veered off course, Vincent looked down at the magic core. By way of Albert's hard-fought battle, the annihilation of the imperial capital by means of the magic core's loss of control had been averted. No, it had merely been delayed. Looking at the state of the magic core, it was apparent that its equilibrium had already been lost. The fuse of the magic core had already been set off. No longer could a detonation be avoided. Vincent, Meguro Hagen, you have done a great service until now. When he gained conviction of that reality, Vincent called out to Meguro as such. As the steelman Meguro Hagen, the meteor that was this crystal palace itself had served the Valatian Emperor Vincent well. To put it clearly, among the 9 divine generals, who had experienced nothing but problems in matters outside of pure strength, Meguro and Groovy had been unfathomably useful. In order to repay Meguro, who had been such a loyal retainer, Vincent had but one method. Vincent, in accordance with your wishes, I shall ensure the tranquility of the Valatian Empire no matter what. Meguro, your excellency, thank you. Your excellency tells no lie. Vincent, fool, I do not hesitate to dupe others if necessary. Meguro, people you deceive, me you do not. At Meguro's words of stout belief, Vincent gave a slight exhale and loosened his lips. This meteor was supposed to be a stone puppet in whom no blood flowed, and yet in the world of the Empire, fervent with tricks and plots, they were a valuable existence that seemed almost too good to be true. Albert, so what do you intend on doing, Your Excellency? Vincent, even were the magic core to be removed from the pedestal, we have no means of removing it from the premises. In that case, the ruination of the magic core and of the crystal palace itself, there is no option save burning both to naught. Yang sword Valatia. Questioned by Albert, Vincent displayed the Yang sword within his grip. If he called for Yuga to come here, then with 2 Yang swords there would be no meaning in doing such a thing. What would be required in the current predicament was not a matter of manpower, but of output. To scorch the magic core and the power concealed within, to ash by the flame of the Yang sword, before the power overflowing from the magic core could engulf the crystal palace and imperial capital and blow them away. In all likelihood, everything would end up being settled in a mere moment. Vincent, or perhaps, do you have any other ideas? Albert, HM. I ain't got a plan, ain't even got 2 arms ta raise if I wanted ta surrender. If your excellency can't think of anything, then nobody else in the whole world, let alone the Empire, would be able ta think of anything, either, right? Vincent, HMPH. As the monstrous old man shrugged his armless shoulders, Vincent slightly snorted his nose. The notion that nobody in the world other than Vincent would be able to come up with a countermeasure was an overestimation. If it were not Vincent present here, but instead Subaru, Keisha, or Priscilla, Vincent, think not of such fruitless things, O foolish Vincent Valatia. Indeed, deriding his own self as foolish, Vincent readied the Yang sword with a 2-handed grip. Stood before the growing radiance of the magic core upon the pedestal, before the radiance of the Yang sword, before the treasured sword of crimson that served as the greatest treasure of the Valatian Empire, the Valatian Empire of the present day implored the display of its power. The next instant, the area surrounding Vincent, nay, the area surrounding the Yang sword began to harbor heat in its air, distorting the world akin to a wavering mirage. Setting rubbish alight, roasting the atmosphere, forcibly painting over the mana in the air with the fire attribute, the scintillation of the Yang sword was emboldened. The heat radiated by the brilliant red blade began to gleam white at the signs of the rising flame. Albert, geez, now this sure is something. Present in the same vicinity, Albert received the full influence of the heat brought about by the Yang sword, and he was silently surprised at the swell of the treasured sword's power. To begin with, the Yang sword was something that was sparsely drawn. Even for Albert, who had lived through 3 generations of emperors, this was the first time he had witnessed this much of the Yang sword's power on display. For Vincent himself, this was his first time unleashing this much of the Yang sword's power. However, Vincent, insufficient. While feeling the unprecedented upsurge of power, Vincent ascertained that the output was lacking. Calculating the ratio of the ever-increasing pressure of the magic core and the magic crystals used in the construction of the Crystal Palace, the current output of the Yang sword would not be able to burn away the might of the explosion. It was not a matter of reducing it as much as possible. What was required was a complete eradication. And with Vincent's incomplete Yang sword, that would be impossible. The Yang sword of Vincent Valacia was not capable of displaying its true value. The reason was plain and simple. Vincent had allowed his biological sister, Prisca Benedict, to live, and thus the imperial selection ceremony had yet to come to an end in its truest form. Deceiving all citizens of the empire, he was a transient emperor who had ascended to the imperial throne without having gained the right to do so. Ergo, Vincent could not draw out the true power of the Yang sword Valacia. In regards to the true value of the Yang sword, the same went for Ugard, one of the historic emperors. After all, although the Yang sword lent its power to the undead Ugard by way of his imperial lineage, its true power would dwell in naught but the true emperor of the current generation. Was his only option to make the attempt with the incomplete Yang sword, or perhaps Vincent, in exchange for my own life, offering something of equal value, he would seek to invoke the true flame of the Yang sword. It was a choice that was quite likely to reduce the promise he had just exchanged with Meguro to Drek, but if that was what it took, Vincent would enact it. All things were the results of the path Vincent had chosen to walk. Atop the extremity of all the results of choices he had piled up, currently Vincent was standing. Therefore, Vincent, the duty I must fulfill. I don't think so, Abelchin. Imploring the Yang sword in his grip, Vincent was about to draw out value equivalent to setting his own life aflame. That hand of Vincent's was held down by the white hand of the one who stood next to him. Lost in concentration, the tall woman had gotten close to him through the opening in his undelivered attention. At the blue eyes staring into his side profile, Vincent widened his eyes. Vincent, medium O'Connell, medium. I'm here. Vincent. As Medium smiled with her answer, Vincent was at a loss for words. This place where the heat of the Yang sword only continued to swell was no longer suitable for ordinary individuals to breathe. She had suddenly appeared in such a place. However, she was smiling, with a smile on her face and a hand holding down Vincent's medium. I know that Abelchin is carrying a huge responsibility, but you can't let yourself die. After all, that's the kind of thing I hate the most. Vincent, think about the magnitude of the matter at hand. To begin with, you have no qualifications to divulge your opinion to me. Medium, A tilde. Yes, I do. I'm becoming Abel Chin's wife, aren't I? Vincent, that is. Medium, you said that it was okay. Vincent, Medium, you said so. Held down by her vigorousness, Vincent was overwhelmed by Medium's fierce spirit. That was different from the pressure of someone aiming for Vincent's life, or that of a potential political opponent. It was the kind of thing for which Vincent had not made preparations to combat. Vincent, take a look at reality. No matter how much you value the seat of Empress Consort, the most vital thing is that the Empire, it was at the moment he had attempted to brush her aside. A sudden impact having struck his cheek, Vincent stared in shock that his face had been flicked. Turning around with that stare, he looked at Medium. Medium, who had struck the Emperor's cheek. Medium, never speak about my reason for worrying about you like that again, Abelchin. Vincent, you, tensing her cheeks, Medium's declaration made Vincent unconsciously blink his eyes. And witnessing that, Medium spoke in surprise. Medium. Abelchin closing both his eyes. This is the first time I'm seeing it, tilde. As she gave a broad smile and spoke, Vincent did not utter a word. His eyes ought to be kept open. If he closed both his eyes at the same time, the Emperor's life would be in danger. That was an ironclad rule of Valacia, one that Vincent abided by even in his sleep. That had been violated, not to deprive him of his life, but by a woman who was worried about Vincent, flicking his cheek. Albart, kaka. Oi, even though this ain't the time for that, ain't it just a masterpiece? Perceiving the turmoil within Vincent, the elderly man on the verge of death loudly buted in. Regaining his ability to think and make decisions, Vincent gritted his teeth. Even if it were true that he had been taken aback for a second, nothing about the situation had changed. All the same, the imperial capital, the empire, and the world were heading to meet their demise. That medium. It'll be okay, Abelchin, it'll be okay. As Vincent bit down on his molars, Medium still continued to smile at him. It was a baseless, emotional argument that merely spoke of hope. In a place of discussion, that was something Vincent loathed from the bottom of his heart, for it harbored the least potential. Such loathed arguments of emotion. Since he had been ousted from the throne, just how many times had he been tormented by them and rescued by them? How about that, Your Excellency? Ain't my Lil sis quite the big deal? It was at that instant. The reason for Vincent's silence, the one speaking as if it were his own personal matter, as if perceiving that he had also gone through the same thing, was ultimately, no matter what he did, Balleroy Temeglyph had always been half-hearted. He derided himself so. Back when he had been alive, he had served the Empire, and then opposed the Empire. Then after he died, he opposed the Empire yet again, and in the end, Balleroy, serving the Empire, though I ain't really built for it. As Balleroy grumbled this, the hole in his chest having been pierced and gouged open by the magical bullet of the most horrible magician, was proof of the decision that had caused his defeat. The battle on which Balleroy's wish had been staked had ended with his utter defeat against the enemy who had been willing to use all means at his disposal. The magician in question had said something along the lines of it was a paper-thin difference, so it wouldn't Tilda have been particularly hard for either one of us to come out victorious. But that was nothing more than a lie designed to soothe his ears. In all likelihood, if he were to fight against that man 100 times, Balleroy would lose all 100 times. It was that sort of affinity. For the sake of a single objective, just how ruthless could that man become? At the end of the day, by the point in time in which he could not carry out the things he had left undone, and his lingering regrets, which had been the reason for his resurrection, Balleroy had been no match for the opponent whose blood ran colder than that of the undead. With Medium having been cast away, there was no way he could have overlooked it, knowing that doing so would have resulted in the death of his little sister. That was Balleroy's weakness, and the entire reason for his defeat. Medium, that's wrong. Its cause Balebro is kind. Balleroy had accepted that as the reason for his defeat, however, Medium would not accept that. Evaluating his weakness and naivete as kindness, Medium's upright personality and beaming smile had not withered in the slightest despite having grown taller. She was his prized little sister. Indeed, she was his little sister. Balleroy was truly blessed to have met her. Serena, Flop, Medium, Madeline, and everyone else, he was truly blessed to have met them all. His partner Caroline went without saying, but that also held true for the many imperial soldiers who had stood alongside Balleroy as he climbed the ranks as general, and it also held true for the 9 divine generals. However, although he was grateful for all of those meetings, he had not relinquished it. That was Medium. Even so, Balebro couldn't stop himself right. Tears in her eyes, yet still smiling nonetheless, Medium's appearance took him aback. He had thought she had not changed at all since the time they had first met, yet she had verily grown up. Having gone from girl to woman, she had become capable of smiling in this different manner. He alone had gone without changing, merely taking steps while stuck in place. Balleroy. Seems like the people who get resurrected by the witch are limited to just the people who died in the Empire. The only way to get rid of that restriction is by destroying the Empire and expanding the range further beyond to the kingdom and the city-states. If we do that, then finally, by doing that, I'll finally be able to, Medium, meet Big Bro Miles again. Balleroy. Medium, I understand. After all, I've been watching Balebro all this time. At Medium's words, Balleroy keenly gained 2 emotions. The first was self-scorn regarding the fact that his inner feelings had been exposed, and the other was a slight jealousy. This smile that he was seeing Medium display for the first time, he knew the meaning behind it. Balleroy, Medi, is there a man you've fallen for? Medium? Ha, no, maybe. Balleroy, close your eyes, it's gotta be the first face that comes to mind with a smile. Medium, that kind of thing can only be Big Bro. Besides, it's not like Abelchin ever smiles, ah. Placing her hand over her mouth, a red hue ascended into Medium's cheeks. Seeing such a reaction from his little sister for the first time, Balleroy chuckled. Smiling, he slowly raised himself up. Truly, Balleroy was half-hearted to the bitter end. If in hating that, he started to break things down like the magician who had defeated him, then perhaps he would no longer be himself. Balleroy, that sort of cold-bloodedness, I think I'll pass. He could never become like that. He would never become like that. He, who had been half-hearted since the time he was alive, was half-hearted all the same even in death. Since he was a person of hazy wishes and regrets in both life and death, he could also say this. Balleroy, well then, how about we go save the man who Medi fell for? Medium, I said I'm still not sure. Her complexion bright red, with a face different to that of her early life and days as a young girl, her words had no persuasive power whatsoever despite asserting them in such a manner. If someone could make Medium have such an expression, yet still end up causing her sorrow, then Balleroy would kill that person with his very hands. Belittling himself, he thought so. Caroline, Curriera. At Balleroy's selfish, brotherly feelings, Caroline, with whom he shared in heart and soul, neighed in high spirits. At that moment, all those present in the imperial capital, be they living or dead, gazed up at the sky. For what reason that had been, none could easily explain. If the question was regarding the reason why they had individually looked up at the sky, there were likely many who could explain themselves. Those with keen senses may have perceived a strong undulation of mana, and those with good hearing would have heard the loud neigh of a flying dragon. Likewise were those with a focus on the origin of the magic crystal cannon, having been fired a moment prior, and those moving with the palace as their destination. But even if they could all provide explanations for themselves, they could not explain the reason for everybody having done so. If it could be done, then it was only by the leading actor who decided the logic of the world within himself, and if he were to be asked, then his answer would be plain and simple, cessless. Of course, it's because it's somebody's climax. He likely would have declared so in a grandiose manner, with a loud voice and a bright smile. And there existed not a single soul in this Valetian empire who would have been able to deny him. The reason for that lay in pure strength, and since the sole person capable of objecting to the leading actor regardless of pure strength was currently seeing off their own reason for gazing at the sky right before their eyes. By leaps and bounds, a dazzlingly radiant streak of green light drew a line towards the sky directly above the crystal palace. Pulling inwards, before anyone could realize it, all the clouds present in the sky above the imperial capital had been congregated into an enormous sea of clouds, and plunging right into the midst of it. That instant, as if the sky itself was aglow, a flicker of light suddenly illuminated the world in dazzling scintillation. Arc 8, Chapter 69, I Forgive You. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Art Sources Rakaroka Magician Rakaroka. As gauntlets of silver rang out, the torso and cranium of the undead standing in the way were pulverized. Inside the body of every undead there existed a korybug, and without piercing it, causing a fatal wound would be impossible, even if their head and heart were to be blown away. In that case, the best choice was to punch in a way so that the impact would spread throughout the whole body. How about this? Until now, he had been giving priority to swinging his fists with his entire strength and having them hit their targets, and he had not given much thought to the result that would be brought forth after they had landed. But he revised that way of thinking. The shockwave born from the impact of his fist, he imagined it propagating throughout the body of his opponent. By doing so, a change could be yielded in the way his fist was unleashed, and in the result it brought about. HK. With a shivering response from its back, the body of the struck undead was smashed to dust, lagging a moment behind the area that had been directly punched. It was proof that the impact had been transmitted throughout the entire body, and that the korybug had been killed. As to not relinquish that after having grasped it once, he engaged the swarm of countless undead with his fists. 1, 2, 3. The number of the shattered undead was rapidly increasing. Oi, brat. That's enough. There'll be no end to this. A gruff voice called out to the back of the one holding his ground as he swung his fists at the undead. With a sword of fine craftsmanship in hand, Dealing with the undead that had broken off towards himself, Heinkel persisted with earnest resistance as his face and hair were getting ragged. At that quavering voice of complaint, Garfield contorted the corners of his mouth into a smile. A person who would have been better off running away if he so desired was sincerely holding his ground here. He had insisted that he would be safer remaining here with Garfield rather than running away on his own. But it was difficult to believe that such a claim was still valid in a situation with this much pressure. After all, this place was the Grand Gate that served as the entrance to the imperial capital, a crucial position that held the key to capturing the imperial capital by holding back the large army of undead attempting to march in. Garfield ain't gonna move 1 inch. If I don't hold down this position, it'll get in the way of Captain's tactics. Hence, it was Garfield's duty to defend this place to the end by any means necessary. Striking his fists together before his chest, Garfield gave a reply brimming with motivation, to which Heinkel clicked his tongue. With a grim, unpleasant look on his face, in an angered voice he went, "But, Heinkel, if it's just to fulfill your duty, wouldn't it be easier to carry out if you fell back a bit? There's no reason for you to hold your ground here, just leave that dragon on its own." Having cut down an undead, what Heinkel pointed to with the raised tip of his sword was the cloud dragon Mesorea, which had engaged in a battle to the death against Garfield, and was now lying on the ground. Mesorea was supposed to be on the side of the undead given its position, but the undead were unrelentingly directing their hostility towards the collapsed cloud dragon, and if neglected, the dragon's scales would likely be stained with blood. Garfield can't do that. Heinkel, why? Isn't it an enemy? It'd be best to let them harm each other. Garfield, I don't want Captain to be disappointed in me. At Garfield's childish answer, Heinkel's expression stiffened as he found himself at a loss for words. But those were his true feelings, without any exaggeration. Even in this battle, Subaru desired to reduce casualties and bring them as close to zero as possible. Garfield, too, wished to assist in that. Besides, he had yet to exchange any meaningful words with the cloud dragon Mesorea. That was why, Garfield, my amazing self ain't moving. Bring it the fuck on, you zombie bastards. Fiercely roaring in a loud voice, the sound of Garfield's two gauntlets striking each other rang out. It would be best if the undead who heard that sound all gathered here, aiming for the living one brimming with vitality. Garfield, exactly, that's fine by me. All of you strong fucks, come at my amazing self. After all, by holding out as much as he could, Garfield should have been able to make things even a little easier for the people precious to himself. Heinkel, there's something wrong with you. Distorting his expression, Heinkel listened to Garfield's war cry. As he did so, Heinkel did not notice the slight stirring of the fallen cloud dragon behind him. Upon being affectionately lifted from the bed, Madeline became convinced that this was the end. Because in Balleroy's chest as he stood, a painfully large hole had been opened up. It was the body of an undead. Madeline knew that a fatal wound would not simply prove fatal. However, from the fact that the wound was not repairing itself like it was immediately supposed to, she could sense Balleroy's intentions. Madeline's darling, the person she loved, would now once and for all head to a place she would be unable to reach. Where even the child of the dragon that commanded the clouds could not reach, towards a place even further beyond the heavens above the clouds. Balleroy, I'm real sorry, Madeline. As Balleroy spoke with a kind expression, Madeline's eyes slightly widened. That expression of Balleroy's, it overlapped with one he had made in his lifetime, from before he had reunited with her as an undead. Of course, his eyes were still comprised of black with an auriferous hue looming within, and his complexion was still that of a pallid undead. Even so, for but a moment, it seemed as if the warmth of life dwelled within Balleroy's gaze and voice. It was just like those many times when he would come to see Madeline at the summit of Mount Paltsoa. The fact that she had not been the one to help him regain that warmth vexed her from the bottom of her heart. Madeline, HK. As her voice choked up due to her sense of powerlessness and worthlessness, Madeline's golden eyes began to fill with tears. As Madeline's eyes showed fragility despite being alive, Balleroy, whose eyes housed definite strength despite being dead, while reflected in the irises that shared the same hue as his own, Balleroy, until the very end of the end, I sure was quite the selfish guy. I had ended up using you, Madeline, an awful lot with that selfishness of mine. Determining the things he needed to do and deciding that they would part ways, Balleroy was currently standing by Madeline's side. This was his way of broaching that conversation. What would subsequently follow were Balleroy's words of apology and gratitude. Madeline could tell. Indeed, because she had been able to tell. Madeline, friggin', stop. Balleroy, Madeline. Madeline, apologizing, expressing gratitude, all those sorts of things, friggin' stop it. As the roots of her teeth trembled, and she forcibly evaporated the tears that had welled up in her eyes, Madeline appealed so. As half of her consciousness was still connected to the dragon husk, Madeline could not put strength into her limbs. But bypassing that reason through sheer will, Madeline gripped the arm of Balleroy, who was holding her up. His arm, the undead arm, was gripped tightly enough to cause cracks to form and shatter. But what she wished to convey through that was not anger or hatred. Only it was the thoughts Madeline was harboring and wished to convey. Madeline, if you're saying you're selfish, the most selfish thing that you did, Balleroy, was to selfishly disappear all on your friggin' own. You selfishly showed up at this dragon's nest, selfishly became someone precious to this dragon, selfishly stopped showing up, selfishly died, and selfishly disappeared. And now you're friggin' planning on selfishly disappearing again. Balleroy, Madeline, you've already been friggin' selfish enough. So then, I won't friggin' forgive your selfishness anymore. Instead of Balleroy's gratitude or farewells, friggin' listen to what this dragon has to say. She was crushing his arm, however. Balleroy had his eyes fixed on Madeline without saying a word. Staring back into Balleroy's golden eyes with those of differing radiance yet identical hue, Madeline spoke. That was Madeline. Balleroy, you friggin' brought this dragon to the outside world. Balleroy, HK. At Madeline's words, Balleroy's eyes widened. Being told something utterly unexpected, Balleroy was flummoxed. It was Madeline's first time seeing Balleroy make such a face. Even if he was undead, she was happy that she could still see new sides of the person she loved. As if to sear all of that into her tenacious dragonkin body, Madeline continued. Madeline, this dragon was brought outside. Balleroy friggin' did that for this dragon. Balleroy brought this dragon out below the sky. Balleroy, Madeline, this dragon hasn't been friggin' used or anything like that. The reason why this dragon was able to come down from the mountain like this and is now able to talk to Balleroy again like this, all of it, is thanks to Balleroy. If only she had been quicker to decide. She harbored a great many regrets of that sort, if only they had conversed and shared in each other's touch more. She harbored a great many lamentations of that sort. Even so, of the things she had decided, the things they had conversed on, and the times they had touched, she wished not to relinquish even an iota. Madeline, all of the things you gave me, Balleroy, you friggin' brought this dragon to the outside world. She would not allow the time Balleroy had come to bid his thanks and farewell be used for such things. She did not want to use the scarce time she had left with Balleroy to listen to and deny such inconsequential things. If the total time they had remaining was 10 seconds, then in those 10 seconds Madeline would, Madeline, I love you. Balleroy is this dragon's everything. There's absolutely friggin' nothing that I love more than Balleroy. Balleroy is this dragon's everything. Balleroy, Madeline, Madeline, Balleroy, 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 HK. She would use the entirety of the remaining 10 seconds to tell the person she loved that she loved him. She wanted him to respond. She wanted him to want her. She wanted him to harbor the same amount of ardor as was dwelling within herself. Casting away all those complicated aspects of love, Madeline became an embodiment of feelings. Even if people disdained Balleroy's image, and even if Balleroy himself might desire that, Madeline would absolutely never let that happen. She did not want to let that happen. With her entire lifespan as a dragonkin, Madeline would hold Balleroy Temiglyph within her heart. Madeline, the lifetime of a dragonkin, is incomparably friggin' longer than a human's. Through that long, long amount of time, so long that it would seem like eternity when compared with a human's, Madeline would live while thinking of Balleroy, the man engraved in her soul. That he had left such an impact behind, she would convey to Balleroy Temiglyph. Balleroy, just what is it that you find pleasant about me, I wonder? A guy like me, a man who's not worth falling in love with. Balleroy briefly spoke in a manner deriding himself, yet Madeline went without answering anything. Madeline was too busy pressing her forehead against his chest to express her feelings. The man who did not seem to understand his own charm, she would selfishly have him find the answer to that on his own. It seemed like Madeline's intentions had been communicated. Balleroy took a long, deep breath. And then, Balleroy, you won't be able to forget me even if I tell you to. Yeah, I understand that exceedingly well after all. That's why I don't mind if you don't forget me. Only Madeline, Balleroy, find happiness, Madeline, my beloved, darling dragon princess. For the first time in her life, Madeline was rejected outright by the person she loved. How about that, Your Excellency? Ain't my lil sis quite the big deal? Balleroy's voice, which had failed to conceal his meritorious sentiments, drew the attention of all present at the sight of the battery. Nay, not all of them. It was everyone except Medium. The courage of the woman holding down Vincent's yang sword-wielding hand towered above everyone else. If one thoughtlessly attempted to grasp the yang sword, they would burst into flames if they lacked the qualifications. It was an entreaty that ran adjacent to death. But then again, without going that far, Vincent likely would not have understood. While he understood that his life was the most vital thing to the Empire, this emperor was the one who had the least understanding of the value of his life within the Empire. Medium, Soya, Medium, who did not follow along with everybody else, drew a barbarian sword from the back of her waist, and then skillfully struck the green radiance upon the pedestal Meguro's magic core, batting it off. Drawing a gentle arc as it gyrated, it fell into the grip of Balleroy's single upraised hand. Ascertaining its heat and weight, Balleroy looked at Vincent. Vincent had lowered the tip of the yang sword and was facing Balleroy intently. Vincent, upon witnessing the pandemonium weaving its way through Vincent's sable eyes in that moment, Balleroy knew that this emperor needed Medium. In order to narrow down his options and make the best of his decisions, he needed someone who would prop him up, smiling by his side as they looked to the future. Albeit Balleroy, the one who had robbed him of Keisha, bore no right to say so. Were it Keisha Gold, it would not have been strange for him to have even predicted the feelings of guilt harbored by the undead-turned Balleroy. Wondering if he was indeed overthinking things, Balleroy made a wry smile. Balleroy, Medi. At Balleroy's call, Medium, having guessed his intention, trotted towards him. Into Medium's arms, Balleroy entrusted Madeline, whom he had been carrying in one arm this whole time. The precious dragonkin girl, who, while in a state of half-consciousness, had only continued to convey her love towards Balleroy. The girl, now asleep again, having worn herself out from crying, and to whom he had become an everlasting scar. Medium, Balleroy, what's up? Carefully receiving Madeline's body, Medium looked at Balleroy from a close proximity. Then, with a face Balleroy knew well, she gave a broad smile as bright as the sun. Medium, do your best. Balleroy, yeah, I'll give hell. Just who would believe that the body of an undead was brimming with vitality? Receiving strength from that which nobody would believe, Balleroy energetically turned his back. Then, mounting his beloved dragon, which had been waiting in the depths of the smashed-open battery, he patted its wings. That instant, the unleashed wind thrust Caroline up into the air, and it immediately began climbing to a high altitude. Rapidly climbing by leaps and bounds, Balleroy and Caroline vigorously approached the heavens present above the clouds. The voice of the wind disappeared. This was concentration, the sensation of flight engulfed by nothingness. Balleroy, Caroline, not just the two of you. I am here. Balleroy, ah, that's right. Now this is quite rude of me. Tightly holding onto the magic core onto Meguro and receiving that protest, Balleroy wryly smiled. Having their name enlisted among the 9 divine generals as the Steelmen, contrary to their robotic appearance and manner of speech, Meguro was sincere, sympathetic, and dare say even amiable. Meguro, I am the meteor of the Empire. That is my purpose of creation. Balleroy, purpose of creation. The words Meguro had used to explain their reasoning was, ironically enough, the same that Sphinx would use on occasion. In order to fulfill their respective purposes of creation, Sphinx would destroy the Empire, and Meguro would protect the Empire. And there he was, indecisively going back and forth, supporting each of them. Meguro, why did you betray us, Balleroy? Balleroy, cue her. At the exceedingly straightforward query, Balleroy chuckled at what could only be described as sheer Meguro-ness. That question could have been referring to his betrayal from before or after his death, but perhaps Meguro likely had not made a distinction between the two within themselves. If anything, Balleroy was grateful for it to have been that way. Both before and after his death, Balleroy's reason for choosing to oppose the Empire had been the same. Balleroy, it was for the sake of someone precious. Whether it was because he was approaching his imminent demise, or if it was because he thought of this robotic meteor as a friend who was easy to get along with, Balleroy spoke thus. This was probably the first time he had put those feelings to words, and he had not intended on ever speaking of them to anyone. Caroline, Curierera. Perhaps because Balleroy's shame had been transmitted, Caroline looked back at him and returned a nod as it flapped its wings through the sky. Through the special trait of flying dragon riders, only Caroline knew. No, it seemed like Medium had also figured it out, but he had generally been hiding it. For that to be divulged, he thought it must have been unacceptable for Meguro, but Meguro, I see, understood. We are same, for the sake of somebody precious. Balleroy, Meguro, Balleroy, I forgive you. At the forgiveness of Meguro, who was robotic, yet still attempted to get close, Balleroy's cheeks stiffened. Those cheeks of Balleroy's housed the hue of life distinct from that of the undead, and in his eyes there no longer loomed the hue of gold upon black, but rather they had regained their natural glow. That was the brilliant blaze of Balleroy Temiglyph's final moments. Balleroy, you've got my thanks, Meguro. As a dead individual who was now by no means inferior to a living one, Balleroy looked up to the sky as he spoke thus. Still rapidly accelerating by leaps and bounds, Balleroy and company pierced the clouds. The maelstrom of clouds was swirling as if it had a certain will, and it began to envelop them as they raced into the sky. That, which was not intent on crushing them, was something Balleroy had seen in the past, at the summit of Mount Peltsoa. This was the dragon's nest, made so as to not let those within the clouds escape outwards. Balleroy. Within Balleroy's mind, many faces emerged. Vincent, the 9 divine generals, Madeline, Serena, Medium, Flop, and Miles. They were the proof that Balleroy had lived, and they were the meaning in Balleroy having lived. Together with his beloved dragon, Caroline, carrying them all, Balleroy. It was a life rife with its ups and downs, but I'd say it wasn't a bad one. Caroline, Curierera. With even his final words unable to break away from his half-hearted nature, his slovenly self ended up receiving a scolding from his beloved dragon. That instant, dragon claws thrust into the ground, and the collapsed body raised itself. Immediately, the red-haired man to its side screamed, "You!" as he fell onto his backside, but that did not weigh on their mind. More so than such insignificant things, what mattered now was Balleroy HK. The impact of being punched had been far too tremendous, so they were unable to stand up. But that was no matter. What was needed now was not the strength to stand up, but the might of an Empyrean being. With a quiver of their long whiskers, funneling power into their sharp eyes, they focused their attention on the sky directly above the Crystal Palace. The scintillation ascended straight upwards, streaking a hue of emerald green across the ether. And at the summit of that beam of luminescence, only continuing to climb higher, was somebody precious. That intent, that resolve, that determination, and that selfishness, they would forgive it all. Priya, the power gushing out of their humongous body obtruded upon the welkin, and a cumulus maelstrom began to coil in the sky of the Crystal Palace. Once they ushered the emerald gleam into the vortex, they drastically increased the density and accelerated the gyre further. Like so, the cloud dragon Mesorea Madeline summoned all of her power. Madeline. Ah. That instant, a flicker of light illuminated the world, and the maelstrom of clouds was ripped asunder from within. What that signified, what had been lost from the world, what had become distant from herself, she keenly understood to a painfully clear extent. Madeline. Ah, 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 ah. Gazing up at the sky of scattered clouds, thinking about the one she loved, of whom there no longer remained any vestiges, Madeline burst into a wail with the large mouth and thick neck of the cloud dragon. Underneath the odiously clear sky, the lovelorn maiden of the dragons just kept crying. Thank you for reading. This chapter meant a lot to me. I also made a tribute video to go along with this chapter. You can watch it here. Be sure to turn captions on. Love, Archbishop. Arc 8, Chapter 70. The Final Stratagem. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 2, 4 machine translated by. Datchezem Archbishop Kiln proofread by. Archbishop hash 750 Grimks Japanese to English checking by. Vinikayan Art Sources Magician. The blast spread out, blowing away the thick swirling clouds from within and painting the sky over the imperial capital a bright red ahead of the approaching dusk. The light from the explosion burned the eyes of those who looked up at the sky, but the damage was minimal compared to the catastrophe that could have blown away the imperial capital itself. This was proof that each and every person of the rescue, the Valatian Empire from Destruction Squad, who had gathered at the imperial capital, had continued to evade the traps of destruction laid out by the great disaster through their mutual cooperation. This did not mean that each and every one of them had a full picture of the traps set by the great disaster. Only by maximizing the potential that each of them possessed, they were able to remove the causes of destruction within their respective reaches. The relay of fate for that purpose was now transcending the boundaries between the living and the dead, and the imperial capital of Lupugana's chain of command was at the height of chaos. Still, there was one fact that remained resolutely unmovable. Sphinx, the spearhead of the great disaster, was the absolute enemy of all living things in the Empire, no matter what. Thus, the witch's elaborate plans of destruction were nearing their final stages. Yuo! Roaring, an explosion blew away the clouds in the distant sky, and blinded by the light, Subaru's throat trembled in surprise at the abrupt shift in circumstances. His exclamation, which could have been described neither as a scream nor a cheer, was a manifestation of his honest reaction to the event at hand. Together with Beatrice, he had fended off the destructive flames unleashed by the Crystal Palace, and then Raswal saved them from the onslaught of the three-headed blight dragon that had appeared. Just when it seemed that a dizzying aerial battle was about to begin, a huge explosion occurred in the sky far away. There was enough hectic activity to confuse anyone, but the undead dragon paid no attention to the light in the sky, with each of its heads craning towards its pitiable, distracted prey. Dragon, Kruoyuok. The blight dragon had 3 heads, and its prey numbered exactly 3 people: Subaru, Beatrice, and Raswal. The 3 heads of the blight dragon approached as if in competition with each other, with the size of a single large head appearing to be more than enough to get all of them. Just as the sharp fangs of the undead dragon were about to tear the lives of Subaru and his friends apart. One strike. I won't let you take 'em. On either side of the blight dragon, 2 shadows rose up diagonally from below and struck a blow from each direction, slicing off 2 of its 3 heads, sending them flying. A jet-black furred wolfman and a thunderous blue lightning rising from the earth into the sky. The ones to do this were Subaru, Halibal-san, and a huge Sesai. Cecilis, ha 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 ha, what an unexpected coincidence meeting you here, boss. I did think you might be here since it's the final stage and all that, but your performance just now was brilliant. I can't lose either, so I quickly took to the sky, but just beating a dragon won't be enough, will it? Subaru's eyes widened, as the one who had jumped and slashed his sword through the air was Cecilis. Additionally, it was the first time Subaru had seen him as an adult. His infantilization, which had only been a suspicion previously, was confirmed, and now that it was resolved before anyone else had a clue, Subaru. Did you meet with Albert-san and get him to undo it? Cecilis. No, I solved it on my own. That's my specialty, so leaving that aside for now, this is a delightful combination. That's Halibal-san there, right? Nonchalantly did Cecilis answer, then nodding his chin towards Halibal standing before himself. After helping Subaru and Beatrice arrive in time to stop the magic crystal cannon, he had immediately gone up to the sky himself and joined in to stop the blight dragon's attack. He looked at Cecilis saying, "Well," and smiled. "Halibal, from my point of view, I'm just complimenting the work you're doing." Cecilis, ho, you did a great job filling in for me. But then only a suitable actor can do that, so I think Halibal-san is on the right track. Whoa. At a glance, the exchange was amicable, but the scene took place in the air, in the middle of a fight to the death. The blight dragon, with 2 heads blown off but still with one remaining in the middle, flapped its wings and quickly made distance to escape the 2 transcendent beings who had suddenly intervened. It was an instinctive decision, but it was the right one. In fact, even though both Cecilis and Halibal could jump to get airborne, They were not free to fly around. However, Roswell, that's something I can make up for. With Subaru and Beatrice under Roswell's arms, immediately after he spoke, the debris in the air gathered instantly, and an impromptu scaffold was created there. That scaffold provided Cecilus and Hallible with another chance to leap. Hallible, even if it's only got one head, a dragon's a dragon. Cecilus, we don't want to be interrupted during the decisive moment. Let's slay it quickly. How many people could so casually say such a thing to one of the most powerful creatures in the world, a dragon, and no other than the Blight Dragon? And yet, the two immediately proved that it was no kind of jest or boast. A flash of blue and black streaked across the sky, instantly catching up with the Blight Dragon that was trying to take advantage of the distance. In a moment, the dragon's wings were torn to shreds as it was pierced by three separate wolfmen in midair, creating death holes. However, the warriors would not let the dragon miserably fall to its death. A flash of lightning, a slash from the sword that manifested dreams, split the black scales of the Blight Dragon vertically, and its life was severed in two. It was one of the most abrupt and legendary dragon-slaying acts in the world. Beatrice. Those guys are outrageous, in fact. Subaru had seen the same thing that Beatrice had, and agreed wholeheartedly. Even though Subaru was aware of this as information, two of the world's strongest individuals were unbeatable in ways that went beyond his simple imagination. In fact, with them he felt like he could not lose, just like having Reinhard on his side. Now that Cecilus had grown up, together with Hallible, that feeling was even stronger. Not yet, bro. A voice lunged at Subaru as his mind was relaxing, as if punching him in the side. He looked, and standing there in the area that was originally the second bastion, a place where the ground was like boiling magma, was a man in a familiar helmet. It was Al, one of the people missing in the imperial capital. Al screamed out desperately from the ground, and pronounced, "Al, the alignment of the stars hasn't changed yet. The witch is still up to something." At the rapid changes occurring in the situation, Vincent could feel his thoughts gaining heat and speed. Albeit lionized as the wise emperor, Vincent did not think of himself as being particularly wise when compared to others. If there was one thing he was more conscious of than others, however, it would be none other than the difference in the depth and vastness of his thinking, as well as the time it took for him to produce an answer. Thus, that difference in time taken would change, depending on whether or not he could still function and make use of the trivial time in which everyone had their attention stolen by the radiance present overhead. Vincent. Its fuse set off by the witch's stratagem, the magic core of the Crystal Palace had been brought to the verge of collapse, taking the true body of Meguro Haggin in hand. The undead Balleroy Temiglyph rose to the skies. As a result, the induced explosion of the Crystal Palace had been avoided, and the imperial capital, nay, the entire empire, had been rescued from ruination. But then again, this was that Balleroy. What he had truly wished to protect was likely neither the empire nor the imperial capital, but rather somebody to whom he was emotionally attached. In any case, the fruits of the deceased Balleroy's sacrifice were the safety of the imperial capital, and the sight of the evening sky from which the surging clouds had been scattered. Vincent. But is this truly the end? Right beside him, tears streamed down the cheeks of Medium, who was embracing the unconscious Madeline. With that in his peripheral vision, Vincent cold-heartedly immersed himself in thought. Using her position of Empress Consort as a shield, Medium had prevented Vincent from relinquishing his life. If he were a strong emperor, if he were an emperor who had such leeway, he surely would have displayed an empathetic demeanor or words of consolation. However, Vincent was neither of those. Ergo, he did nothing for Medium. For all the things he did not do for her, Vincent coldly worked his head. Vincent, without cease, the great disaster has continued to take measures intent on bringing about total destruction. In addition, each stratagem is multi-layered and without openings. The sacrament of the immortal king resurrecting the dead was fueled by the power of the stone, Muspel, and if the undead continued to be felled, the power of the stone would be depleted, resulting in the collapse of the Empire's vast lands. The previous firing of the magic crystal cannon, what it had been targeting, was unclear from Vincent's position. But after it was fired, the magic core was filled with immense heat, and had been a bomb left behind as a parting gift to blow away the imperial capital. By merely averting these threats, it would have been short-sighted to think that they had overcome the entire affair. If there was still something, still a subsequent measure that the great disaster was preparing Vincent, suddenly, a certain possibility flashed through Vincent's mind. Rather than deep and thoughtful foresight, it was the product of something that was already closer to a pretext or paranoia. However, now that he had thought of it, there was no choice but to verify the possibility. Vincent was aware that the things he thought of were things that anybody else could also think of, given enough time. If so, then this was the same. Vincent, Albert Dunkelken, have you searched every last corner of the palace? Albert, or your excellency, I've lost both my arms, you know. Even if you were to make my pitiful nursed life from here on out a little more fleeting. Vincent, within the palace did you gazer upon Priscilla Bariel? I shan't ask of her survival. Albert, Vincent, answer. We mustn't let time go to waste. Albert. You're talking about the young un lass with red eyes in the flashy dress, right? Ain't seen her. Though I did go round killin' the troublesome caster along with the bunch who'd had their souls tampered with. At Vincent's threatening demeanor, Albert raised one of his white eyebrows and answered so. Originally, the duty that had been entrusted to Albert was to infiltrate the Crystal Palace and conduct a thorough search. The general objective of that was to destroy the technique of the sacrament of the immortal king. As a result of his interference, it was difficult to say whether the opponent's objective was fulfilled in a satisfactory manner, but Albert, since I came up not just empty-handed, but with no hands at all, I didn't produce any results. Are you dismissing me from my post as general? Vincent, the matter of the status of your employment is postponed. But if you were unable to find her, medium, able chin. The monstrous old man's face had lost its complexion, yet he still jested as if all was normal. At that exchange between Albert and Vincent, Medium uttered a voice of inquisitiveness as she lowered her gaze from the sky. Still influenced by the reverberations of Balleroy's conclusion, Medium with her blue eyes posed that question, to which Vincent loathsomely tread upon the floor where debris was scattered about. And then, Vincent, Priscilla is not being held captive within the Crystal Palace. I cannot guess the entirety of the reason behind that, but at the very least, it is because one part of the enemy's objective is to have her witness the Empire's destruction. Aldebaran had called out to Natsuki Subaru that the alignment of the stars had not changed, and Vincent Valacia had seen through the objective of the witch at the center of the great disaster, though her intentions were not clear. After witnessing those events that had led to this point, the imprisoned Priscilla Bariel also accurately inferred her own situation. Priscilla, at first, this was inexplicable. If myself were your objective, Arakia's death would not have been a matter of concern, but the demise of the Empire would have been an inconvenience. The floating, reflective water mirrors not only showed the battle for the imperial capital, but also the battle for the fortified city, along with the people falling victim to the undead in various parts of the empire. It indeed was a sign that the threat of the great disaster was spreading throughout the empire. She showed these events to Priscilla in order to color her heart with despair. The aim was easy to understand, but whether it could be done was not. However, Priscilla, the ruination of the empire resulting from the death of the stone would not serve your goals, and that is because ultimately it is not your desire to take mine life here. Consequently, Sphinx, consequently, Priscilla, mineself is not being held within the dungeons of the Crystal Palace. The reason why Sphinx continued to layer on measures to bring about the Empire's downfall was because she was convinced that all of that destruction would not reach Priscilla. Destroying the Empire while keeping Priscilla alive. The method to fulfill these conditions was straightforward. Priscilla, despite that being certain, and even after examining her surroundings, she found no discrepancy between the dungeon of her memories and what stood before her eyes. During her time as Prisca, she had only visited the palace's dungeons on one occasion out of curiosity. But this dungeon, which exactly replicated that of Priscilla's memories, was probably a wholly different space. The very space of the dungeon itself has been relocated to a place unrelated to the destruction of the Valacian Empire, a kind of different dimension, with Priscilla placed as an observer of the battle-torn imperial capital. The evidence of this was that, At some point, the tremors of the fierce battles unfolding in the imperial capital had ceased reaching the dungeon. Priscilla, but for what reason would you place myself, of all people, in the position of an observer? The other members of the Valetian imperial family aside, you have certainly considered the means wherewith to disrespect myself in particular. Sphinx, careless meddling is forbidden. This may be an effective measure for you. Countermeasures required. Priscilla, although neither careless nor countermeasures are words that myself enjoys, it shall be overlooked in consideration of your defiant attitude. Priscilla pondered this in response to Sphinx's answer. The witch's intention was to nip in the bud the possibility of someone coming to Priscilla's aid, rather than preventing Priscilla from taking any action. That in itself was correct. But the fact was that she was being imprisoned in a space with no known entrance. This almost eliminated any chance of Priscilla being rescued from the outside. However, Priscilla, this inconvenience applies to you as well, does it not? Sphinx, what does that mean? Priscilla, it is quite simple. Why do you not duplicate yourself without limit, and with an infinite amount of you, drop numerous stars, burn the land of the empire, and destroy it all? Sphinx, Priscilla, if you made certain that you did not involve myself in the downfall, that would be the swiftest way to accomplish your goal. The reason for you not doing so is obvious. You cannot do so, even if you wanted to. Priscilla eloquently explained her theory to the silent Sphinx. Once, as she was being burned by the flame of the Yang sword, Sphinx had changed the form of her soul, transforming its vessel into one befitting the Witch of Greed in order to fulfill the purpose of her creation. At that point, one of Sphinx's two purposes in causing the great disaster had been fulfilled. All that remained was to destroy the Valetian Empire in order to drive Priscilla into despair. In order to do so, creating a limitless number of Sphinxes and then having them drop a meteor shower to the ground would prove sufficient. But Sphinx did not do that. Priscilla, although vexing, upon seeing you imitate Lamia by increasing your numbers, myself had an intuition. No matter how much the number of vessels increases, the underlying soul is shared. That is to say, the source of the mana possessed by the owner of the soul of Sphinx shall be centralized. That was the existential flaw of Sphinx, having been resurrected as the Witch of Greed. By abusing the ritual of the sacrament of the immortal king, it allowed the undead to revive and create multiple instances of themselves. But so long as the original soul remained the same, they could not have more mana than they already possessed. Sphinx had already fought in many fierce battles with those who wished to take back the imperial capital, and had already used the great spell to bring down a star multiple times. No matter how skilled of a magician the Witch of Greed might have been, there were limits to what she could do. Priscilla, therefore, you must limit the number of your duplicates. In addition, you have one of them assigned to myself in order to communicate with me. Yes, it must be because this space cannot be maintained without your direct presence. Ever since appearing before Priscilla, claiming to be the enemy's leader, Sphinx had never once left Priscilla alone in the dungeon. This could have been interpreted as an attempt to avoid missing Priscilla's facial expressions or the pain in her heart as the situation changed from moment to moment, but there also could have been a more serious reason for this. Quite simply, the answer was that she was doing it because she had to. Sphinx. In response to Priscilla's point, Sphinx remained silent. Some did believe that if one were not to answer, they would thus give no information to another party, for better or worse. But in Priscilla's opinion, this was second-rate trickery. Sphinx, too, was very likely aware of that. Sometimes, silence could confirm one's suspicions more eloquently than words ever could. If Priscilla's speculation was correct, Sphinx was in a state of exhaustion, coming near to having used up the whole of the strength of her soul. Otherwise, restrictions being present or not, through her copies scattered throughout the imperial capital and the empire she would relentlessly attack. Strategically, there was no reason not to do that. In other words, this meant that the plans of Sphinx, the leader of the great disaster, had finally been brought to a halt. Priscilla, is that not so? Repudiating her own reasoning, Priscilla closed one eye. The emotions expressed in that question might have been hard to believe if other listeners were present. Priscilla's question did not come from a sense of superiority or a suspicion based on skepticism, not even from a desire to see through the other party's agenda. What was there was a certain amount of anticipation. Even this impasse, a true dead end, was something she expected her opponent to overcome. Then, in response to Priscilla's question, Sphinx's eyes widened slightly. Watching, the witch then twisted her lips into the shape of a smile. At that moment, the final showdown between Priscilla and Sphinx commenced. The Sphinxes, resurrected from the same soul, were all independent and did not share in the same consciousness. Hence, among the Sphinxes, serving as the Witch of Greed, who had manifested as 7 total bodies, the only one who knew that Priscilla had seen through their intentions was the one directly facing her. However, that would not have had any influence upon the intentions of the 7 Sphinxes. That was because it was a stratagem that had been formulated under the assumption that Priscilla would have seen through their intentions from the start, correctly guessing them. The one that had verified Priscilla's answer was just the one facing her, but Sphinx could not help but admire her abnormal insight, having guessed almost everything correctly. As she had stated, several Sphinxes were sharing mana through the source of one soul, so the more of herself she multiplied, the amount of mana that each individual Sphinx could use would decrease. Due to this battle, which had raged on for several days with no respite, the reality was that the sum of mana she had remaining was not reliable enough to utilize large spells, such as Al-Shario, which had already been employed to bring down a star. Of course, simply making use of large spells was not how a magician displayed their talents. For Sphinx, who had inherited knowledge as the Witch of Greed, there were a myriad of small techniques she could employ that did not balance the degree of mana used with the scale of results. However, it was also true that for any such small techniques, there were extraordinary, transcendent beings who could hold them back. In particular, she could not disregard the presences of the wolfman who was bringing about the curse of death, and the swordsman who had slayed the star. Therefore, the 7 Sphinxes, or rather, with the exclusion of the one participating in the great battle for the fortified city of Garkla, and the one monitoring Priscilla, the 5 Sphinxes reached for the final stratagem. Her attempt to directly assassinate Arakia, who had assimilated with the stone, had failed. The utmost powerful attack to exterminate Arakia, fired via the magic crystal cannon, had also failed. The strategy of lighting the fuse of the magic core right after the magic crystal cannon had fired, having it run rampant and exceed its critical point to annihilate the imperial capital, had also failed. With all of those failed stratagems as the groundwork, the Sphinxes stationed in 5 locations around the imperial capital of Lupugana would activate the magic circle they had laid out. They would interfere with their true target, the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace. Sphinx, multiplex magic circle activation, executing final stratagem. Importance, required. This plan was fundamentally different from the stratagem that had attempted to blow away the imperial capital by using the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace as a catalyst via the magic core running rampant. Regardless of being in a rampant state, the administrative right of the meteor known as the Crystal Palace belonged to the magic core, Meguro Hagin. But the magic core was no more. Having escaped the threat of explosion, the Crystal Palace was currently in a defenseless state. With Meguro Hagin's presence now gone, the administrative right of the magic crystals forming the Crystal Palace was vacant. Present, there were lumps of colorless mana, which had stockpiled immense power over many long years, and for the witch, who was on the verge of depleting the little mana she had left, it was an offering for which she would water at the mouth. Having laid out a 5-pointed star inverse to the 5 bastions of the star-shaped ramparts that symbolized the imperial capital of Lupugana, the 5 sphinxes had deployed an enormous magic circle, interfering with the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace, the latter of which had lost its administrator in Meguro Hagin. It was something designed to completely usurp the vast mana dwelling therein. Thus, the witch's plan, something not directly linked to the destruction of the Valetian Empire, would not be thwarted by Natsuki Subaru or Vincent Valatia, who had both come to disrupt many of her artifices until now. The same went for the Blue Lightning, Cecilus Segmund, as well as the admirer Halibal, as well as the Spirit Eater, Arakia, and the vicious old man, Albert Dunkelken, as well as the flamboyant Yorna Mishigia and the Emperor of the Briar, Ugard Varlatia, as well as Roswell L. Mathers and Beatrice and Garfield Tinsel and Medium O'Connell and Tanzer and Heinkel. Only one person, Sphinx. The magic circle is incomplete. The 5 Sphinxes, who ought to have activated the magic circle, the one of them present at the northmost point, had failed to participate in the activation of the magic circle, causing the other witches to harbor a sense of unease at the incomplete activation of the technique. As irony would have it, the fact that this had been caused by the Witch of Greed and the Witch of Envy, that it was caused by the clash of 2 individuals who succeeded these witches of times past, went unnoticed by anybody at the current point in time. Arc 8, Chapter 71, Heroic Reveries. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 256. Machine translated by Datches M. Archbishop Archbishop 297. Datches M. Proofread by Archbishop # 750 Grimks Isiligud Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Ice Art Sources Grail 1 Mi Rakaroka. Let us assert one thing here. It was a fact that without Emilia's decisive action, the plan of the witch, Sphinx, would have come to fruition, and the downfall of the Varlatian Empire would have been unavoidable. Moreover, it was something that no one other than Emilia could have stopped. Emilia, yeah! Releasing a sharp exhale, straining her cheeks, Emilia stood firm against the heat rays of light and the bolts of light that came in from all directions, repelling all with her polished ice armaments. The magic of the replica of Echidna before her, Sphinx, was all too astonishing, and the only way she withstood her difficult-to-deflect attacks was by blocking them with ice that shined like a mirror. Emilia would often be told by Subaru that creativity is important as well, so she was always particular about the details in her iceborne weapons, and this time they were used to their fullest extent. Thanks to the fact that she always did this, she was able to quickly create weapons that dealt with Sphinx's magic. Emilia, thank you, as always. Enthusiastically donning gear fashioned from ice, Emilia thanked the absent Subaru. Subaru, who was probably still working hard somewhere in the imperial capital, hand in hand with Beatrice and Spiker, was still helping Emilia in this way, even though he was small and not with her. Just thinking about Subaru allowed Emilia to forget her fatigue and swing her big ice hammer. Sphinx, removal, required, and urgently. Facing Emilia, Sphinx kept her distance while unleashing her magic, and as she was exposed to said onslaught, Emilia did not feel the impatience of her opponent, the latter devoid of any visible expression. Originally, Sphinx had sneaked into this deserted place to accomplish something. Emilia had somehow sensed this and rushed in, which was when the battle began. That had halted Sphinx from accomplishing whatever she had been planning to. With this in mind, Emilia, though it not being her forte, was focusing intensely on thoroughly obstructing her opponent. Here again, Emilia was making the best of a situation that no one else at the imperial capital could. Had Emilia taken Sphinx's life, the witch would have taken that memory back to her soul, recognized the threat Emilia posed, and manifested a new body prepared with countermeasures. However, Emilia had no intention of killing Sphinx, but only of stopping her. Therefore, the situation Subaru had named escape by death did not occur, and Sphinx would not send a new version of herself as reinforcements against the unshared threat of Emilia. This situation would not have been possible if anyone else had been present, whether it be someone powerful like Cecilus or Halibal, someone wise like Vincent or Roswell, or even a cheater like Subaru or Al. No one other than Emilia could have pinned down Sphinx here. Emilia, here. Emilia, who had managed such miraculous meshing by relying on her intuition, nevertheless kicked the light ball away with her ice shoes without being aware of it. Emilia, even though I don't know what's going on, I won't let you do whatever you're trying to do. And also, tell me where Priscilla is. It's a promise I made with Schultkan. Sphinx, one-sided and greedy, truly befitting a witch, are you not? Sphinx coldly muttered so at Emilia's request. However, the mutterings were filled with a certain irritation that could not be concealed. White light enveloped his vision, and in the subsequent instant, the world met its end. That was something Natsuki Subaru had ended up experiencing many times over in a short period, the newest stage of return by death. Subaru, held in under the aviating Roswell's arm, He was tightly holding on to the hand of Beatrice behind Raswal's waist, who was being held under the other arm. The presence of Beatrice, the warmth of Raswal, the sensation of his whole body basking in the wind, all of it was real. And not only that, regarding the dragon subjugation just now, I think vying for an achievement through the number of heads isn't really all too pretty. As a matter of fact, isn't it thunderous applause that's wanted rather than a feat of heads? So then first things first, how about we show them a combination of two great men from Valatia and Kararagi? That'd be quite splendid, least for me. I may have been hopping, not ta stand out too much, but it wouldn't hurt ta elevate my status for this and that after the war. With a backwards glance towards the undead blight dragon fading into the sky, its existence severed, Cecilus and Hallible could be seen and heard descending to the ground while pressingly exchanging words, having just killed the dragon in a literal flash. As the unmistakable apexes of the world, the two were equally transcendent beings. However, the fact that they could not defy the laws of physics and remain in the sky provided a certain sort of satisfaction. Subaru. Right now, just what exactly is happening, he had no choice but to grasp the new threat and counter it. After defending against the magic crystal cannon, after slaying the approaching blight dragon, after witnessing the swell of green light blow the clouds away beyond the sky, he knew the witch still had a trick up her sleeve. Subaru and the others did not have much time before that would be put into operation, staining the world white and causing them to lose their lives. Think, think, think. Think, 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 think. Beatrice, Subaru. Indeed, upon Subaru's eardrums as thoughts raced across his mind, Beatrice called out with a voice of strong conviction. Holding her hand, the determination that he absolutely needed to do something, and the intense feelings of loss surging through Subaru's body and mind, nay, through his soul, must have been transmitted to her. The fact that Beatrice did not exhaust many words on top of that was proof of her cute self's high-minded resolve. Beatrice, say whatever you like, I suppose. Betty will aid you in everything, in fact. Without having told her much of anything at all, just how much of a relief it was for Beatrice to say that to him. While feeling disdain build up towards himself for never repaying favors, Subaru nodded. And as he nodded, Subaru, just keep holding on to it until my consciousness is on the verge of bursting apart. I'll give a signal, so prepare the thing from earlier so it's ready to go at any time. High up in the sky, Subaru raised his voice, and receiving that, black and blue streaked through the sky. He did not hear the specific contents of the orders, but he felt like he heard something else instead. Indeed, the sound of the gears of conflicting worlds beginning to mesh and turn in order to weave the time of light. It mattered not if it was an auditory hallucination. In fact, it ought to have been. Natsuki Subaru had thought about the best way to break the deadlock and carried it out. In that case, he could count on him. No, he had no choice but to count on him. Having called out to Subaru that the witch's myriad plans had yet to be exhausted, that was the best Aldebaran could do with what little he had. Shit. A short expletive which echoed in his helmet only to his ears. Because of that, the fact that he had muttered it unconsciously sort of felt like it was being emphasized, which had caused him to notice. Just what did Aldebaran possibly have to regret? It was something he knew from the moment he found Natsuki Subaru in this empire. When push came to shove, he ought to use Natsuki Subaru without hesitation. No matter how much he hated that, no matter how much he loathed it, at the end of the day, it was nothing but worthless obstinacy. The worthless obstinacy of himself, who was nothing more than a following star, unable to do the same things as that Natsuki Subaru. Reconsideration required. At the sudden utterance of that voice, Aldebaran turned around without saying a word. Cocooned in solid black light from the neck down, lying defenseless on the rough ground, was the figure of Sphinx. Sphinx's gate had been completely sealed. She was quite literally helpless, however. She stared at Aldebaran without any impatience or anger emerging on her abhorrent face. It was a disgusting look, as if she was observing him. Reconsideration, as in revising your thoughts. Just what exactly? You're not gonna tell me what you're thinking, no matter what I do. The edges of her mouth contorted, and Aldebaran glared at Sphinx through his helmet. This was also true. Aldebaran had already interrogated the captured Sphinx many, many times, and thus had ascertained that she would not divulge any details regarding her plans. Ironically enough, even among the innumerable number of attempts Aldebaran had, there existed a certain number of results that could never be distorted. Even if an infinite number of dice were rolled, rolling a 0 or a 7 was impossible. Indeed, it was impossible for Aldebaran. Al, but you see, it's the end of the line for you guys. You've made an enemy of someone who should absolutely never be made an enemy of. By now, even if you're rethinking something Sphinx, that which I have reconsidered is my evaluation of you. Al, huh, Sphinx. I had not recognized you as anything but a mere squire of Priscilla Bariel, but you are the same as me. Al, Sphinx, having yet to fulfill your own purpose of creation, you are a martyr struggling to live for that reason. I have achieved my own purpose of creation, so I cannot help but pity one who is stuck in a standstill. Even in captivity, in a position in which her magic as a mage had been sealed, Sphinx still quietly pitied Aldebaran, not out of vanity or defeat. Aldebaran's throat froze at Sphinx's honest gaze. Of the fact that the true nature of the coldness freezing his throat was murderous intent, Aldebaran was aware. He absolutely had to kill this overly talkative, witch-faced woman. He absolutely had to choke the life out of her. For her to say that to Aldebaran with none other but that face was unforgivable. Just who in the world did she think made him Aldebaran? Al, you. Al, lend me your strength. It happened the moment his vision turned bright red. His thoughts were blanketed in white. Had it occurred a few tenths of a second later, Aldebaran would have killed Sphinx. However, that was stopped by a furious, gliding wind accompanied by a hard-hitting voice. I need your strength. As you said, the great disaster isn't over yet. It's an all-out war. He landed right next to him, and then with an intense color on his face, he called out to Aldebaran. With two reliable people beside him, a long-haired magician and a dress-clad spirit, Natsuki Subaru, capable of searching for as many hands as he pleased in order to reach the light that Aldebaran could never reach no matter how far he reached out, did so. Al, even if you ask me to lend a hand, Subaru, shut the hell up. Al, HK. Becoming a mixture of all sorts of embarrassment, Aldebaran muttered so. But unconcerned with those inner thoughts of Aldebaran, Subaru thrust his fist out. Subaru. At the moment, I don't have time to sympathize with each and every person's troubles. That's why right here and now let's switch gears and cooperate. You said it before. Al, me before. Subaru, you said that you have expectations of me. I'll say the same thing back to you. Al, ah. As Subaru yelled at him with a red face, Aldebaran caught his breath. At the same time, he was reminded of his interaction with Subaru at the time they had been reunited here in the Valatian Empire, when the latter was on the verge of losing his own meaning of existence in the fortress city of Garrel. When Subaru's foundation became unsteady after being rejected by the girl known as Rem, Aldebaran had encouraged him. Back then, what was it that Aldebaran had said to him? Subaru, the confidence and everything else you lost can only be regained through results. It's all the same as it's always been. Al. At the sound of Subaru's voice, the girl who held hands with him and the long-haired person who stood behind him had eyes brimming with expectation. And so Subaru, who gave strength to those around him, reached out to Aldebaran in the same way, offered him a hand, and spoke as if repaying him for that time. Subaru, come on, Al, carry them with me, these heroic reveries. So he declared. The witch's plans, the ruination of the Valatian Empire, and death had come to fruition time and time again. Perhaps a painless death was the ideal way for things to end. Perhaps the arrival of demise in the midst of not knowing what had happened was the only gentle way to save people from their fear of an end that would inevitably come. However, he thought thus. No, my ideal ending would be to die peacefully, with Emilia, Biko, and my grandchildren by my side, so that's not it. Even if the great disaster were a last-boss situation that brought about a painless and fearless end, in order to save all human beings from sorrow and suffering, Subaru would resolutely reject it. When the ideal ending that he envisioned would arrive, the thought of Emilia and Beatrice, whom he would be leaving behind, brought pain to his heart like being stabbed with glass. Still, until he reached that situation, it was a problem that Subaru would need to suffer through and find a solution to. There was absolutely no way he could abandon himself to a sweet dream given to him by another. The whole thing was hypothetical to begin with, and the premise was not valid since the goal of the great disaster was not a gentle end, but rather the destruction of the empire through a series of the most terrible measures imaginable. That was why there was no compromise in this battle other than to thwart the goals of the great disaster. Subaru. Little by little, I'm starting to see it. At first, the world was stained white, and Subaru had no choice but to be swallowed up by the death that was thrust upon him, without knowing what had destroyed him or his companions. Moreover, Subaru had returned just after Roswell held him and Beatrice on both sides, and Cecilus and Halibal had cut down the attacking Blight Dragon. After that, in less than a minute, the end would come. Subaru. The time frame was short, and much needed to be done. If Al had not told him that the witch was up to something, it would have taken him much longer to uncover it. It had probably saved him 5 or more return-by deaths. Still, more trial and error was necessary in order to ascertain what was occurring. And through that trial and error, the most likely thing is that the stone Muspel will be killed, I suppose. If our opponent has a comeback left to make, then that would be the most likely possibility, in fact. The collapse of the Empire's vast lands, it's possible that our opponent is preparing a trigger to bring about that great cataclysm. If it is Sphinx's conventional method, there could also be some kind of magic circle. For now, Groovy's gone, and lifted the curse of thorns, which was our biggest obstacle, so you wouldn't really think that there'd be anybody hidden. Away a curse that's even greater than that, right? Yes, eyes. According to Alsan, if Anya dies, the whole empire will be destroyed, so this may have something to do with that. That means that there's a possibility that a large army will be sent to kill Anya. Will I finally get to do it again, slaying 1,000 people? Ooh, Tilda, you. Tilda, ooh. Have you been safe, child? I heard that you took very good care of Tanza. If there is anything at all that I can do to help, please let me know. Schwartz-Sama, I have a bad feeling. Is everyone in the battalion safe? Though young, thou hast pleasant eyes. Mine star seems to place trust in thee, albeit not as much as she places in mineself. If thou requireth anything, thou may speak. Captain, my amazing self's glad you're here, but it's too soon to gimme praise. It ain't over yet, right? Anything you say, I'll do it. Get lost. Don't lump me in with you guys, brat. Friggin' disappear. This dragon has nothing left. Friggin' disappear. This dragon has nothing left. Subaruchin, I'm not good at thinking, but I'll try. Do your best as well, Subaruchin. Oh, sorry about this, but I've lost both my hands, so you're gonna have to get back on your own, okay? Looks like there's no way I can need your soul back to its original shape, kaka. He was not some Superman who could solve everything by figuring it out on his own. A time frame that amounted to not even a minute, repeating it over and over again in exchange for his death. Subaru certainly moved to checkmate his enemy on the board they had constructed, one move at a time. Death of the stone Muspel, a magic circle, the curse of thorns, Arakia's life, Spiker's star-eating. He was glad that Yorna was safe. The war situation at the fortified city, the undead emperor who energetically boasted of his love. His Garfield was the best, the drunkard not worth talking about, the dragon he could not talk to, the dragonkin he could not talk to, doing his best, not wanting to be told things that would hamper his willpower to do his best, etc., etc. Fool. Do not face downwards, Natsuki Subaru. Neither one of us has the time to be looking downwards. To struggle onward, you ought to have decided so. I have no intention of giving up. Just who do you take me for? How much self-respect was truly there behind those prideful words? He would not be so tactless as to try to peek behind the curtain like that. All right then, onward it is. Giving up, such a thing was not an option for Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, the same went for her, who he could not find no matter how hard he looked. Rather than being worried about it, his feelings of faith now surpassed his fear. She might have been facing danger, but surely she was doing her best to secure the future, as it would not suit her to stay quiet in a safe place. That was why it was time to overturn it. Time to overturn the witch's board. Subaru, come on, Al. Carry them with me, these heroic reveries. Unthinkable absurdity was attempting to overturn the final stratagem of the witch, Sphinx. The preparations ought to have been flawless. Without exception, all were being overturned. Having achieved the outcome she had desired, the supreme challenge of fulfilling her purpose of creation, the certain sense of accomplishment that had dominated her heart was for but a moment, and the situation was being distorted bit by bit. Just what stood in the way of Sphinx, in the way of the great disaster? Vincent Valacia, Sphinx. Aldebaran, Sphinx. Natsuki Subaru. As if to close the distance towards Sphinx's mind, crimson lips spoke those names. Chosen as the great disaster, Sphinx had commenced a battle on which the survival of the Empire was staked, and hot on her heels, overturning her plans entirely, was a deterring force attempting to rectify the alignment of the stars. Sphinx, from your perspective, how would you evaluate them? At Sphinx's question, the woman looked towards her with a metallic clank of her chains. The crimson eyes fixed upon Sphinx beyond the water mirror, Priscilla Bariel smiled at the question. Neither ridicule nor pity, it was a smile. If anybody who knew Priscilla were to have seen that, they would have likely been surprised. For within her smile, affection could be found. The affection harbored by Priscilla Bariel towards Sphinx. Sphinx, for what reason, Priscilla, do I make such an expression, you ask? Did you not just inquire regarding mine evaluations of those men? Just as one would expect from the witch of greed, your avarice extends to even answers. Sphinx, if you are going to mark me, Priscilla, you ought to be aware. Such is not the case. Bluntly told so, Sphinx was silenced by Priscilla's gaze. In her eyes and in her words, there was no longer any hue of mockery towards Sphinx. Then, just what was it that dwelt within those crimson eyes? That was eating away at Sphinx from inside her chest. It was a sensation unknown to her. This was different from the times when she was continuously spurred on by a sense of duty that she must fulfill her purpose of creation. For Sphinx, it was an unbearable, inescapable impulse. Priscilla, remember this. That is what is known as yearning. Sphinx, yearn-ing. Priscilla, if you wish to procure something that lies beyond your own domain, you must endeavor for it, even if you must withstand the torment of being scorched by flame. There are some who do not desire that, but such a way of life is foolish. Sphinx, Priscilla, when scorched in flames, listen carefully to the pleas of your soul. In life one must yearn. In love one must drown. It is for mine convenience that this world is made. At that declaration, Sphinx truly experienced a sensation akin to being struck by lightning, an absolute and unshakable self, and an unwaning confidence. Feeling the inescapable heat of that flame, Sphinx truly felt alive for the first time after having died. At the same time, she yearned. She yearned to emerge victorious against the flame-like woman before herself. Ergo, Sphinx, countermeasures, required no. Let us see if you can prevent this. Within the imperial capital, enclosed by star-shaped ramparts made up of 5 bastions, exactly inverse to those 5 bastions, a magic circle had been laid out in the form of a 5-pointed star, the sphinxes whose duty it was to activate it, while suspicious of the imperfect activation of the technique, were receiving its effects nevertheless. The effect of the magic circle, its target, was the magic crystals of the defenseless Crystal Palace. Deconstructing the enormous mass of colorless mana, the witch, Sphinx, had plotted to take it into her own mana-drained soul, thereby gaining immense power. Now that she had succeeded in reproducing the soul of the Witch of Greed, Sphinx wielded the same power as her creator, who possessed knowledge of all kinds of magic. If only she could just secure the mana for that purpose. For that purpose, Sphinx, the completion of the magic circle. Unfortunately, His Excellency and boss have ordered me to come and prevent that. That instant, the surging glint of a sword forbade her from even responding and lopped Sphinx's head clean off. Her white hair trimmed into a bob cut, Sphinx saw the figure of the young man who had killed her within her field of vision as it spun through the air. It was an exceedingly beautiful brandish. However, it was still lacking. This was not the end. Even if it was an incomplete magic circle, it had given her soul some respite. What remained, young man? I see now. You're also drowning, aren't you? As a result of the choice Sphinx had made directly after, Cecilus Segments smiled as he gripped his katana. Within Cecilus's vision, as to not allow him to prevent the complete activation of the magic circle, reconstructed from the soul that had received the taste of his slash, several sphinxes stood in his way. Tilting her head, one of the sphinxes obstructing him said, "Sphinx, there is no water source here. What do you mean by drowning? Explanation required. Cecilus, there isn't any need for a real river or pond or lake or even a puddle. The thing known as the Arsian exists in the hearts of all. Those who deeply desire something, every one of us, everyone's drowning. At his way of putting it, Sphinx had still not straightened her head. But without letting that bother him, Cecilus placed his hand on the hilt of his sheathed katana to ready himself, and gave his introduction. Cecilus, swordsman Cecilus Segmund. Sphinx, witch of greed, Sphinx. Before she could even realize that had naturally spilled out of the Sphinx's mouths. At the same time that the blue lightning and the witch's techniques caused tremors throughout the imperial capital, similar fierce battles to prevent the activation of the magic circle broke out in 3 other locations. Admirer Halibal, Witch of Greed Sphinx, 61st Emperor of Valatia, Ugard Valatia, Witch of Greed Sphinx, Gorgeous Tiger, Garfield Tinsel, Witch of Greed Sphinx. The elite forces, selected by Natsuki Subaru, faced the witch as a spear to destroy the final stratagem of the great disaster, and were subjected to a fierce magical onslaught. Once the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace, which were being deconstructed, completely flowed into the witch's soul, it would no longer be possible to thwart her plans. The reason being, her possible measures would extend into infinity. Depending on the user's imagination and practical utility, magic could extend one's possibilities infinitely. In other words, by acquiring an extreme amount of mana, the witch, Sphinx, would gain the power of a transcendent being that could make almost anything possible. It would give her the key to overcome all obstacles and to fulfill her desires. However, the truly terrifying thing about Sphinx was not her vision of attaining such mighty power. What was truly frightening was the meticulousness with which she was not focused on one single objective. Subaru, Biko, Raswal, Beatrice, Minya, Raswal, Ulgoa. A storm of purple arrows and flaming projectiles spread out around them with no escape, blowing away the undead who dared to advance. However, even after the vanguard troops were repelled, the undead who still continued to march in had come here with their sense of self completely destroyed, assailing as puppets that were following orders. In order to kill Arakia, stopping not only the magic circle, but also them was necessary for Subaru and his team's victory conditions. Subaru, Al, gotcha. Breaking through the encirclement, Al pounced on the undead aiming for the girl's life, thrusting the earthen dhow, causing it to expand inside his opponent and explode from within. He had not seen Al fight since Chaos Flame, but even looking at him again, he was too risky and harrowing. He was not a skilled combatant by any stretch of the imagination. Still, it was an all-out effort, with everyone taking on the challenge together as best as they could. Subaru, 1 minute has passed. Having overcome the line that had been fatal until now, Subaru realized that the situation had progressed. Sphinx, the commander of the great disaster, to be honest, it was quite a shock for Subaru to see her look so much like Echidna, but it was Beatrice who had kept his turmoil at bay. Beatrice had remained calm and composed, even upon laying eyes on the witch who had become an exact duplicate of her parent, Echidna. Beatrice, Subaru, that's not the same person as Mother, in fact. Raswal, yes, that's right. Even if she resembles the Witch of Greed, Echidna, they aren't alike in the slightest, though she is an exceedingly unpleasant opponent, Tilda. For some reason, Raswal's words, which were just as convincing as Beatrice's, spurred Subaru forth, and he shifted his attention away from the uncanny appearance of the witch and focused instead on discovering her intentions. First of all, the fact that the witch, who was supposed to have been burned by Abel's Yang sword, had changed her form and survived was in itself the ultimate counter to the Yang sword and star eating. That strategy also needed to be taken into consideration. However, right now, Subaru, if we can completely obstruct the activation of the magic circle, and at the exact moment he thought that. A massive water mirror was deployed in the sky of the imperial capital. An image projected onto the screen. The fortified city of Garkla, driven into a moment of desperation, was about to be obliterated by a falling star. Abel Chin, wearing an expression of altered complexion, Medium called out to Vincent with an urgent voice. Embracing Madeline in one arm, she pointed to the sky with a barbarian sword in the other. There was a huge distortion of light that seemed to cover the sky of the imperial capital, and Vincent immediately understood that it was a thinly spread mass of water. For a moment, he was wary that it was the next attack prepared by the witch, but he became convinced when the water's rippling surface reflected a scene from somewhere else immediately afterward. As expected, that was an attack of the witch. However, it was not a straightforward attack that caused significant injury to the human body, but rather an attack that penetrated the spirit by confronting it with an inescapable reality, in a form such that none could take their eyes off of it. Reflected in the water mirror of the sky was the fortified city, surrounded by the great army of the undead. Having attracted the hosts of undead, the fortress of the Sword Wolves was where a battle on which the survival of the Empire was staked was unfolding, much like the one Vincent and the others were engaged in. And from its skies, it was clear that the radiance of a star was raining down. This was the beautiful divine judgment of destruction that had also attempted to bring ruin upon the imperial capital. If that was to fall upon the fortified city, the walls, the fortress would crumble, and most of those encamped within would die. That would mean the destruction of the empire, which would not be able to be rebuilt even if the operation in the imperial capital succeeded. Starlight over the imperial capital, the fire of obliteration, the overload of the magic core, and the magic circle targeting the crystal palace. The witch's successive artifices were to destroy not only the imperial capital, but also the entire empire. The wise man was the one who would strike the true fatal blow, never letting it be perceived. That was why, Vincent, our greatest fear has been borne out, Natsuki Subaru. Indeed, it happened right after Vincent spoke. Fire of obliteration smashed through the water mirror of the ether as it opened a hole in the sky, perforating directly towards the north of the imperial capital. The authentic trump card of Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice. The magic crystal cannon's fire of obliteration, sent into another space by Al-Shamak, was returned to this space by a subsequent Al-Shamak, shooting down the starlight that was supposed to mark the demise of the fortified city. With the assistance of Cecilus and Halibal, that trump card had remained unutilized for the purpose of slaying the Blight Dragon, and instead it was employed to defeat the final measure prepared by the witch to perturb them. Subaru. HK. Subaru felt dizzy from the intense feeling of exhaustion, and his nose began to bleed as he was bathed in a multitude of water drops from the shattered water mirror, which rained upon the imperial capital like a passing drizzle. It was the backlash from Beatrice's endless display of seriousness over the past few hours. Beatrice's adorableness might have been priceless, but there was a heavy cost to pay for her abilities. There was a limit as to how much of that burden could be shared with the Pleiades battalion. Subaru involuntarily dropped to one knee as his limits emerged before him. Beatrice, Subaru. He was supported by the shouting Beatrice. However, he could not speak, even though he wanted to reassure her. Beatrice tried to stop the unending, dripping nosebleed with the sleeve of her dress. He did not want her beautiful outfit to become stained, but he could not lift his arms. Subaru. Not yet, not yet. He could not afford to come to a standstill here. There was still a duty he had to fulfill, a plot that still needed to be thwarted. This was an all-out war, and it was none other than Subaru who had made that decision. For Subaru to be the first to run out of steam, there was no way such a ridiculous story could exist. That was why Subaru, Beatrice, Subaru. You shouldn't force yourself, in fact. Even if just for a moment, rest. Beatrice hurriedly tried to admonish Subaru, who had suddenly let out a breath. But Beatrice's words stopped mid-sentence, because Subaru stood up suddenly on the spot. Beatrice. Beatrice's round eyes widened, and she looked at Subaru as he stood up. As she met his gaze, Subaru looked down at his hands, bewildered. The sense of lethargy that had gripped Subaru's entire body until just before had disappeared without a trace. No, it was not that the feeling of exhaustion had vanished. Rather, it was the opposite. Subaru, strength, is surging up within me. Dumbfounded, just as Subaru said this, his whole body was filled with energy. It was a similar feeling to that of being united with the other members of the Pleiades battalion. Having even the strength of one's body and mind intensely heightened a feeling of omnipotence, of being enveloped by a great flame. And then, for what reason this had occurred, was something Subaru immediately understood. The shattered water mirror in the sky, and the fire of obliteration that pierced the radiance of the distant star drew a band of light. In the sky of the imperial capital where those two had reigned supreme, a new light was birthed. It was tiny in comparison to the light of the star. Even in comparison to the fire of obliteration it was small. But in terms of its brilliance, not only was it equal to them, it overwhelmed them with its blaze. Falling from the heavenly skies, adorned in a dress the color of blood, was a woman akin to flame. It is a great service. Even as the water mirror had tried to project despair, everyone had looked up to the sky. However, through an even higher intensity than that, it attracted the eyes of all present in the imperial capital to the sky and set their souls ablaze. She was descending, a female sword wolf with fluttering orange hair and blazing crimson eyes. No superfluous words are necessary. You may call upon my name. Holding the treasured sword of crimson in her hand, the princess, as if the sun itself, descended upon the city in its plight as one of those who gazed upward towards her. Subaru unconsciously abided by her wishes. That was to say, Subaru, Priscilla. Indeed, he invoked her name as she descended. With a flame ablaze in his right eye, as one of the people receiving the blessing of the sun, he called out her name. Arc 8, Chapter 72, The Sun Princess. Machine translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Rejasuis Vinikayan Art Sources Siba Maruko. I have use for you. You shall serve me well in order to grant my wish. Those were the first words the man spoke to them, and they symbolized the relationship between him and them, which, until the very end, had not changed even once. They had spent decades together with the man. During that time, they were never given freedom, amounting to being shackled and confined in a basement. Although they had a caretaker to keep them from dying, the cautious man would silence them and replace them periodically, so the man was the only one whom they could say they had any contact with over the decades. Late Bariel, a nobleman of the dragon kingdom of Lugunica, a man dominated by what was, to put it simply, a foul ambition. During the Demi-Human War, House Bariel had been commissioned as viscounts, but were demoted to barons, forfeiting their titles, upon being forced to take responsibility for their defeat during the Civil War. That humiliation and anger ought to have been the driving force behind Leip's actions, but if such were the case, then one would have to wonder for how much time could human anger and hatred retain their intensity. Leip would constantly remind himself of the humiliation of decades ago as if it were only yesterday. Leip, eventually, I will certainly have you make yourself useful. I am the one keeping you alive. You best not forget that. Human beings who possessed intelligence had something known as emotion. For example, if one spent 10 or 20 years with another, even if they did not like the other person's personality or relationship, their attitude would soften, and the harshness of their contact would dissipate. However, that was not the case with Leip. There was always a fresh sense of hostility coming from him. Not once did he ever speak warm words to them. They did not know anything regarding Leip's personal history, family makeup, or House Bariel's affairs. Day after day, they spent a long, quiet, and idle time in captivity, only to be told by Leip's occasional visits about the current state of affairs in the kingdom and the unchanging days of lying in wait. However, on merely one occasion, they had a different conversation with Leip. Leip, you led the civil war in collusion with demi-humans. Just what in the world was your objective? More than 20 years had already passed since the demi-human war, and it was far too late to discuss that topic anymore. Leip asked this question at a time when both Valga and Libra, who had fought with them, had already died, and the major figures of the demi-human alliance at the time were all gone. Why he wanted to know that, they did not ask. They had a feeling that if they asked questions back, Leip would be taken aback, and the topic itself would be closed. Therefore, they did not say anything out of line, and did not feel the need to hide their purpose, so they spoke frankly. Their cooperation in the demi-human war was to fulfill their own purpose of creation. Leip, rubbish. Upon hearing that the demi-human war was part of the process of trying to achieve the purpose of their creation, something they had been pursuing for more than a century, Leip readily spat back that retort. They did not feel any anger or sadness from Leip's reaction. They had always been that way, and Leip's reaction was as expected. From the point of view of this man with foul ambitions, all wishes other than his own were worthless. But Leip, you were born as yourself, but wished to go out of your way to become someone else. Why bother to pretend to live under someone else's name and way of life, only to let your own name die? That conversation, which they had thought would end after being cut off with that single word, had continued. Leip turned toward them with eyes clouded with negative emotions, more frustrated than ever, as if to say that this was a truly repugnant idea. Leip, your objective has no value whatsoever. As expected, you are to be used by me. After all, your desire is one that would not have even a shred of value when fulfilled. Should you intend to squander it, give it to me. You, Leip, your purpose of creation is worthless. If you cannot live without someone telling you what to do, then you ought to be used for the sake of my wish. There was not an iota of righteous indignation or compassion in Leip's eyes as he spoke. In Leip's clouded eyes was anger toward those who had brought about his undiminished humiliation, resentment, and hatred toward an era and a world that refused to acknowledge his existence, and an ambition, like a flame of black, to push himself into a more deserved position. They were so violent, as if trampling them, as if pouring sludge on them, that they would certainly plunge a blade into their being, tearing them apart and causing them to bleed cold blood. To fulfill their purpose of creation, born out of their Creator. That was the meaning of their life, the purpose of having kept walking forward for such a long time. Yet, had they ever harbored an intense ardor for that purpose? Never. Never once had they harbored a passion for it. The need to accomplish what was given to them only because they had been given it. Such was the habit, and compromise bereft of ardor, which ruled their life. However, intrinsically, was this not what a wish, what a desire was meant to be? To deeply desire something, to try to fulfill a wish that one wanted to, was it not correct for those to become like this? Was Leip Bariel's way of being not the correct method for one to grant their desires? Once again, a long time had passed. During that time, their relationship with Leip had remained unchanged. Not many words were exchanged, and time ticked moment by moment without a role having been prepared for them, for which they had been told they would be of use. Then, eventually, there was a change. Leip, at last it seems an opportunity has presented itself. Indeed, Leip, whose eyes blazed with a maniacal glint, had grown thin and gaunt, his face and body corroded by an age that could not be reversed, despite his undiminished ambition. The time he would be able to seize the thread that dangled in front of him had finally arrived, and it delighted him that he would finally be rewarded after prohibiting himself from even blinking. According to what they had heard, Leip had established himself among the royal family of Lugunica over the past few decades, and was entrusted with the management of the tablet of prophecies called the Dragon History Stone, which the divine dragon had conferred on the kingdom. Having grasped the fact that the prophetic tablet had been inscribed with information about a calamity that would soon strike the kingdom of Lugunica, a disease that would spread through the royal family, Leip blazed with aspirations towards the next battle for the throne that would follow thereafter. Leip, I will find a candidate before anyone else. I will take her as my wife and send her to the royal selection, and I will surely get my hands on the throne. I will make use of you, too. With fists clenched tight with nothing but skin and bones, Leip was determined to do just that. They had always been told that they would be of use, but now that it was feasible, even as someone who had been connected to them for several decades, there was a small sense of excitement. They had expectations. The next time he came, Leip had found a candidate, and he ordered them to prepare a technique to break their mind. By doing so, he would turn the candidate into a puppet and rule the next age of the kingdom with his own hands. Leip's ambition to mastermind such a grand scheme, to plot its realization with unusual tenacity, and to actually bring it to the brink of fruition was, for all intents and purposes, dazzling in a dark way. They wanted it to come true. They wanted him to fulfill it, all while following that passion. They wanted him to fulfill his foul ambitions that would compel anyone to look away, to use the kingdom for his own desires, to use even a witch as a stepping stone for his own desires, and to achieve his deluded obsession. The thing that was lacking from within themselves was none other than that. That was what Sphinx wanted him to teach her. So she waited. She kept waiting. She eagerly looked forward to breaking the mind of the woman Leip had married to take advantage of as a candidate to participate in the royal selection. She waited and waited and waited, but Leip never showed up. In order to find out why he had not appeared, she undid the bindings that had not been broken for decades and ventured out on their own. And it was only upon finding out why had Leip not shown up that she understood. Sphinx. Ah. She understood this was the ardor of wanting to accomplish something. Countermeasures. Required no. Let us see if you can prevent this. As Sphinx declared so, her trump card, her ace up her sleeve, her hidden trap was overturned. Reflected upon the shimmering surface of the water mirrors were the struggles of those who overcame the schemes prepared by the witch one after another in an effort to prevent the destruction of the empire. Narrowing her crimson eyes, Priscilla, chained, looked at the mirror and at Sphinx's pale face. Yearning, drowning, Sphinx had subjected themselves to the greatest burden in order to fulfill their own desires. The substance of this would be an abomination to the world, to the empire, and to Vincent, but to Priscilla it was no abomination at all. She did not wish for the downfall of the empire or the world, nor for the squandering of the tireless efforts of her own older brother, Vincent. However, the fact remained that, for the sake of a desired outcome, confronting things while expending all of oneself was always beautiful. Even when that hatred which bordered on resentment was directed against them, it was no exception. All things had their proportional value. Those who lacked the understanding of their own caliber and desire, overestimating it, would often be doomed. However, Priscilla wisely spoke that she did not like those who could console themselves with only what they could fit in their vessels. She wanted to love the way of life of the fool who sought what was beyond the capacity of their caliber, who went on a path that may lead to ruin, who aimed for the sun only for their wings to melt, regardless of whether they succeeded or failed in their challenge. Priscilla, how lovely! All those who would risk their lives on the battlefield would not believe their ears at Priscilla's words. However, that was Priscilla's genuine intention. In the first place, Priscilla did not prefer to act or speak in ways that conspire and deceive others. She would never wish such a way of life upon her own self. Hence, it was genuine praise. All those who took up arms on this battlefield lent their shoulders to others, shed their blood, and burned their souls, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, were to be loved. If that could come true, Priscilla, I suppose it is a sentimentality uncharacteristic of myself. Priscilla closed one of her eyes, a rare grimace forming on her beautiful face. Ever since childhood, she had imitated her older brother when entering contemplation. Vincent understood all too well the weight of the responsibility he bore and never closed his eyes, not even when he slept. That attitude was admirable, but excessive. Sometimes there were those whom one could only meet upon the back of their eyelids. Priscilla, you as well, elder brother, had better find someone you can be with, someone you can shut both eyes with. Yang's sword in hand, Vincent had burned down the plans of the witch who had spearheaded the great disaster. Priscilla uttered these words while showing respect for his way of being. Then within the water mirrors, Priscilla saw something that caught her eye. Aldebaran and Natsuki Subaru. Priscilla's laudable clown, and the Knight of the Half-Devil, who, despite being somewhat loathsome, had been named as a royal selection candidate. Like Sphinx's perceived threat, Priscilla also understood their struggle. She understood the very fact that they twisted the destiny of the stars that could only be described as something more than a trivial matter. Priscilla, what in the witches, nay, what in the heavens are you both deceiving? Sphinx, the mastermind behind the great disaster, was not half-hearted in the numerous artifices she had laid out. The undead army created with the sacrament of the immortal king, the use of the stone muspel to realize them, her advent as the witch of greed who managed to evade the flame of the Yang sword once before, the murderous intent toward Arakia who shared her destiny with the lands of the empire, the starlight and the magic crystal cannon, the subsequent overload of the magic core, the deployment of the magic circle to utilize the magic crystals, and the staging of the plight of the fortified city. Who could have predicted that such well-orchestrated plans would be foiled at every turn? For the wise Emperor Vincent Valatia, for his right-hand man, Keisha Gold the White Spider, and for none other than Priscilla Bariel, it would have been impossible. The ruination of the Valetian Empire ought to have been inescapable. It ought to have been inescapable if it were not for those who broke through that dead end of fate with an unthinkable power. That was why Priscilla, just one more hand to play. Priscilla's lips spun those words as she peered at the scene that floated on the mirror's surface. The massive water mirror above the imperial capital reflected the plight of the distant fortified city and tried to break the will of those in the imperial capital to fight. The fire of obliteration, previously swallowed by the void, drowned it out. The starlight had been negated by the magic crystal cannon, the pride of imperial capital, and the water mirror shattered. At last, it seemed that all of Witch's stratagems had been thwarted. However, Sphinx, I am not done yet. The starlight over the fortified city had been drowned out, but even so, the Witch's all-encompassing plans yet remained to be exhausted. While the Witch watched as the mass-scale disaster she had prepared was prevented, she used this as a springboard to set up a trap. The water mirror shattered in the sky, turned into raindrops, and poured down upon the entire imperial capital. Like a passing storm, it drenched the imperial capital, with raindrops striking the living and the dead alike. And so they were blades of water, the harmful disguised as the harmless. Slowly, the drops that slid over the skin of those struck by raindrops shuddered, becoming blades. This danger loomed equally over everyone, except those who were inside buildings or the transcendent beings who avoided the rain by instinctive intuition. It became a fatal brandish, one that could no longer be avoided. Priscilla. Hence why Priscilla closed her eyes. Earlier she had thought about Vincent, and then she did the same thing. Schult, Heinkel, Emilia, Crush, Felt, Anastasia, Serena, and Arakia, in the darkness behind her eyelids, Priscilla saw many faces, many souls. Among them, Vincent, Lamia, Rem, and Aldebaran were also present. All of them, people who lacked one more hand to play. Priscilla, the world is made for my convenience. Priscilla muttered thus, and Sphinx's movements ceased as she attempted to brandish these blades of raindrops. Through the water mirror she gazed towards Priscilla, her black eyes wide open. In the next instant, the alternate space created to hold Priscilla collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it was unbearably engulfed by the scintillating flames brought about by the Sun Princess trapped within. The moment the starlight flashed over the fortified city, everyone who looked up to the sky was speechless. This was right after they had succeeded in defeating the Blight Dragon that had attacked them just priorly, and the fact that they had successfully defeated a powerful enemy together had boosted the morale of all the soldiers who were challenging the siege to their utmost. However, before the fact that the undead's most powerful force had been destroyed was conveyed to all, beautiful destruction loomed overhead, many forgetting the beating of their own hearts. Of course, there were those who tried everything they could under these circumstances. The same was true of the spirit knight clad in an aura of light, the female warriors who would never lose their fighting spirit, the soldier with insects within him, and the hulking frame clad in gold, the battalion who was assembled in the light of their own star. Even the wise ones, who lacked the strength to fight, considered countless thoughts in that brief gap of time, sparing no second to attempt to overcome their desperate predicament. But still, just like ants gathered together to stop a giant, it was certain that everything would be trampled and reaped, until the fire of destruction flew from the distant sky, colliding with the light of the star, and the world flashed white. At the time, no one knew what had happened. However, the retinas of those who did not look away were scorched white, revealing that the destruction that ought to have arrived before the return of their eyesight did not descend upon them. And then, HK. The two lights, the white of the star and the red of the fire, blended together, and a shockwave covered the sky of the fortified city. The blast, which occurred a moment later, scattered in all directions, shaking even the city's sturdy walls, sending gusts of wind throughout the city, blowing away the living and the dead entire. In addition, intense winds cracked even the great mountain that supported the city, causing rock faces to collapse and detach, large falling rocks engulfing a corner of the great fortress with a roar. Unfortunately, that location had been assigned as a first aid station where the injured were being brought. Rem, hey Rem. At the call of a frantic voice, Rem's eyes blinked several times. For a moment, her thoughts were whited out, and it took her a moment to figure out what had happened. But she soon realized that it was Katia's voice frantically calling to her, and she remembered that the relief station had been involved in a collapse caused by falling rocks. Seeing cracks in the walls and ceiling, Rem had quickly pushed Katia away and then collapse. And yet, Rem, I'm alive. Katia, of course you're alive. You really shouldn't have done that. If you died protecting me, my heart really would have died this time. Buried beneath the rubble, Katia's tearful voice struck Rem's ears, confirming that she was still alive. That powerful grief was interrupted by the sight of Rem pushing aside the rubble from atop her body. Certainly, she would be surprised. The debris on top of Rem was quite heavy, and even with Rem's strength, which was that of the Oni clan, it should have been too heavy for her to move it so easily. Yet, Rem was still able to do it. Katia, Rem, your eye. Pointing at Rem's face, Katia let out a shrill, high-pitched scream. Rem could guess that Katia was pointing to her left eye, which probably had a blaze lit within it. This was because Katia's left eye also had a flame burning. No, it was not just Rem and Katia. All those in the aid station, except for Rem and Katia, who had been caught in the collapse, stood up with only minor scratches and no serious injuries. She could see a flickering flame in one eye of every person. That flame, the power that came from it, brought forth strength to Rem. And that was because Priscilla Sama. Rem muttered to herself as she felt the heat of the painless flame in her eye, unsure. Rem was not even sure why, but Rem followed her heart and was certain of who it was that had brought about that flame. Rem, Katia-san. Katia, what is this? Water, where's some water? Quick, quick, I need some water to put this out. Rem, no, I don't think this is a fire that should be put out. Besides. Before the flustered and confused Katia, Rem stood up and found her overturned, barely damaged wheelchair, lifted Katia into it, and sat her down. Then she looked at the people in the relief station who were standing up and nodded. Rem, I feel like I'm being told something, that we've got to hang on just a bit further. The water mirror shattered, and the crimson woman descended from the sky in a spray of droplets. All were transfixed by her overwhelming presence, looking up at the sky as if being bathed by the setting sun. And of course, that held true for the witch as well. Priscilla Bariel. At this moment, after deconstructing the magic crystals with the activation of the incomplete magic circle, there were 44 witches that Sphinx had manifested by absorbing some of the vast amount of mana. Each of them turned their palms toward the sky, and light appeared around the descending Priscilla. But don't look away and don't touch the dancing lady. I dunno about that bad move that. Not missing this opportunity, the transcendent beings interfered, reducing the number from 44 to 36 in one fell swoop. Despite that, the balls of light, more than enough to threaten one person, gathered all at once towards Priscilla. A lethal attack from all directions, it tried to capture the sun as it escaped its captivity. I won't let it. Responding to that cry of parental love, the streets of the imperial capital shifted and moved before shooting out like spears. They blocked the blasts of light that were trying to reach Priscilla in the air, and a series of explosions and blasts painted the sky as they protected her. Together, Beatrice. No need for you to say it, I suppose. An amethyst glow appeared around Priscilla as she continued to descend through the blast of light. It was a disc-shaped crystal, acting as a shield to intercept the approaching balls of light that was created by the combined efforts of both spirit and mage to protect and defend Priscilla. However, witch, not yet. With emotion to the point of spitting blood, the witch shouted. Immediately afterward, the disc was struck hard and began to creak. Eventually, the cracks widened, and the disc shattered all at once. Having done so, the witch, her white hair fluttering, rose into the sky and attempted to shower life-rending light upon Priscilla as the latter fell unprotected. Oh, I will not let you do that. The blonde girl teleported from the ground, and the deer girl jumped and kicked with a force that could break the crystal palace, striking a blow to the torso of the witch, who saw none else except Priscilla at the same time. The witch crumpled, and the heat ray that was fired missed its target. Catalyst required. The crumpled witch shattered into bits of dirt, but even that was part of the plan of which she spoke. A moment later, multiple witches on the ground joined hands with each other. Because they were the same being in perfect synchronization, they shortened the construction of a technique, generating a great storm. It became raging water, wind, and light, engulfing Priscilla in the sky. In the next moment, Priscilla would be torn to shreds, her body left in a pitiful state. Icicle line, the storm of destruction exploded from within, and what appeared next was not the torn figure of Priscilla, but rather a flower of ice that bloomed in the heavens as if to protect and adorn her. The great, ravishing flower petals trapped the light, not allowing it to reach Priscilla. And then a figure furiously approached, as Priscilla defied all of the death, destruction, and demise that loomed around her. It was Princess. Aldebaran rose from the ground of the imperial capital, stretching into the sky with a distorted, misshapen pillar of stone and earth beneath his feet, drawing ever closer to Priscilla. The column rapidly grew, and the distance between the falling Priscilla and the ascending Aldebaran shrank, and shrank, and shrank, and shrank until the distance became zero. Al, HK. Balancing on top of an unstable pillar, he stretched out his right arm to forcefully catch Priscilla as she fell. Just as they were about to fall together, Aldebaran secured his legs firmly atop the pillar, risking his life to protect Priscilla from the fall. Priscilla's almond-shaped eyes narrowed at Aldebaran's life-or-death decisive action. Priscilla, it is a great service. As Priscilla briefly spoke, Aldebaran, overcome by emotion, bowed his head. Then he looked up, his voice trembling. Al, princess, princess, my princess. Finally, again, ouch. Priscilla, nonsense. Who belongs to you? Priscilla struck Aldebaran, who was on the brink of losing it, on the head with the hilt of her yang sword. Aldebaran instinctively crouched down as he felt the force of the blow, which threatened to dent his steel helmet. He was unable to rub the spot where he had been hit, as he was supporting Priscilla with his one arm. Priscilla gave a short snicker to the pitiful Aldebaran with a "Heh, Priscilla. However, that was an excellent effort from you. I bestow mine praise." Al, well, I'm very grateful and honored. What about you, princess? Everything okay? No injuries? Did they hurt you or anything? I mean, you look so pretty for someone who was being held captive. Priscilla, do not repeat such nonsense. In the first place, mine beauty is not going to diminish from being imprisoned for a short while. Mind your tongue, Al. Held by his arm, Priscilla told him so in a stunning manner, and Aldebaran's Al's breath caught in his throat. Then once again, he nodded deeply, confirming that Priscilla was indeed before him. To Al's reaction, Priscilla, still in his embrace, looked around. Priscilla, witness, the true star of the show. You shall have grand excitements. Reflected in Priscilla's eyes as she spoke atop the stone pillar were multiple figures, those who were putting their lives on the line in this battle, and in the eyes of each of them, a flame was lit. The flame of Priscilla Bariel's soul blazed within the eyes of those she deemed worthy of love. That, of course, included Al, princess. With Al right beside her, she lifted the visor of the helmet he wore with her finger and peeked within. The right eye upon his face, which he had never revealed to anyone but Priscilla, was lit by the same flame. Upon seeing this, Priscilla smiled pleasantly and spoke. Priscilla, it is no matter of consequence. As always, this world is made for my convenience. Arc 8, Chapter 73, Fated Foes. Human translated by Archbishop Machine translated by Archbishop Datchezam proofread by Archbishop #750 Isliga Grimks Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Ice Archbishop Art Sources BC Magician. It was a feeling similar to that of being buried from the neck down in a dark place. Their feet sunk into the unending mixture of earth, sand, and pebbles, which eventually reached their waist, chest, and shoulders, leaving only their head exposed. It was only a matter of time before their head was buried in the cold dust that was gradually piling up. Desperately turning their head upward, they tried to breathe out the dust that was piling up, trying as hard as they could to postpone even just a little the moment they would suffocate, the moment they would be buried up to the top of their head. From the time they were born until today, they had never felt so much discomfort. Their mind was always unstable, like walking on water, but their body had never been like that. They were sure that they were better at moving their body than most people. Once that source of comfort was taken away from them, they felt like crying, thinking about how helpless they were. But they did not know how to shed tears. They were not even good at crying. They lacked in just about everything. Still, there were things they wanted. They were all too unaware of it, but they finally realized it. They finally realized how greedy they had been. And then, suddenly, the feeling of dust pouring down from above disappeared. It hit their forehead softly, and the feeling of it burying them as though spilling out stopped, and a flickering blue-white light illuminated the area as it swirled around them. The light that flashed provocatively around their field of vision was uncontrollably irritating, and they struggled and struggled and struggled, and eventually the arms of their body, buried up to their neck, reached up into the air. As if escaping their outstretched hand, the pale blue light went a little higher again. Wanting to chase after it, they forcefully pulled their buried body out in order to reach the heights they could not reach. They got their shoulders out, their chest, and if they could get their waist out, then they would just be one breath away. Eventually, when they were out to their toes, they looked up and tried to catch the blue-white light and realized something. There was a red flame right in front of them that brilliantly lit up the area. Then, the blue-white light that they were trying to catch wrapped itself around them, trying to push them toward the radiant flames. For a moment, there was hesitation, but not due to fear of the flames. They hesitated, wondering if their cold self was worthy of the fortune of being burned by the flames. However, that hesitation was only momentary. It was not about whether they were qualified or not, but whether or not they wanted to be burned. They were going to be burned, or so they thought. That was why. Enough of this, wake up. How much longer do you intend to keep myself waiting? They took one step forward, straight ahead, to be burned by that gentle flame. One step forward. Princess, I did my best. It is only natural. Just who do you take mine foster sister for? At that moment, the witch Sphinx was convinced that all of her plans had fallen apart. Having given rise to the hosts of undead as the great disaster, she had ascertained the whereabouts of the soul through the countless amounts of trial and error they had carried out, and utilizing that, she had accomplished her purpose of creation, to reproduce the witch of greed. In addition, through the act of killing the stone, Muspel, by having it use the architecture of the sacrament of the immortal king technique, and inducing the collapse of the Valatian Empire's vast lands, putting an end to all things that comprised the empire, she would show Priscilla Bariel, the sole person placed within the alternate space, the destruction of her homeland. By doing so, Sphinx had plotted to enact retribution, triumph, revenge, supremacy, conquest, overthrow, vanquishment, sacrilege, subjugation, a rise, a fall, a rampage, exultation, happiness, or at least just something against Priscilla, who had invited the death of late Bariel, the man who had taught Sphinx this repulsive, foul ardor. All of that was completely unsparingly, until no part would remain recognizable, falling apart. Sphinx, the sacrament of the immortal king. Fact that its effects had been lost was something that Sphinx could not help but recognize. Centered around the imperial capital of Lupugana, the 5 locations aligning with the north, east, south, and west of the Valatian Empire spread out over the sites designated as the points of settlement for the ever-migrating stone, using the blood permeated into the Valatian Empire's vast lands as a medium. The magic circle had continued to resurrect the dead via the sacrament of the immortal king. However, that too would come to an end if the vast supply of mana from the stone was lost. Sphinx, the spirit eater, Arakia, as she seized control over Muspel. At the unthinkable reality, she could do nothing but surmise based on the events that had transpired. That which she had taken upon herself was a far too exceedingly powerful great spirit, and even though Arakia was supposed to have burst asunder after taking it in, the exorcism performed by the swordsman wielding the dream sword Masium had placed the great spirit under her complete dominion. By this point, the stone, Muspel, was already one and the same as the spirit eater, Arakia, and Arakia had no reason to disobey the Valatian Empire and support the great disaster. From here on out, Sphinx, the undead will not revive anymore. The immortal army, the pack of dead wolves who could endlessly revive in their death, the prerequisite for that had collapsed. Even if the supply from the stone was severed, it did not mean the undead would lose their lives immediately. Only the playing field had been leveled. Death meant the end, just like it did for the living. Sphinx, HK. With the supply of mana to the magic circle severed, she had spent around 5 seconds sorting out the situation. But in those mere 5 seconds, Sphinx, who had already been reduced to 36 bodies, was diminished by another 7, bringing her total count down to 29. Moving with superhuman speed and combat ability, the blue lightning and the admirer were far too powerful. Although she was supposed to be able to reproduce the capacity of her creator, the Witch of Greed, she could not hold her own in the slightest. She could not even get a solid hit in. These opponents were on a level such that she could not even overcome them by sheer force of numbers. Even if she wanted to do something about that, those two fighting were not the only ones up against the witch. Hence, Sphinx retreat required. Sphinx retreat required. Sphinx retreat required. Having arrived at a situation in which she was powerless, the witch, Sphinx, deemed the annulment of her plan the most rational course of action. She had prepared a steadfast resolve, worked out infallible stratagems, and had commenced her plan with everything in place. But to still have everything overturned to this extent meant that modifying her plan was no longer possible. It was aggravating, but her best option was to accept it given that she had accomplished one of her two overarching objectives. In fact, she had fulfilled her long-standing purpose of creation that had been given to her by her creator. Compared to the purpose she had pursued for over 300 years, there was no way that the objective she had desired for merely a year was of equal value. Sphinx retreat required. Sphinx retreat required. To begin with, the situation had never been one with balanced scales. The reason for which she had been created, she reaffirmed her perception of it. What was required of her was the advent of the Witch of Greed, and she was certainly achieving that. Painting over her current self as Sphinx by becoming the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Sphinx, retreat, required. She would be remade. With that, her purpose of creation would be fulfilled. With the disappearance of Sphinx and the revival of Echidna, her days of obsession lasting over 300 years would come to a close. To desire anything more than that would not be rational. It would not be rational. It would not be rational. Even though it would not be rational. Sphinx. That instant, a hoisted yang sword unleashed a dazzling scintillation, displaying their own presence throughout the entirety of the imperial capital. Having scorched through the alternate space, having forcibly made a return to the skies of the imperial capital, having surmounted the future that ought to have torn her limb from limb as if it were only natural, it was a provocation appealing to the witch, who had decided to retreat. Clad in a dress red like blood, with the hue of her hair bright like the sun, her dazzling presence radiating like a blaze, the woman who could not live in any other way but to scorch others like a flame smiled. Woman, you had better come, Sphinx, for thine enemy is mine self. That instant the 29 witches, the 29 sphinxes, every single one of them made up their minds. That being Sphinx, I am your enemy, Priscilla Bariel. 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 If we let them slip away, it shall surely be a disaster for the world. By nature, when it comes to changing the state of the world, mineself shall not be touching that. But when it comes to that thing, they have decided to make mineself their destiny. So Priscilla remarked, as she descended from Al's arm, with the crumbling stone and dirt scaffolding behind her. Her appearance, a picture of arrogance, was so full of confidence and majesty that it was hard to believe that she had been a captive until just before. Al, who had unexpectedly gained momentum from those words, looked as if he was feeling the pressure. Al, so princess, you're saying you're gonna deal with them. Why do you have to do that? Let's surround that troublesome piece of shit and beat her up. Ouch. Priscilla, nonsense. If we take life by any means, we shall give the other party the same option. This battle must be decided before that thing decides that its enemy is the world. Otherwise, we can't win. Priscilla crossed her arms as if to emphasize her voluptuous breasts, and Arakia, kneeling beside her, tilted her head up. Priscilla shrugged her shoulders in disappointment at the question from Arakia, who had a fire lit in her right eye and was holding her blood-red left eye with her hand. Priscilla, Arakia, do not speak such foolishness as Al does. Does the me you know put so much emphasis on only one aspect, such as winning or losing? Arakia, but princess, you like to win. You seem happier when you do. Priscilla, it is only natural. That is who mine self is. Don't ignore the premise that you yourself said. You're getting them mixed up. Priscilla was asking Arakia some unreasonable things, and Subaru, unable to remain silent, interjected. Subaru unexpectedly lurched forward, and Priscilla's crimson eyes narrowed in response to his vigor. Priscilla, what's with you? This is no place for a child like you. Swiftly leave. Subaru, sorry, my bad. I'm Natsuki Subaru, though my size is like this. I'm the knight of the loveliest and cutest in all the everlasting heavens, Emiliatan. Priscilla, to call such a child a knight, it seems that the half-devil has a serious shortage of talented people. In this case, that noisy, foolish commoner would have been better. Subaru, that's me, in a way more unreasonable than her response to Arakia, and forgetting the feeling of emptiness in his whole body, Subaru exclaimed. He knew that Priscilla would erase anyone she was not interested in from her memory, but Subaru, who had been so concerned for her well-being, though not as much of course as Al, Schult, or the Siskin, Abel, would not allow her to. And to Subaru, who wiped the blood from his nose and came up close to her with that look on his face, Priscilla, fool. Subaru, huh? Priscilla, you should at least make the distinction as to what is a jape. Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. Ah, without changing her expression, Priscilla spoke thus as she crossed her arms, and as soon as the meaning of Priscilla's words seeped into his brain, Subaru's entire body was overcome by heat. But it was not anger for having been toyed with, but a kind of deeply moving emotion. It was the fact that Priscilla Bariel had remembered and called his name. Subaru. I feel like the old me that got my jaw kicked is getting his reward. Stifling his past emotions, Subaru touched his chin and spoke those words. Every single person in the imperial capital did not have a second to spare to engage in further exchanges. To that end, Priscilla, I have to teach them this very thing. That what you shall behold is not the world, but mineself. Immediately after she declared so, Priscilla uncrossed her arms and held up the yang sword in her right hand to the sky. Then, without any explanation of what it would do, the yang sword suddenly grew brighter, the glare burning Subaru's eyes, as if a new sun had been born there. No, despite the tremendous amount of light, it did not cause pain akin to looking directly at the sun. Priscilla, the yang sword cuts what mineself decides to cut, burns what mineself wishes to burn. Once again, Priscilla explained how extraordinary it was and smiled, holding the dazzling, shining treasure sword, a sword that made its presence known everywhere in the imperial capital. As she laughed, she drew the provocation of whom should have been paying attention, but was neither present here. Priscilla, you had better come, Sphinx, for thine enemy is mineself. Subaru. Intuitively, Subaru understood that this was a trap set by Priscilla. Sphinx, who had attempted to take Abel to Priscilla, was obsessed with her for some reason, and that attachment had grown as she interacted with the captive Priscilla, or perhaps Priscilla had provoked her to do so. Either way, I am your enemy, Priscilla Bariel. Indeed, the tense atmosphere on the battlefield clearly showed how the witch had received Priscilla's declaration of war. Subaru could not laugh at this emotional conclusion, which seemed neither logical nor rational. No creature could ignore the glare of the sun when challenged by it. Priscilla, Al, I shall entrust this place to you. Arakia, come. Al, HK, okay. Arakia, yes, princess. Al and Arakia responded to Priscilla's short and compelling instructions. One had been entrusted with this place, and the other had been asked to accompany her. Then Priscilla turned to someone who was neither of them, to Subaru. Priscilla, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, oh, me. Priscilla, heroic reveries, is that what you spoke of? Subaru. The shock of being called by name again was easily overcome by the words that followed. The resolve and determination exchanged between Subaru and Al were ones they had to keep carrying with them, that they had to fulfill in both the empire they were in, as well as in the coming world. If someone were to ask, they would have laughed at what a foolish statement weak people like Subaru and Al had made, but it felt like Priscilla would not laugh at it. Priscilla, do what you ought to do. Indeed, what Subaru felt was affirmed by Priscilla's words. Subaru felt Priscilla's voice push his back, then his soul, causing him to fall silent. Priscilla, however, waited not for a reply. Merely she spoke as per her wishes and turned away. As soon as Arakia embraced Priscilla's slender waist, their bodies flew up into the air. And just like that, Priscilla flew away with Arakia. Al, princess, please act like you always do. Priscilla, "'Tis only natural. Just who do you take myself for? Al, Priscilla Bariel, you're my princess. Priscilla, who belongs to you, fool? In response to Al's words, Priscilla flew away, leaving behind a slight afterimage of her lips breaking into a smile. Right after, Priscilla and Arakia left Subaru and the others. No, in actual fact, they did not exactly leave them. They moved away from the witch that was being held captive there. Witch! Subaru and Al both turned to look at the witch, who was sitting leaning against a shattered wall. Her entire body, bound by a black light, was restrained from moving. The seal was similar to the one applied to Roy Alford, Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who had previously been captured at the Pleiades watchtower. But it also gave off a slightly different impression. Subaru's role was to confront the witch, her power now having been sealed. Beatrice, Subaru, there you are in fact. Right after Subaru's display of enthusiasm, Beatrice returned at the perfect time. Together with Roswell, Beatrice welcomed her very much needed partner for this final phase of the game. That partner was Spiker, who flew in on Roswell's back along with Beatrice. Roswell, keeping both hands free is more reasonable for a magician, Tilda, but I don't think it's possible in this case, no. Beatrice, how fussy, I suppose. Come on, Spiker, let's go, in fact. Spiker, EOO. At Beatrice's prompting, Spiker kicked off Roswell's back and landed on the ground at Subaru's side. Stroking her head as she looked up at him, Subaru flashed a smile at Spiker, her semblance one of amusement. After that, he again held her hand and turned to the witch. And then, Subaru, Speaker, I know you might have a bloated belly and heartburn, but I need you to give it another try, please. Spiker, you! Spiker responded to Subaru's request in a hearty manner, smiling as if to show off her sharp teeth. Entrusting everything to her stout nature, Subaru looked at the witch. This witch stared back at Subaru with the same face as the witch who had the worst kind of nature in the world. Narrowing her black eyes, the witch smiled and opened her mouth. Witch, will you be able to capture my soul? In her state of immobility, when it came to just matters of life and death, the witch spoke those words while always keeping control. In response to the witch's answer, Subaru thought of the sensation of Spiker's hand joined in his, the presence of Al nodding beside him, Beatrice and Roswell working together to get rid of obstacles in Subaru's way, the people who cooperated to save Priscilla from coming to ruin, and the warm flowers of ice that appeared at the end. Subaru, don't be mistaken. It's not me who's going to beat you, it's us. Which, after announcing that, Subaru and Spiker took a step forward, closing the distance with the witch. Then, he and Spiker reached out and touched the witch's cheek. Subaru, Sphinx. In order to eat the way of being of the undead witch, they threw down their challenge onto their final star eating. The moment that balls of light rained down one after another, Vincent took Medium in his arm and jumped out from the uppermost floor of the Crystal Palace. Wah! Medium screamed, and as he pulled her slender waist close, she took care not to drop Madeline as they took off towards the outside. At the same time, turning his attention toward the other person also present who he could not reach, Vincent, Albert Dunkelken. Albert, you don't gotta tell me. Immediately afterwards, the battery of the magic crystal cannon, which Vincent, who was carrying Medium and Madeline, and Albert had jumped away from, was blown apart. With the wind blowing strong from the high altitude, Vincent instructed Medium, hold on tight. Ensuring that her arms were wrapped tightly around him, he kicked the wall forcefully. Using the momentum from the kick against the wall, they evaded the pursuing heat rays of light, landing on the ground. Albert, oh geez, that was a real close one. At this point, I'm thinking, The only thing I'm able to do that the other shinobi can't is dying of old age. Vincent, indeed, I have never heard of such a thing as a shinobi dying of old age. Albert, for the old folks who can't possibly be useful anymore, Mackin. Carry a magic stone and blow themselves up is a common tactic of the shinobi. Medium, come on, stop talking about scary things and put me down. Put me down. Despite having lost both arms, Albert was in good spirits. As he exchanged words with Vincent, Medium, flailing her arms and legs, dropped to the ground from his arms. Thus, his hands now freed, Vincent regained his grip on the Yang sword and directed his gaze upward. Thereupon, Vincent, the witch, is it? Within Vincent's field of vision, a woman with fluttering white hair descended upon the battery. With the magic core lost, and a decent amount of the palace's magic crystals having been removed by a large-scale technique, the witch still landed there because that was where her objective lay. Having moved Vincent and the others out of the way, just what was the witch scheming? Vincent, Meguro Haggin, is it? Albert, what are you talking about, your excellency? If it's bout that Meguro fella Balaroy snatched up, ain't that right? And yet. Vincent, fool, what was taken away was merely the magic core. Within the palace, parts of the meteor other than the core remain medium. Abelchin. With a sensation akin to a thunderclap, a possibility struck Vincent as a flustered medium tapped him on the shoulder, pointing at the castle. Before Vincent and the others, as the former grit his teeth at the stimulus, a new alteration was yielded in the Crystal Palace. Slowly, the Crystal Palace itself began to stand up. It was Meguro Haggin, the emblematic meteor of the Valatian Empire, known as the Crystal Palace. With the magic core, the control unit and power source of the meteor having been removed, the explosion of the overloaded magic core extended into the far reaches of the sky where it had been carried away to. In short, the individual recognized as Meguro Haggin of the 9 divine generals was simply a single part of the enormous meteor. Even during the battle for the imperial capital before the great disaster had occurred, Meguro had demonstrated the palace's true capability. Without fail, the original defense mechanisms to protect the magic core were still in place. The witch had exploited this. After the magic core had been lost, by forcibly activating the defense mechanisms that were no longer able to fulfill their original role, the steel giant, nay, the magic crystal giant, was awoken. Having stood up, the Crystal Palace, that which could have even been called the giant magic crystal soldier, while it shared similarities with Meguro Haggin as an individual, it exuded an incomparable aura brimming with malevolence. Its huge body stood taller than 50 meters, and moreover, its structure was mostly composed of magic crystals, making it the equivalent of a gigantic walking bomb. Vincent, if we heedlessly interfere, the meaning of Meguro and Balaroy having staked their lives on the line would disappear, and indeed it came to pass right after Vincent grit his teeth. Let us begin. Yes, princess. By no means was it a loud voice. Despite this, it was a well-projected one. The moment after Vincent and the others wondered if something had passed over their heads, a mighty fist of flame clad in light that, which was 10 meters in size, was unleashed, resolutely striking the giant magic crystal soldier. A tremendous wave of heat spread across the sky and the ground, causing the battered giant soldier to take a large step backward, and the streets beneath its feet were smashed apart as if they had been swept away by a great army. It was an exceedingly unorthodox blow, one that did not watch where it was going. I am told that I do not watch where I am going, as if myself is thoughtless in the actions I take. Vincent, Medium, Tilda, Priscilla Chan. The giant magic crystal soldier leaned back significantly, the one who had unleashed the fist of flame that struck being Arakia, flying around midair at high speed while clad in the radiance of a diamond. Then letting go of Arakia's hand, landing on her feet, and flipping the hem of her dress, the woman Priscilla was pointed at by Medium, who announced her presence in a loud voice. Medium, Abelchin, it's Priscilla Chan. Vincent, even without raising your voice, we can all see her. Where were you imprisoned? Priscilla, how typical of you, elder brother, speaking in a manner such that this could never be construed as an emotional reunion. Mineself was in an alternate dimension to which the witch had carried away the entirety of the palace's dungeon. Vincent, I see. It is no wonder you could not be found. How did you escape? Priscilla, by setting it ablaze, of course. Priscilla's straightforward response made Vincent feel a certain sense of satisfaction. Considering what the witch may have subjected her to while she was in captivity, she appeared in all her majestic glory upon this final stage. Vincent, Priscilla, you. For a moment, a sense of unease arose in the back of his mind, and he attempted to ask Priscilla for the answer. But before he could formulate the question, the giant magic crystal soldier prevented him from asking. Arakia was circling in midair, perturbing the giant soldier with her extraordinary power. In order to kill Arakia, the entirety of the giant magic crystal soldier emitted light, and a fire of destruction was unleashed from what ought to be called its right arm. It might not have been as powerful as the mighty blast of the magic crystal cannon, but it was more than enough to blow away a single life, or half of the imperial capital, and targeting Arakia as she flew through the sky, targeting her. Priscilla, it comes. As Arakia was being fired upon, Vincent looked for an opening to intervene and provide cover. But when he witnessed the same thing spoken of by Priscilla's words, he held his yang sword aloft. At that moment, opposite to the right arm being aimed at Arakia, a light of destruction was fired from the free left arm, and it was mercilessly directed toward Vincent and the others. Medium. With Medium behind them, Vincent and Priscilla stood with yang swords at the ready. The dazzling crimson glow of the treasured swords became a rising flame, one that confronted the oncoming light head-on. However, battle after battle, due to this conflict that never ended even if he kept burning the firewood of fighting spirit without respite, blood trickled down the hand in which Vincent held the yang sword. Priscilla, why is this not quite careless of you, elder brother? Vincent, you have been resting until recently, so muster up your courage for the moment. Priscilla, my goodness, after having poisoned and killed your own sister, even after having driven her away from her own homeland, to think that you still would treat her so cruelly, how much like a Valetian emperor you have become, elder brother. At that exchange, a tit-for-tat in the midst of a life-threatening struggle against the light of destruction, Vincent bit down on his molars and tensed his lips, which were about to loosen. He would admit it. It was pleasant. His heart was elated at the return of the captive Priscilla. Even her merciless belittlement could be burned as fuel in the stead of his will to fight. And thus, upon where Vincent and Prisca were holding their ground, "O child of mine own children, 'tis a great service." That moment, an impossible third yang sword joined the fray, and after a beat, there was an explosion of light, putting an end to the struggle. The one who had accomplished that, swooping in fiercely, was the King of Thorns with a brandish of artistry. With no trace of tarnish within his splendor, Ugard Valatia had entered the battle. Ugard, mine star hath sent myself to stand in opposition against the awoken crystal palace. The twinkling of the magic crystals shall be nigh impossible for all save the yang sword to handle. 'Tis not a matter of thyselves being bereft of strength. Vincent, even if nothing is added by your presence, that is indeed so. I am grateful for your assistance. Priscilla, the husband of mine dear mother's soul, and the King of Thorns at that. Standing side by side, Vincent responded to Ugard's words with one eye closed, while Priscilla looked at him through the lens of a deep emotion separate from that of receiving assistance. Vincent also knew that Priscilla, a voracious reader, had read Iris and the King of Thorns. But then again, the knowledge in Priscilla's possession would have been different from that of Vincent, who had been unaware of Yorna Cassandra and Iris Yorna. In any case, as Ugard's eyes narrowed at Priscilla's stare, Ugard, thou too art a member of this generation's imperial family, art thou not? Thou bearest the likeness of mine first wife, Teriola. Priscilla, Priscilla accepted Ugard's assessment with an unusual lack of words. Vincent felt a slight sense of unease at Priscilla's reaction, as she usually despised being compared with others. Never would he think that Priscilla would have the charm of getting excited to meet a character from a fairy tale. Either way, Vincent, Priscilla, and Ugard were here. Vincent, without an imperial selection ceremony, 3 yang swords is beyond the realm of reason. Ugard, indeed, 'tis true. Aside from being turned against one's siblings, never has there been greater than one yang sword manifested, much less for that to be against an enemy of the Empire. As Vincent and Ugard stated, it was a situation that ought not be possible. This was a scene that had resulted from the great disaster which resurrected the undead, and from Vincent's outrageous defiance of the mechanisms of the imperial selection ceremony, the struggle to become emperor of the Valatian Empire. Priscilla, to be so overcome with emotion for a journey approaching its end, mine elder brother and the King of Thorns truly have too much leeway. Vincent and Ugard nodded to each other, and standing between the two of them, Priscilla snorted. With her brightly shining treasured sword in her hand, Priscilla conducted herself as a majestic flame. At this, Vincent and Ugard looked at each other once more, then looked forward. Medium, Abel Chin, Priscilla Chan, Yorna Chan's husband. Behind the three of them standing side by side, Medium shouted aloud as she fell back together with Madeline in her arms and the injured Albert. The loudest in all her life, the loudest in the imperial capital, she raised her voice. Medium, do your best. Receiving that, Vincent loosened the corners of his mouth, Ugard deeply nodded, and Priscilla looked up at the giant magic crystal soldier with her crimson eyes gleaming. Priscilla, a matter of course. You ought to gaze upon mine sword dance, in fascination to your heart's delight. Arc 8, Chapter 74, Love. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 2, 5, Machine translated by Archbishop Beloved Datchazam proofread by Archbishop #750 Isligud Grimks Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Ice Archbishop Art Sources Dufu Mikan 0524. What was necessary was to take hold of that which was formless. Though it was something definitely present, it was something that, when touched, would lose its original shape, fading into the distance as it passed through outstretched fingers. Akin to water, akin to wind, akin to light. Akin to heat, akin to shadow, akin to a dream. The more one roused themselves to touch it, the more one feared they might break it, the further away it grew. Even if you try to touch me, you will not be able to catch hold of me. They could not touch the person who was right in front of them, even though they were already undisputedly touching them. The legs planted upon the ground, the skin basking in the evening sun that illuminated the world in scarlet, the eyes attempting to stare at the opponent directly in front of them, the heat of the flame dwelling within one of those eyes. It could all be certainly felt, and yet— Sphinx. Calling that name, the role of the witch, who had plotted everything in hopes of becoming a disaster, would be devoured. The heinous authority, which had plundered the lives of many, sowed misfortune, and cloaked its catastrophe, would now justly be utilized to seize happiness, to restore the lives of many people. In refusal of that, the witch's soul was, quite literally, assiduously pursuing 1,000 transformations. Through continually raising the undead, the witch, Sphinx, had learned the nature of the soul. In doing so, she had succeeded in reproducing the witch of greed, and by altering the nature of her soul, she had acquired a means to escape both the flame of the Yang sword and the light of star-eating. It felt like an outrageous and aimless journey, like searching for a single needle dropped in a great desert, like searching for a spirit that did not know words and had dissolved away into the atmosphere, like searching for someone who had plunged into the sea, something that did not exist in this world. You should never go sailing out to a Gret Ocean without a map and compass. Behind Subaru, as he was about to challenge the final decisive bout of the Empire's upheaval, a man who came from his same world called to him. Covered by a cold iron helmet, he never displayed his true face. Likely, his Al's eye was blazing just like Subaru's was, alight with a flame. At those words of Al's, Subaru realized he was not in a position where he could really rely on himself. It was as Al had said. If one knew themselves to be standing in a desert, that you were looking out onto an unfamiliar world, that you were floating upon a great ocean, then they could not afford to be reckless. You. The small hand that was holding onto his right hand asserted its presence with heat and touch. The reason why he knew Spiker was there was not just because they were holding each other's hands. It was because before they had even made contact like this, he had clashed with her many a time in an attempt to understand her. Again and again, in the endeavor to understand this incomprehensible girl, Natsuki Subaru had. Subaru, my map is my heart, and my compass is the two of you. Speaker, Rem, The more he reminisced, the more he felt his first days upon being sent to the Valatian Empire had truly been the worst. Unable to rely on anyone, he had been pushed away by Rem, who he had wanted to stay close to, and had been kept close to Spiker, who he had tried to keep at a distance. All the while, he had kept on walking, having lost sight of his path. And yet, even without her memories, Rem was still Rem. Even with her past, Spiker was still Spiker. Thus, no matter where he went, what he did, or who he met, Subaru could not be anyone but Subaru. Subaru, Sphinx. Calling her name so, his hand entwined with Spiker's, he attempted to touch the witch's soul. The power of star-eating was that of a wish. 'Twas a selfish wish, one that sought salvation from others, imploring the convenience of trying to save someone by means of a power that had only ever served to plunder and disdain, akin to making a wish upon a shooting star. Yet that was precisely why, precisely because it was a wish entrusted upon something that was not inherently so, it had to be made in sincerity. It was not a matter of simply calling upon a name. To truly know somebody's name and call it out was to declare that you would rise to the stage with them and participate in their life. In that case, you absolutely must look your best. Every second of life is lived upon a grand stage to shine. Everyone is an actor, everyone has been cast in a role, so everyone has an obligation to speak iconic lines. Is there such a thing as lines that are fine with not sticking in the hearts of all? Is there such a thing as acting? No such things exist. To a stranger, what words must one say to be noticed? To a stranger, how many times must one reach out their hand to be remembered? To get someone's attention, supposed to even touch someone's soul, naught would commence without first going from being strangers to being acquainted. For one to let somebody know who they were, he knew of the best method. My name is Emilia, just Emilia. Indeed. Ah, of course. Not you nor yourself, not me nor I. This was a dialogue between Natsuki Subaru and Sphinx. Subaru, Sphinx. No longer was that just a reckless call in order to touch their soul, but rather it was an appeal to get their attention. At the timbre that differed from all that had come before, the witch Nay, the woman who had been walking through a vast desert, crossing through an unfamiliar world, and drifting through a great ocean in order to escape from him, had now turned her attention to him. This he knew. Subaru. Although they had been close enough that he could feel her breath, only now did he lock eyes with her for the first time. No matter what face she wore, as long as he ignored her feelings, he would be unable to reach her deepest place. Such a natural and commonplace form of communication would now be put to use in the final showdown of the Empire. Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru. It's a name derived from the stars. What's yours? The assortment of 3 yang swords that lay beyond the realm of reason and the giant magic crystal soldier that stood in the way of the Empire's tomorrow. Each concealed extraordinary power as they clashed against one another. The setting sun befalling the empire being trumped by the sun upon the surface that rejected all notions of dusk, its radiance shining light upon the whole imperial capital. Giant soldier, the magic crystals sinisterly gleamed, the light of destruction unleashed coloring the streets of the imperial capital in darkness. But without having exchanged any words, the sword wolves had scattered to 3 different directions and managed to evade it in an agile manner. The vegetation and flowers that had basked in the shadowy light of the giant magic crystal soldier were brought into a state of suspended life, and in the midst of that, the King of Thorns dashed up to the rooftop of a building and targeted the leg of the inorganic golem that was the giant soldier. The dazzling brandish of the sword, moved to mow down the defenseless leg of the giant soldier, was deflected by a firm impact. Ho! So you were shy enough to cover up your bare skin. Protected by the sword of her ancestor, the King of Thorns, the Sun Princess laughed. Her crimson eyes had ascertained the deployment of white cloth weaved with mana to protect the colossal body of the giant magic crystal soldier. Unlike the Steelman Meguro Hagen, was the witch not also a woman who would clad themselves in clothes? Ready yourselves. Contrasting the Sun Princess as she laughed so, the wise emperor shouted with a rigid expression. Immediately after, an enormous shimmering sword sliced down, and its afterglow attempted to hunt down the enemy bustling about its legs, tearing through and reshaping the streets of the imperial capital in a range of over 1 kilometer. That act had been performed by a pillar of magic crystals held in the arm of the giant magic crystal soldier. It was one of the pillars that had been constructed around the Crystal Palace, its height matching that of the giant soldiers, and having been transformed into a deadly greatsword with a blade of 50 meters, its scale was such that it would not lose out to the Yang sword. However, Sun Princess, very well. Flashiness is to mine liking. Thrusting the Yang sword into the blade of the brandished magic crystal greatsword, the Sun Princess rode upon it. Swung tip of the sword was raised to a height of over 100 meters off the ground, so she glared into the head of the giant soldier, the former battery of the magic crystal cannon, the site that had become the current throne of the witch. The throne had become like a closed flower bud of magic crystals, and she was unable to make direct eye contact with the witch. In that case, until she could tempt the witch to look at herself, Sun Princess, how about I show you some dazzling entertainment? That instant, in response to the scintillation of the Yang sword, the magic crystal greatsword in the giant soldier's hand burst into flames in the blink of an eye. With the purple swell of an inferno, the 50-meter-long magic crystal pillar turned into light, dazzling the eyes of the world. Of course, by burning the greatsword, she had lost her foothold, so the Sun Princess was falling headfirst towards the ground, extending a white arm towards the heavens. A heavenly maiden caught the Sun Princess out of the sky with a flap of her wings of fire. Sun Princess, it is a great service. The praise of the Sun Princess produced a smile upon the heavenly maiden's cheeks and granted power to her heart. As the two soared through the sky, pulling the bands of light behind them, the giant magic crystal soldier drew out a second greatsword and moved in an attempt to slash forth, King of Thorns, tease to mine star and mine peoples, that I dedicate this brandish wise emperor. Do not look down upon the apex of the sword wolves. Aiming for the slender torso of the giant soldier, two streaks of swordlight slashed obliquely upwards from its left and right. The combination technique of the King of Thorns and the wise emperor destroyed the cloth deployed to protect the body of the giant soldier head-on, and with a white flash, the swords were relentlessly driven into its large body. As the treasured swords struck the magic crystals, a pleasant tune of shattering resounded through the skies of the imperial capital, as if a scream from the giant soldier. Giant soldier, making a creaking noise, the greatsword shattered, and the entire body of the giant magic crystal soldier began to fissure. While that was proof that it was being cornered by extraordinary beings, it was also the impetus for the giant soldier to revise its fighting style. Through the countless cracks formed throughout its body, it began to shine, and in the next moment, aiming in every direction with quite literally no blind spots, a rain of light, nay, an undodgeable mist of light was unleashed. Supposing its nature was that of raindrops, then the sword saint, the blue lightning, the admirer would all be able to evade it. But in the case it was that of particles of mist, then even those transcendent beings would have trouble evading. Therefore, wise emperor, young sword Valatia, Sun Princess, young sword Valatia, King of Thorns, young sword Valatia. 1 point in the sky and 2 points on the ground. For a total of 3 points, the treasured swords of crimson, which had increased their radiance, birthed a wall of flame. By means of a scintillating flame that scorched anything it made contact with, the misty drizzle of light that gouged out anything it made contact with was painted over. They had defended against the witch's destruction, however. The fissures throughout the body of the giant magic crystal soldier expanded, and just as a snake would shed its old skin, the giant soldier exfoliated a purple gleam, and its radiance grew a level deeper. As to not allow the giant magic crystal soldier to fire off its next move, an undulation of power differing from that of the Yang sword spread out slowly. As if giant unseen fists were being drawn out of the ground, the buildings that made up the cityscape of the imperial capital rose out of the ground. 10, 20, nearing a total of 100, they surrounded the giant soldier. The one who had done that was the heavenly maiden who was holding the Sun Princess with one arm and directing the other towards the giant soldier. Heavenly maiden, I am the princess's dog. Sun Princess, a splendid attitude to possess. Immediately after, the maelstrom of buildings swirled, storming towards the body of the giant magic crystal soldier as if to sink its teeth into it. In response to that tempest, the giant soldier reached out and grabbed a magic crystal pillar in each of its arms, and taking a dual-wielding stance of greatswords, its colossal body began to rapidly gyrate above the waist. It performed a sword dance of destruction, ruination, and pulverization. As an exceedingly mighty sword dance, it not only cleared away the onslaught of buildings, but also became a tornado permeating with the mist of light, attempting a triumphant return to the imperial capital of Lupugana. Wise Emperor, just how many times in this day am I to witness the end of this world? Before the unimaginable storm of swords, the wise emperor heaved a sigh. However, moving forward with his sable gaze not the slightest bit deterred, he put his blade against the gale devastating the imperial capital, the empire, and the entire world. Simultaneously, the blades of the Sun Princess and the King of Thorns overlapped with the wise emperor's aim, and together they brought the tempest of swords to a halt. Wise Emperor, HK. Blood spilling from his lips as he grit his teeth, the wise emperor took on the burden of splendor as he held his ground. Appearing before the two who had similarly defended against the sword storm, the resonance of light and power began to engulf the tempest of swords in flames. The tornado, clad in violet light, was scorched by the flame of the Yang sword and gradually shifted in color. The droplets of mist within the blade maelstrom began to spark, and before long it was transformed into a pillar of fire tall enough to pierce the heavens. It was superb to the utmost degree. To think such a thing could be accomplished by the incomplete Yang sword, unable to display its true value, wise emperor. Tightly grasping the Yang sword, the wise emperor narrowed his eyes at the rising pillar of fire. He stood before the brilliant blaze of flame, the force of its fire having strengthened by a noticeable amount. He had done so while fully understanding that in the midst of battle, halting one's legs and diverting one's attention to the act of thinking was a foolish deed. Immediately afterwards, love me. The scorched sword tempest of light was perforated, and the giant magic crystal soldier, without any time for respite, jumped out. The brandish of the giant soldier's greatsword was parried by the kick of a tall guitar. A beat later, basking in the resultant gust of wind, and switching over to a brilliant manner of beauty and dance as she waved the hem of her kimono midair, was the flamboyant, harboring a flame in one of her eyes. Flamboyant. Still targeting the flamboyant, who was unable to move in the midst of the air, the giant soldier attempted to scythe upwards with the greatsword opposite to the one that had been parried. However, that too would not connect. King of Thorns, I shan't allow thee to lay hands upon mine star so easily. The intervening King of Thorns swept the flamboyant into his arms, and receiving the attack head-on with the vertical stance of his Yang sword, he blazingly cut through the blade of the greatsword. The after-story to Iris and the King of Thorns, resurrected in the present day. As a result of that, the tip of the greatsword bounced off the ground, damaging the imperial capital as it flew from north to south. Immediately after their attention had been turned to the south of the imperial capital, a white light beamed north through the city. Priya! In the southern sky, flapping its white wings, the dragon, clad in the very essence of an overcast sky, roared. Disregarding the values of life and death, the cloud dragon, who only fought for the sake of their beloved changed sides, sent forth a breath in opposition to the ruination. Taking that head-on, the giant magic crystal soldier was knocked back a great deal. Being pushed back, the giant soldier thrust its sharp feet into the street and held its ground. Resonating with the remaining magic crystal pillar, a shrill noise was produced as the pillar was shattered into countless small swords, and they began to set up a formation of swords as to protect the giant soldier in a manner similar to the white cloth from earlier. Even now, the witches, the great disaster's will to fight, had yet to relent. In that case, the same could be said for this side. Wise Emperor, present at the absolute center of the Valatian Empire's all-out war, the wise emperor slightly directed his attention outside. Even if he was limited in ability, even if he was aware that he was a weak individual who would easily be blown away, the figure of a man who could not stop himself from participating in situations where others were risking their lives was nowhere to be seen. Wise Emperor, no matter the case, it is likely that you have also gone and thrown yourself into a reckless battle. Placing a certain sort of trust and expectation into his words, the wise emperor heightened the radiance of his treasured sword, and as he glared at the giant magic crystal soldier brimming with insidiousness, he stepped forth. Wise emperor, advance, O generals of mind selection. In the eyes of the great disaster, we are not more than inconsequential garbage. Natsuki, Subaru, and Spiker faced off against the witch, Sphinx. As Subaru and Spiker strove to seize the soul of the vindictive and tenacious witch, Al's mission was to keep the enemy at bay so as to prevent any interference. Al, bring it on. Nobody's gonna beat me or the princess. Spurring himself on while roaring thus, Al continued to swing his improvised dao. Behind Al, Sphinx was seated with her back against the wall, and flumped before her with his legs crossed was Subaru, who remained facing her head-on. What Subaru was attempting to do in cooperation with Spiker was an idea beyond the pale even for Al. Hearing of the terrible idea of relying on the authority of gluttony had made Al question their sanity. But in fact, discerning that Subaru would be able to do it, Priscilla had ordered them to proceed. If that was what would lead to the future, then Al would support them to his utmost and ensure that it was achieved. Ulgoa. From above Al's head, Roswell flying freely across the sky rained down fire. Though it was not the highest level of magic, casting that much magic in rapid succession was no ordinary feat. However, even his extraordinary magical prowess was unable to overwhelm the opponent he was presently attempting to restrain. Huma. Countering the pouring rain of fire was a barrage of water that had been shot into the sky from the ground. In terms of number and effective range, both being the world's top-class users, this was magical warfare at a level rarely seen. In modern times, the magician and the witch had each turned the world into their ally, double-crossed it, and used it against each other wantonly. Though Priscilla had vociferously asserted her presence, that all the witches had been drawn to her like moths to a flame was not the case. Some of the witches, realizing that the Yang sword was not the only thing they needed to fear, had joined in this juncture. However, if that's how it is, so be it in fact. With the appearance of a young girl and the movements of an athlete, Beatrice, with her right eye aflame, had cast yin magic. Instantly, her upraised hands birthed a pale purple haze over the whole area, slowing down the movements of the attacking witches as well as the undead that, lacking self-awareness, had impulsively charged forth upon her command. With great vigor, Al took advantage of that nice assist from Beatrice. Al, your stars were bad. The exquisite magic control weakened the enemy, bestowing a period of invincibility solely upon Al as he beheaded the pitiable undead one after the other. At Beatrice, who had supported him, Al winked through his helmet. That very moment, at the wink that should not have been visible to her, Beatrice had a change of expression. Beatrice, this is bad, I suppose. At her words, Al turned around with a ha, and saw something, a massive fragment with a purple glow, in the scale of tens of meters, hurtling towards them as it skipped across the ground. Al had no idea that this was the tip of the great sword wielded by the giant magic crystal soldier that Priscilla and the others were fighting, which had been slashed off. What he did know was that a direct hit from that fragment would result in Al, along with Subaru and the others behind him, altogether becoming minced meat. Al must escape with Subaru and the others from the trajectory of the flying fragment. How many attempts would be needed, he did not know, and neither did he have the time to make such an estimation. Everything was more of trial and error at the precipice of life and death rather than empty theory. Al, update matrix, thought experiment. Don't you give up juice like that. A moment later, a powerful arm plunged into the fragment that looked as if it were passing by Al, intercepting it. A roar and torrential wind escaped behind him, but the flying debris was held in place. The one to perform such a deed was Garfield, clacking his sharp canine teeth together. Garfield, sorry for Bane, late Beatrice. Captain, Beatrice, you did well meeting us, in fact. Protecting Subaru and Spiker is our win condition, I suppose. Garfield, yes, ma'am. I get that loud and clear. Just like, if you whisper of love, follow in the example of the King of Thorns. Kicking at the huge piece of debris that he had stopped, Garfield punched his fists together in front of his chest. Garfield also had his eyes, not figuratively but literally, burning, and his whole body was filled with vigor in response to his will to fight. Retreat required. A quiet voice announced the witch's entry into the battle, and Al and the others looked up to see a scene of swirling lights in the sky. It was as if the vortex of light had some kind of gravitational pull, with the surrounding buildings and debris floating up, being swallowed by the vortex, and then crushed and turned into specks of light. The power of destruction was felt in the specks of light themselves, and all it needed was the witch to speak, and they would raise the ground. Halai Balsama, please would you kindly? Sure thing. Always happy to help a hardworking girl. Suddenly, two different voices were heard, and in the next moment, a kimono-clad cannonball dear girl flew by. The girl spun herself in the air and kicked the witch's back just as the latter was on the verge of making the specks of light rain down, the momentum and force of the kick shattering the poor witch in half. Halibal. Yep, that's a great feat. With a girl like you, the future of the Empire will be in good hands. Her momentum unhalted, the girl was about to fly into the vortex of light, but was saved in the nick of time by the jet-black wolfman. With a quick piercing hand, he neutralized the vortex of light the witch had prepared, and with the same hand, the wolfman softly caught the girl before he landed to the ground. That the wolfman who had thrown the girl was the same one who had caught her, led to some confusion. A new monster has joined the fray, a Cecilus type. Halabel, can't deny that, but that's an unpleasant way of classifying me. Girl, it has been a while. I am sorry to be presumptuous. Cecilus Sama and Halabel Sama are so different in their nature that it would be disrespectful. Why don't we protect Schwartz Sama? Al, oh yeah, you're quick on the uptake, and I'll definitely welcome strong guys. Let's protect bro together. Halabel, yay. Looks like we're almost at the end game, and it looks like we even received this boon. A girl in a kimono, who had previously been met in the demon city Tanza, greeted the wolfman Halibal. Both of them had Priscilla's blessing in their eyes as a flame, which was very encouraging. Additionally, Beatrice. I don't know where this came from or from who, but we just received the perfect gift, in fact. Saying this, Beatrice touched a huge piece of debris with her small palm. The rubble that Garfield had stopped was not just a piece of rubble, but a block of magic crystal stone. Beatrice disassembled it into mana in one swoop, and about 100 swords made of amethyst crystals appeared all around her at once, a dance of swords initiating with the upwards movement of her hand. Beatrice. Betty will use her abundant mana in this way, I suppose. You guys, if so much as a scratch is left on Subaru, you'll be mercilessly punished, in fact. Tanza, if that does happen, I will be the one to deliver Beatrice Sama's punishment. Upon seeing sparkles from Beatrice and Tanza's gazes meeting, Al shrugged. It seemed like Subaru's unharmed state should also be included in the updated Matrix's conditions. Thus, protected by Al and the others, Subaru was engaged in the utmost extremity of concentration. He was not unconscious, nor was he in a dream. Nevertheless, the battle unfolding in his vicinity was outside the realm of his consciousness, and his consciousness itself was not within the imperial capital. At the present moment, the whereabouts of the existence known as Natsuki Subaru resided not in the war-torn imperial capital, but instead in a world of white, where none were present save himself, Spiker, who was holding his hand, and Sphinx, who was facing the two of them directly. It was a space that could easily be mistaken for that hall of memories. Subaru. For me, I guess it's mainly a place of bad memories. It was the place to which he had once arrived without meaning to, the place where his memories had been devoured against his will. The memories of giving Emilia and Beatrice a thoroughly difficult time, and of putting Ram and Julius into a state beyond repair, were still fresh in his mind. Above all, this was the place where Natsuki Subaru had no choice but to disappear. Subaru, but that's exactly why I can be here in my entirety. Spiker, ooh, Subaru, you don't need to know about this place. As far as you're concerned, it's quite a bit of a mess, and that's fine. Smiling at Spiker's puzzled expression, Subaru proceeded to take a deep breath. A white, tranquil space. The reason why Subaru was facing Spiker and Sphinx in this place was not because they were all companions whose names began with the letter S. It was because all of them harbored a deep connection with the self, whom they were not, and had thus wanted to converse as mutuals with no outsiders present. Sphinx, is the name of a monster that was in my creator's knowledge. Subaru, HM. Ah, the derivation of your name. Sphinx, indeed. If my creator's desires had been realized from the beginning, I would have ended up going by the name Echidna. Since that did not happen, the need arose for a different name. Directly facing him, Sphinx told Subaru about her name's origin in a surprisingly calm manner. The Sphinx, as Subaru knew it, was a monster with the body of a lion and the head of a man. Guardian of the pyramids, Subaru did have the impression that it was good at giving riddles. Subaru, 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening. Do you know what that would be? Sphinx. Would it not be a monster, or a shape-shifting monster, perhaps? Subaru, you'd think so. By the way, the answer is actually a human. When he told them the cliched riddle, both Sphinx and Spiker frowned. It was as if to say they were not satisfied with that answer, but he would have liked to direct their complaints to the other Sphinx who had devised the riddle. In any case, Subaru, thanks for telling me that. In exchange, I have something I want to show you as well. Sphinx, you want to show me something? Subaru, yeah, although I'm not sure if you'll be happy with it. After prefacing that, Subaru smiled faintly and then glanced at Spiker. As if to allay Subaru's apprehensions, she lifted her hand, still holding on to his, and gave an ooh. This was Spiker's yell of encouragement, saying she had come to terms with her own self, a step ahead of Subaru. When one closed their eyes in the Hall of Memories, they could strongly smell their own scent. It was just something he had heard, but apparently memory and smell were closely intertwined. Many memories were associated with smell, so that may have been why the Hall of Memories gave such an impression. In any case, following his own scent as he walked through the faux Hall of Memories, Subaru tried to slowly reel in that which was uncertain and bring it to that which was certain. Amidst his many return by death attempts, Albert, who had lost both arms, apologized that it would be difficult to undo the infantilization with a casual tone of voice, so instead of an apology, Subaru sought instruction. His vessel and soul were eager to return to normal. Thus, all that remained was to let scent guide his way. If he could do that, Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru. Throughout heaven and earth, the one and only broke beyond compare. Indeed, the voice, which was cracking foolish jokes, became a little deeper and lower. His eye level changed, and the feel of Spiker's hand in his grip suddenly became smaller. However, it was the opposite of that. Spiker did not shrink. Subaru had changed. Subaru. A change intuitive. His soul had been in a constant state of trying to return to its own original form. By means of the growing pains from his heart and soul going from child to adult, flowing through his nerves and veins, the deep emotion Subaru felt upon accomplishing that quite literally seeped into each and every cell in his body. And thus, having regained his self in a sense absolute, Subaru went face to face with Sphinx once again, nay, he went face to face with her for the very first time. Sphinx, nice to meet you, Natsuki Subaru. Intuiting Subaru's intentions, Sphinx, having observed his transformation, spoke greetings upon their first meeting. Upon hearing that, Subaru thought perhaps she was quite capable of talking things out after all. With his restored mind, body, heart, and soul, Natsuki Subaru thought so. Subaru, but we have to settle things nonetheless. Sphinx, indeed that we must. Parting required. Subaru, why is that? Sphinx, what do you mean, why? Subaru, why did you try to do everything all on your own? That was Subaru's honest question. The witch, Sphinx, had given rise to the great disaster to destroy the Valatian Empire, toying with many lives, carrying out a mountain of deeds that were likely inexcusable. But had it truly been necessary for her to do so? If Sphinx's purpose lay only in the reproduction of her creator, the witch of greed, then? Subaru, there must have been different ways that you could have gone about it. You ended up picking the wrong one. If only you hadn't done that, we could have. Sphinx, are you suggesting that we could have avoided fighting? That would not have been possible. Reconsideration required. Subaru, why not? Sphinx, because there was a motive other than the reproduction of my creator, certainly present within myself. Looking down at herself, Sphinx smiled faintly as she proclaimed a definite distinction. That smile, perceiving it as proof that Sphinx was celebrating her very own sense of self, Subaru could no longer oppose her standpoint. But at the same time, Natsuki Subaru definitely, clearly located it. Spiker, you. Subaru, yeah, I know. Thanks, Spiker. Spiker called out to Subaru as he bit his lip. She probably would have liked to react to Subaru returning to his original size, but she endured that and had thoroughly concentrated. He wished to respond to those feelings, even if he had to go to hell to do so. Subaru, Sphinx. Sphinx, what is it? No matter what you say or do, Subaru, happy birthday. As he declared so, he touched Sphinx, the latter's eyes having widened due to the unfamiliar congratulations. And then, basking in the wind which carried a pleasant evening fragrance, Priscilla gave her cheers to existence itself. She had been elated by the symposium between Sphinx, who, using the mechanisms of the Crystal Palace media, had gone berserk with the giant magic crystal soldier she had uplifted, and the generals, who had been assembled by Vincent. 1. She wished to continue beholding it, as a dream that one would not wake up from, as a program that would not come to a close, as a story with no ending. However, since that childish ego was not appropriate for the curtain falling on this battle, Priscilla, in a manner most befitting, it is I who shall lower the curtain. Saying that, Priscilla let go of Erikia's hand as they flew above the clouds and began falling through the sky. Plummeting straight downwards, Priscilla returned the yang sword to the sheath of the sky, and basking in the setting sun with her arms spread out, she closed her eyes. Even if she could not see them, the souls of those with whom she had shared the flame of her soul were transmitted to her as if whispered intimacies from the world. Arakia, clad in bands of light, repelled the witch's magic, and the dragon, covered in armor of cumulus, contained her so that the damage would not spread outside of the city. Standing harmoniously with the husband she had reunited with, Yorna was busy smashing up the ground in a radical expression of love, having no qualms about sharing in her daughter's eye. And as an incompetent older brother, the Valatian emperor, Vincent Valatia, Vincent, tardy. With a brief utterance, he undauntedly looked up at the giant magic crystal soldier with his sable eyes. The giant soldier raised its two magic crystal greatswords overhead and was about to attempt cutting down the apex of the empire along with the entire imperial capital. Thereupon, from behind Vincent came lightning piercing through. Bear witness, observers of the heavens above. Witness the choices the world shall, nay, witness as it chooses me. Two streaks, one the white gleam of a blade, and the other a black light of severance. The flash of blades capable of severing the light of stars, and the logic of curses bolted through the sky. With that, the omen of the imperial capital's devastation, the giant magic crystal soldier had its arms lopped off from its shoulders. With a thunderous tremor and eruption of smoke, the brilliance of the magic crystals was reduced to dust, the flash of the dream sword and fiend sword severing their existence. Even so, the giant soldier, having lost its arms, yet wielded the countless swords floating in its vicinity, and was attempting to prune the defiant will of the empire. Of course, that aim also included the falling Priscilla. Priscilla Bariel. Enough to paint over the hue of the sky, the light of ruination forcibly shone through her eyelids. Sensing that it was approaching herself, Priscilla opened her eyes and reached her hands out to her left and right sides. The next instant, Priscilla caught the yang swords of the wise emperor and the king of thorns in her right and left hands respectively, and with a swing of the twin swords, she scorched the witch's magic crystal swords to naught in one fell swoop. The swords, bursting into flames in a chain reaction, swirled about the giant magic crystal soldier, blanketing the sky in a crimson curtain of flame. Priscilla. For a moment, Priscilla's figure disappeared from everybody's sight. The figure of the Sun Princess perforated the curtain of flame and shot directly towards the sealed magic crystal bud within the giant magic crystal soldier's head. It was an act accomplished, thanks to the three yang swords riding upon her own yang sword, which had been launched out of the sheath of the sky. Priscilla soared with the yang swords of her brother and forefather in hand. The yang sword upon which Priscilla rode, its tip thrust into the magic crystal bud, tearing through the closed flower petals, made its way inside. Priscilla Bariel. That instant, the barrage of light orbs intended to intercept her was cleared away by the King of Thorns' yang sword. As flame enshrouded her field of vision, Priscilla stepped down onto the floor and advanced. Priscilla Bariel. Simultaneously, stepping past the flames which enshrouded her vision, Sphinx rushed forth, sword of light in hand. The two met gazes, and Priscilla burned away her opponent's sword with the wise emperor's yang sword. Sphinx, Priscilla Bariel. Eyes burning with fury, Sphinx had called out her name many times, to which Priscilla smiled. Perceiving that smile within her vision, Sphinx leaped backwards and readied her two hands. Birthing 10 blades of light upon her fingers, she rampaged about within the bud, reflecting irregularly off of the inside of the magic crystals. A kaleidoscope of death gleamed with beauty. At the chaotic and emotional scintillation, Priscilla raised both her hands towards the heavens. Then, gripping the treasured sword protruding beyond her outstretched hands, Sphinx, Priscilla Bariel. Priscilla, that is my name. Within the sonorous bellow of that voice, there was a certain heat, tinged with enmity. Thereupon, Priscilla swung down the brilliantly dazzling yang sword. The flash of scintillating flame, that light reminiscent of sunrise or daybreak, of a new dawn, ardently shone upon her life. As the interior of the magic crystal bud was illuminated, it began to bloom. That was to say, the sprouting of a soul. Priscilla, you ought stand proud, Sphinx. Sphinx, Priscilla, as none other than your very self, you have fulfilled the role of mine enemy. It is a great service. Adjusting her posture after swinging the yang sword, Priscilla spoke thus to Sphinx, who stood before her. Receiving that, Sphinx narrowed her black eyes, and Sphinx, despite having failed to succeed, is that so? Priscilla, a matter of course. Just whom do you take myself for? Scoffing at the question, Priscilla responded so. At her answer, Sphinx lowered the edges of her eyebrows, and heaving a sigh with an expression that had lost its sternness, Sphinx, Priscilla Bariel. The fated foe of myself, the great disaster, Sphinx. As a being who had found meaning in her existence differing from the original reason for which she had been created, she smiled. That was the conclusion between the Sun Princess, Priscilla Bariel, and the great disaster, Sphinx. Once before, she had nearly perished. At that time, too, there had been an objective she had been unable to fulfill. However, she accepted with equanimity that things would come to an end without her achieving it. As calm as night would be as it received the setting sun, her inner feelings were of no value. With that in mind, what about now? Just like before, I am disappearing without fulfilling my wish, and yet her heart was like that of a child, eagerly yearning not for the setting sun, but for dawn, daybreak, the rising sun. She could feel it beating within her body, devoid of pulsations, alight with a definite ardor. And thus, that was undoubtedly the true nature of the foul ardor that had radiated within the eyes of the cold, parched monster that had been bound to that place for decades. She had been taught so. Thank you for teaching me who I am. Gratitude required. Her undefined, uncertain, and ambiguous self was established as herself, and even though that was quite far removed from what she had initially thought she had to become, she was not against it. Once again, it would be stated. This existence, born as a monster, was no substitute for the witch of greed. And so, now that she was disappearing without having fulfilled her desire, a desire that was hers and hers alone, she spoke thus. Ah, how frustrating. Sphinx. As Subaru called out her name, Spiker, having touched her soul, devoured her way of being. The moment star eating had been activated, welling up within Subaru was a peaceful sense of satisfaction and accomplishment, along with a feeling of loneliness. It was, perhaps, something close to the kind of loneliness felt at the end of a dinner filled with laughter. Truly fulfilling, and yet just a tiny bit unsatisfying. It was that kind of moment. He had congratulated her on being born as her own individual life, and with that same mouth he had helped devour her. However, that was not out of hatred. Neither was it that he wanted to make her suffer nor dishearten her. There was just no other way for this to be settled. The resolution between Subaru's group and Sphinx, this was the only way it could be. Spiker. Ooh, with a rustling sound, Sphinx was turning to dust as she disappeared. As Subaru witnessed her demise, Spiker, who had helped him to bring it about, called out to him. To Spiker, too, words of gratitude and appreciation were in order. Subaru. Besides, now that the enemy's top brass is no more, Abel and the others will also. At the moment he said that, and was about to stand up, it happened. Subaru. The voice, unexpectedly heard, ignored Subaru's eardrums and cranium, and resonated directly within his brain. That had always been the case. That beautiful voice of a silver bell had always laid Natsuki Subaru bare, and having made the exposed Subaru turn around, it had brought the urge to burst into tears alongside. Subaru. As Subaru stood up and turned around, unable to speak, the red evening glow illuminated his eyes. That sunset, which had brought with it the afterglow of victory, had now become a hindrance. For within that light, there was a face he longed to see. Her long silver hair, resembling the dewdrops of a night sky's moon, her eyes of amethyst, the most beautiful jewel in the world. From the top of her head to the tips of her toes, there was not one bit that he did not find lovely. Spiker, you. Subaru was almost in tears from the impulse that had welled up within him, and Spiker, who had let go of his hand, patted him on the back. With the touch of that palm providing the impetus and the courage, Subaru broke out into a run. Passing by Al as he gave him a thumbs up, being seen off by Halibal as he puffed his tobacco smoke, patting the shoulder of Garfield as he bawled his eyes out in Subaru's stead, poking the cheek of Beatrice as she held back her urge to jump onto him, giving a wry smile to Tanza as she characteristically deeply bowed her head. He was then covered by Raswal, who had descended from the sky, taken off his jacket, and draped it over him. Raswal, Subaru-kun, aren't you completely tilde naked? Having grown back to his original size, Subaru's clothes from his childlike state no longer fit. Had this been his original world, he would have lacked the clothes needed to go buy clothes. But this was not his original world, this was another world, one in which Subaru now lived. Suba, the girl who had broken into a jog to rush over to him from the other direction, had tried to open her mouth, but Subaru, without slowing down, went ahead and embraced her outright, rendering her silent. With his arms now at their proper original size, tightly hugging her slender body, Subaru emmed. Emilia, idiot. Subaru had embraced her head-on, and Emilia, having been surprised slightly, smiled knowing that there was no helping it. Of course, he had also been elated for their reunion in the Valetian Empire. Being able to touch her again after having been separated, Subaru had keenly felt the depth of his feelings for her from the bottom of his heart. But as expected, this was different. Now, in mind, body, and soul, this was Natsuki Subaru. Emilia, welcome back, Subaru. Subaru, yeah, I'm back, Emilia-tan. Thus spoke Emilia, who had perceived that same fulfillment of Subaru's soul. And then, in the distance beyond the two sharing in the joy of their reunion, the Crystal Palace dazzlingly burst into flames. For the great disaster of the Valetian Empire, which had gone on for a long, long time, that had been the closing ceremony. Translation notes. 1. The Symposium is a philosophical text by Plato dated c. 385–380 BC. It concerns itself at one level with the genesis, purpose, and nature of love, and in later-day interpretations is the origin of the concept of Platonic love. Love is examined in a sequence of speeches by men attending a symposium or drinking party. Each man must deliver an encomium, a speech in praise of love. The party takes place at the house of the tragedian Agathon in Athens. Essentially, TAPPEI is likening the final battle between Sphinx and the Empire as a banquet in which everybody is making a display of their own love. Arcade curtains close, Priscilla Bariel. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 2, Partial, 367 Machine translated by Archbishop Bruceff, beloved proofread by Archbishop #750 Grimks Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art Sources Aru Rakaroka. The great disaster averted, the sacred Valetian Empire had at last escaped ruin. With the imperial capital at its center, the hosts of undead that had been deployed throughout the entire empire had lost their leadership and fell apart. As they scattered and fled, the battle approached its curtain's close. However, though their commander, Sphinx, was no more, though the mana that had been provided to the sacrament of the immortal king by the stone had been severed, until they were granted death once more, the resurrected undead still struggled onward with the entirety of their new lives. Albeit the struggle against the great disaster had concluded in this manner, the scars it had been left behind would never disappear. It was quite possible that, from here on out within the Valetian Empire, the undead that had managed to escape would frequently cause trouble. Even without that, even with the war itself having ended, Everything that had been influenced by it would never truly be put right once and for all. Naturally, the towns and regions that had become war fronts and the people and things that had become casualties would all need to be verified so that they could be processed and returned to their pre-war state. And sadly, things such as heroic reveries were of no use to the post-war recovery. So, it's unexpectedly true that I've got nothing to do. What was that? Do you have complaints towards myself? It's not that I'm complaining, it's just like a strange feeling. As Subaru grumbled that out, walking alongside him was a beautiful woman, Priscilla, the words he had directed towards her having been carefully selected. In response to Subaru's reply, she used a fan she held to cover her lips, a small HMPH, slipping from her mouth. To that response, when he was well accustomed to, Subaru tilted his head in wonder as he walked alongside her. Presently, the place in which Subaru and Priscilla were walking together was within the walls of the fortified city of Garkla. The greatest fortress within the empire, its ramparts had become extensively damaged by the advance of the undead hordes, with the citizenry and army unquestioningly working day and night to move forward the repair work. To walk alongside Priscilla in such a cityscape, it was a strange happenstance. Both Subaru and Priscilla had been participants at the battleground of the imperial capital of Lupugana in the decisive bout against the great disaster, Sphinx, and it was their anxiety for the well-being of those that they had left behind, and the disastrous spectacle of the imperial capital, unfit for settlement, that had prompted their return to this city. Priscilla, the Crystal Palace, once extolled as the most beautiful in the world, is now naught but ash, and the water yet contained within the reservoir still threatens to cascade forth and sweep away the city. As things stand, it shall take a century to restore the imperial capital. Subaru. Things that were on a pretty huge scale, hold on a sec. Should the person responsible for turning the palace into ash really be saying that? Priscilla, as soon as it began to rampage as a golem, even without mine actions being enacted, the recovery of its palace form was no longer a possibility. As such, myself used it as a ceremonial flame to herald their send-off, for they had fully carried out the role of great disaster. Subaru, a ceremonial bonfire for Sphinx. Ha, Priscilla responded calmly, and as Subaru thought about the enemy Sphinx, he cast his eyes downward. This was not something that anyone who participated in the battle against the great disaster could say, but at the very end, in order to activate the effects of Spiker's star eating, Subaru had faced off against Sphinx directly. At that moment, Subaru and Sphinx had laid their souls bare to one another. That was probably why. Subaru could not hate Sphinx and regard her as evil from the bottom of his heart. At least she was not an unforgivable enemy like the Sin Archbishops, that was what he felt. And it was something similar to this which he thought Priscilla may have felt. Priscilla, it was a truly magnificent pillar of flame. After all, it is truly elating to see something burn. Subaru, now what if it's just that you like to burn things? Priscilla, my, so noisy. Do not suddenly use such a loud voice. That is very much like Al, is it not? At first glance, it sounded like an insult, but Priscilla's lips were curled into a smile as she spoke. It was a difficult relationship to grasp, but she cared about her knight, Al, in her own way. That much could not be questioned after the reunion of Priscilla and Al at the imperial capital. Subaru. And on that note, Al wouldn't want to be separated from you, so where is he right now? Priscilla. It is as you say. As he did not wish to be separated from myself, he was ordered to be a servant. At this time, he should be working hard as he salivates for mine praise. Just like you, who is head over heels for the half-devil. Subaru. I can't and won't deny it, but I feel bad for how Al is being used. Priscilla, Sama. Hearing a voice say, "Oh," Subaru raised his eyebrows, and with a small run across the opposite side of the street, a small boy Schultz figure came into his sight. The small boy in shorts and a butler's outfit was breathing heavily, coming to a sudden halt in front of Priscilla, and Schultz. Priscilla Sama, thank goodness you are safe. That is the most important thing. I really am so, Priscilla. A child should not be concerned with such foolish trifles. If you are worried about myself, then be so with dignity. Saying this, Priscilla embraced Schultz, who had come to a halt, the young boy's head becoming buried in her breasts. Rather than a metaphor, The statement that he was buried in her breasts was a fact, so it felt like looking at a difference in biological species rather than a difference in gender. Like Al, Schult was one of Priscilla's servants, and he had been truly worried about her return from the imperial capital, his face turning red as he melted into her touch. In fact, for him to be this delighted at the return of the imperial capital group, the rescue the Valatian Empire from Destruction Squad, it had been worth hastening the dragon carriage for their return. Subaru. It was also worth it since as soon as I reunited with Patrash in this form, she immediately hit me. Schult. Natsuki-sama, I was hoping that you could convey my thanks to Emily-sama. Also, I would like to help Priscilla-sama more, so I wish to hear the secret behind how you grew up so fast. Subaru. Love to see Emiliatan's smug face when she receives as much gratitude as possible, but my rapid growth is a cheat technique. If you go down the normal route but grow quickly, then I think you might die from the growing pains. Priscilla. Regardless, you need not recklessly grow any taller. Stay the way you are for the time being. Schult. Ooh, I am caught between a rock and a hard place. Caught between his own wishes and the desire of his master, Schult's anguish was plain to see on his face as he was caught between these competing ideals. Subaru, understanding his feelings towards Priscilla which could not be attached to just deep affection or admiration, sympathized with his anguish. Subaru. Well, even if I sympathize with you, I can't give you any advice. Priscilla. Rather than a fool, you are a pitiful man. Schult, are you walking by yourself? Schult, no, that is not the case. I was with Utakata-sama and all the Shadrakians, so in the middle of Priscilla's breasts, the buried Schult glanced behind him. Following the lead of this glance, he discovered a recognizable, sour-faced man, Heinkel. Subaru was aware that he had come to the Empire and that he had contributed to fighting against the great disaster, but Subaru, Schult, that old man isn't bullying you, is he? Schult, that is not the case. Heinkel-sama is a kind personage. Subaru, that's definitely a lie. Spreading false perceptions, even regarding close associates, was suboptimal. Saying that Heinkel was kind was like saying that Roswell was a good and honest person. In fact, even Heinkel seemed to be bitter about Schultz's evaluation. Heinkel, pipsqueak, don't say needless things. I'll cast you away. Priscilla, do not utter such nonsense, commoner. It is for myself to decide how Schultz is handled. Rather, it is you who ought be afraid of being abandoned in the Empire. Heinkel, gah, this time against that Priscilla, was of use. If you wish to boast so, at minimum, you must speak clearly. Towards Heinkel's frown and mumbling, Priscilla spoke with a bored look. She then turned Schult away from her chest, pushing him towards Heinkel. Priscilla, Schult, there are many people I must still visit. It is late. Do not stay up into the night. Schult, I understand. I feel somewhat unable to sleep, but I shall do my best to get some rest. To Schult, who was still excited, Priscilla nodded with a very well. After that, she looked towards the one close to Schult, towards Heinkel, who was unable to speak. Priscilla, it was a great service, Heinkel Astrea. Heinkel, Priscilla, your way of life is too unsightly to bear gaze upon, but the ability with the sword that you have forged is a worthy sight. Absolutely, even if you are never rewarded, you must never forget your diligence. Heinkel, though whether I get rewarded or not is up to you, Miss Priscilla. Saying this, Heinkel turned away, roughly scratching at his red hair as he walked away. To that distancing back, Subaru called out with an old man, and Subaru, I heard you saved Garfield. You looked after my little bro. Heinkel, K. With his foul attitude, Heinkel walked away without stopping. Schult bowed his head, hurriedly chasing after his back after seeing them off, while Subaru shrugged towards Priscilla. Subaru, you didn't give me a proper answer when I asked this before, but why are you with Reinhard's dad? Priscilla, there is no such person known as the father of another. It is a question I have no inclination to answer. Subaru, ugh, when you tell me that so straightforwardly, my chest begins to hurt. When Subaru clutched at his chest, Priscilla poked at his head with her fan and said, fool. As Subaru rubbed at where he had been poked, Priscilla lightly stroked her chin. Priscilla, well now, are you trying to bore myself? Perform your duties as a jester well, Natsuki Subaru. Once again she called him by his name, yet for some reason he had no desire to go against it. Have the two of you come to engrave a frown onto my face while I am occupied? Thus asked Abel, brow as wrinkled as his words suggested. upon seeing Subaru and Priscilla arrive. This room in the great fortress, albeit not sophisticated enough to call an office, had served as Abel's workspace for a restless night of urgent planning in regards to post-war measures. A great shift in tone from having brandished the Yang sword along with Priscilla against the moving palace. Subaru, man, it's incredibly off-putting for you to be tough now. There's no way we'd be able to have another catfight. Vincent, I have never wished to partake in such bizarre rituals with you. If your purpose is to distract me with these trifles, exit at once. Subaru, you say you want no distractions, but Subaru glanced at the sofa beside the desk, where the inhospitable emperor tended to his task. There, Flop and Medium slept shoulder to shoulder in harmony. Though carnal siblings' cozy reunion evoked a striking contrast next to the emperor. Subaru, I don't see you kicking those two out. Vincent, they guarantee me further nuisances if I rouse them, that is why. Priscilla, you do not disappoint with your pretexts, elder brother. Your leniency manifests in its full glory when faced with what is most precious. When you had allowed me to flee from the country, that too had been an act of love. Abel was silenced by Priscilla's calm words, spoken as she fanned her face. That could have been interpreted as a silence that would have emerged no matter what had been said. A silence that had emerged precisely because the words had hit the mark, or even both. Subaru, you Siskin emperor, Vincent. Albeit I know not the meaning, I presume that those words of yours are the height of irreverence. Priscilla, cease with the empty threats. Due to the great disaster on this occasion, the Empire has forged far too many debts towards the kingdom and the city-states, especially towards the camp of Natsuki Subaru's bunch. Is that not so? Subaru, Priscilla, it's not my camp, it's Emiliatan's. It was a rare follow-up on the part of Priscilla, but he had to firmly correct her on an important part. Priscilla returned a "you are quite well trained," with an expression slightly taken aback, and Abel silently massaged his brow with his fingers. "Whoa," uttered Subaru when he witnessed Abel proceed to close both eyes. "Vincent, what is the matter, Natsuki Subaru? Do you intend to pile up even more irreverence towards me?" Subaru, nah, not this time. Not like I want trouble with you, and since you're busy, I should just leave. Pouting his lips, Subaru did not point out the fact which he had noticed. He did not think Abel to be unaware of it, either. That was because the reason and impetus for that change had occurred in a definite form, and it seemed that Subaru was not the only one who considered that a pleasant change. Vincent, I extend that to you, Priscilla. I have many matters due. Priscilla, so you put the empire above your dear sister. With a decade past, have the scales within yourself finally come to a settlement, elder brother? If that is so, Vincent, what? As Priscilla cut off her words, Abel made a slight frown. In front of Abel, Priscilla pinched the hem of her dress and gave a deep bow where she stood. And then, Priscilla, 77th Emperor of the Sacred Valatian Empire, Your Excellency Vincent Valatia, from the bottom of mine heart, I celebrate your ascendance to the throne. Vincent, Priscilla, to the utmost, laboriously endeavor to lead the pack of sword wolves. For the time being, the days bereft of respite shall only continue. Delivering words of congratulations with a serious expression, and then a warning with a bold smile, Priscilla spoke to her elder brother. At the attitude of his sister, whose temper was as per her whims, Abel Vincent Valatia heaved a sigh. Then, glancing towards the carnal siblings, sleeping on the sofa with their shoulders pressed against each other, Vincent, Priscilla, in this entire world, only with you, sister mine, could I prescind from mistrust. Priscilla, ever so sinuous you are, brother mine, even in your confessions of love. Concealing a provocative smirk behind her noisily opened fan, Priscilla interpreted Abel's statement. Subaru found himself in total agreement with her. If there was only one thing that a third party could add on to that, Subaru, from my perspective, you two siblings resemble each other to an aggravating extent. And in saying so, Subaru took the brunt of those cognate siblings' matching, unamused glares. Were you speaking with His Excellency Vincent, Priscilla? Priscilla, HM, dear mother, is it? After having their fill of two kinds of sibling relationships within the Empire, one team imperial family and the other team merchant, Subaru and Priscilla ran into Yorna in a passageway of the fortress, along with Ugard, who was accompanying her. It appeared that they were heading to Abel's room, as if they had business to attend to with him. Yorna narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. and fixedly gazed at Subaru and Priscilla. Subaru had thought that it was because she found this pairing to be unusual, but he was wrong. Yorna, it is only my first time seeing it, but I find it will be quite the challenge to get used to seeing you with your limbs lengthened like this, child. Subaru. Ah, now that you mention it, Yorna-san has only ever seen me in my cross-dressing and Shota forms. As the astounding truth emerged, Subaru was shocked at his own abundance of variation within the empire. At Subaru's shock, Yorna placed the back of her hand to her mouth, and while smiling, Yorna, Your Excellency, this personage is a knight of the kingdom. Until just the other day, he had been shrunken down to the form of a child, and during our first meeting together, he was in the form of a beautiful lady. You, God, H.M. For mine star to sanction such an appraisal of beauty in thyself, I shan't say that mine interest hath not been piqued. Subaru, no, no, not at all. Please stop with that kind of stuff. Though Natsumi Schwartz is a noble-minded lady who wouldn't be embarrassed at showing herself off to anybody, Priscilla. Although your skills are praiseworthy for a foolish commoner, your self-esteem is quite distorted. At Subaru's answer, which tread the line between composed and passionate, Priscilla gave a comment in a fed-up manner. Afterwards, she casually turned her attention towards Abel's room. Priscilla, for what reason are you visiting mine elder brother with the King of Thorns, dear mother? You, God. 'Tis because the time that remaineth for myself is meagre. Before that reacheth its terminus, I wish to discuss matters pertaining to the wishes of mine star with the child of mine own children. Subaru, time remaining. At Ugod's response, Subaru looked towards Yorna, who looked pleased. Ugod was present here with Yorna with a natural attitude, but he was still one of the undead. Like Sphinx, his appearance was by no means inferior to that of the living, but that fact would not sway. Ugod, in all likelihood, mine newfound sense of satisfaction towards mine own life hath borne an influence upon mine appearance. As for myself, rather than sharing in an embrace with mine star via a body in which heat doth not flow, this is much preferable. Priscilla, albeit it may be a linkage of soul rather than blood, you unashamedly boast of your love towards a mother right before her daughter. I suppose that is exactly what one would expect from the King of Thorns. But what is this about mine dear mother's wishes? Yorna, it is in regards to the shackles upon my soul, endlessly invoking its reincarnation. The outline of Yorna's quiet words was something which Subaru only knew of on a surface level. Yorna was formerly a girl known as Iris who was bound to unending resurrection. Each time she died, her soul would return to the surface without receiving the baptism of Ard Lagna, and she would reincarnate into her next body. Therefore, what Yorna desired from Abel for her contributions in the Civil War and against the great disaster on this occasion was, Yorna, I wish to repeal it, to annul the decree of extinction put out by the Empire in regards to the Wolf people and the Mole people. Subaru, Yorna. All along such had been my desire, though, when I became a divine general, I had prioritized acquiring the demon city so as to have a location to welcome my beloved children. Priscilla, I see. In order to bind your soul, dear mother, the two races that are the wolf people and the mole people, their bodies and lives, which have been piled up since times of yore, were being utilized, and if that supply were to be severed, the curse would disappear naturally. Ugod, and in those days, 'twas none other than myself who had passed the decree. If a request cometh from mine mouth to the emperor of the current age, matters shall be settled with no harm befalling the honor of mine star and the child of mine own children. Saying that, Ugod turned a tender gaze towards Yorna, who was hugging his arm. In that moment, Subaru understood that deep within the eyes of the King of Thorns' invariant expression, there were smoldering sentiments of shame and remorse that had spanned many years. Iris and the King of Thorns, within the tale recited in this world since times of old, he did not know just what sort of drama had occurred between him and her. However, supposing it had ended in tragedy, this was its after-story. Subaru, in that case, I think it's good so long as you at least have an epilogue with a nice aftertaste. Priscilla, then we are of differing opinions. There are plenty of superfluous acts that can be taken in the afterlife to make things redundant. Subaru, you, listen, here, all right. Priscilla, who was supposed to be the daughter of one of the parties involved, despite it being a complex relationship, had attempted to stir up discord, so Subaru was about to scold her to read the mood. But before he could do so, she continued with, "But, Priscilla, if it is the King of Thorns and mine dear mother, no such tactless acts shall be taken. You, God, as ever thou bearest Teriola's likeness. Dost thou not think so, O star of mine? Yorna, now that you mention it, it is no wonder I find her to be so lovely. Priscilla, do not conduct such speech akin to comparing myself with those other than myself. If it were not you and your husband, dear mother, I would not pardon it." Being told so bluntly by Priscilla, a smile formed on the lips of both Yorna and Ugod. It was a strange relationship, and although this was not the case in reality, from the outside looking in, they seemed like an intimate mother, father, and daughter, so Subaru scratched his cheek with a somewhat awkward feeling. At Subaru's gesture, Yorna smiled, saying, "It seems we have caused you tedium, Yorna. I shall go now with His Excellency. Priscilla, dear, you mustn't bicker with the child." "Priscilla, I do not treat him as a child. To begin with, if this foolish commoner angers me, I shall simply lop his head off." "Subaru, don't say such scary things." "Well then, Yorna-san, Ugod-san, until we meet again." As Yorna and Priscilla had an exchange befitting a mother and daughter, Subaru called out to Ugod. He had said, "Until we meet again," but he felt like this would be the last time. The other party certainly had thought likewise. The former emperor looked directly at Subaru and spoke. "Ugod, thou art spend thy days of virtue together with those whom thou lovest. May good fortune and happiness be upon both thee and thy star." Wow, to see Subaru and Priscilla together, it's really surprising. It truly is, ain't it? There's plenty that we need to get done, so it'd be trouble if it rains tomorrow. At Anastasia, who, after saying so, had turned to gaze out the window at the night sky, Priscilla snorted with a HMPH. Having had the opportunity to talk to many people, they had stopped by the lounge for a glass of water and had unexpectedly come across Emilia and Anastasia, who were seated at a table, facing each other. Since their adventure to the Pleiades watchtower, such a pairing could no longer be considered peculiar. Rather, it was much more surprising that Subaru was with Priscilla, as per the lines of Emilia's surprise. In any case, what was this pair with different roles, one the brains and the other the brawn, doing here? Emilia. "Well, actually, Arto-kun scolded me, saying I shouldn't work any more today, Anastasia. First of all, it ain't all that good for us to be meddling in the Empire's post-war proceedings, now is it? So I thought, why not chat a tad before we rest? And why do you know, Emilia-san's been bragging about Natsuki-kun non-stop. Subaru, talking about me. Emilia-tan has. Let me hear. Hearing of some intriguing girl talk, Subaru leaned forward. However, with Subaru's collar having been grabbed from behind, he shrieked out with a gway. As expected, the one who had done so, quite capable of decapitating Subaru let alone strangling him, was Priscilla. She let go of Subaru's collar and glared at Emilia and Anastasia as if to rein them in. Priscilla, a half-devil, and the she-fox, both fellow candidates in the royal selection, meeting face to face, and the topic of discussion is the exploits of a foolish commoner. Time is not to be spent so worthlessly. Even counting the stars would be marginally less objectionable. Emilia, I get it. When I was alone in the forest, I would sometimes do that to pass the time. Anastasia, as for me, I've spent long hours counting the money I've saved up. Subaru, hey, it's not good to let the topic of conversation veer off like that because of Priscilla's thoughtless words. To say that one should be counting stars instead was a rash comment on the level of telling them to just give up on everything and just go to sleep. Of course, if it were the stars, Subaru could spend countless hours searching for constellations, but that was beside the point. As he tried to prevent that retort from rapidly spreading the conversation into the realm of the night sky, Emilia suddenly laughed with a hee-hee. Emilia, still, it feels really strange, doesn't it? Me, Anastasia-san, and Priscilla-san were all candidates for the kingdom's monarch, and yet all of us are in the empire like so. Anastasia, if only Natsuki-kun hadn't been so careless as to be sent away from the tower, none of this would have happened. Subaru, that was beyond my control besides. If I hadn't been sent away, the empire would likely have been destroyed. Although in no way did it make up for the event that started it all, considering the scale of the great disaster, those words were not far from the truth. It was not to say that he had enjoyed being sent away, but that it had served a purpose. But then again, Priscilla would likely snicker and scoff at such a reasoning. Priscilla, indeed, that is so. Without you lot, the history of the Empire would have come to an end yesterday. Subaru, wah. Emilia, huh? Anastasia, oh, Priscilla, no need to gasp like fools. It was but a statement of an obvious fact. That was all there was to it, was what Priscilla had said, but the fact that it was her who had said it had surprised Subaru and the others. At those unexpected words from Priscilla, Anastasia chuckled, saying, "What's this now, Anastasia? How darn surprisin'. Didn't think you'd be so upfront and admit that we helped you. Priscilla, do not misunderstand. In the first place, the Empire was Prisca Benedict's homeland, and thus is no longer the homeland of myself. The responsibility for the survival of the Empire rests upon the Emperor and the army that bows to him." Anastasia had only just thought so, but there she is. Yep, if the princess ain't this way, she wouldn't be a worthy rival. Emilia, geez, Priscilla is such a contrarian, so don't tease her, Anastasia-san. Subaru, who even says contrarian these days? At that very Emilia-like assessment, Subaru chucked, with equal parts exasperation and admiration. However, it was not as though he could not understand Emilia and Anastasia's feelings. Previously, Priscilla had been such an entity unknown to Subaru, like an alien creature he could not fathom. And although he had acknowledged her strength and insight, the nature of her humanity seemed like that of a carnivorous beast that could not be reasoned with. That impression he held of Priscilla, he felt it had changed plenty over these past few days in the Empire. Subaru, right now, just like Emilia-tan and Anastasia-san, as well as Crush-san and Felt, I can actually recognize Priscilla as a royal selection candidate. Priscilla, for what reason would I be in need of your recognition? Watch your mouth, foolish commoner. Emilia, there you go again with that harsh way of speaking, but we also had briefly spoken about that. Right. Emilia had clasped her hands before her chest, and Anastasia, whom she had called out to, smiled softly. Anastasia, you know that whole thing at Prestella. At the time, I hadn't invited the princess over cause I felt there wasn't a reason to, but, Emilia, then next time, let's invite Priscilla too, especially since she's a royal candidate like us. Priscilla, foolish commoner, it seems your master is unaware of what sort of event the royal selection even is. Subaru, she's cute, isn't she? Behold my angel. Although a vacation had not been the intention behind the meeting of the candidates in Prestella, from the way Emilia would see it, she must have felt bad about Priscilla seemingly having been excluded from the gathering. That said, rather than a situation in which the witch cult went on a rampage, a vacation would be much better. Subaru, if it does come to that, let's go someplace where we can have a swimsuit vacation next time. Anastasia, ain't Natsuki-kun a straightforward child bout his desires? Well, not like I ain't gonna consider it. Of course, if the princess says she's fine with not Bane invited, we ain't gonna invite her, right? Emilia, Priscilla, what do you think? Anastasia had been provocative, while Emilia had been timid like a small animal. As expected, at the invitation from the two beautiful girls who were also royal candidates, Priscilla shrugged her shoulders. Priscilla, do as you please. If it shall amuse, then very well, if not, tease poor. No reason in particular for myself to refuse. Emilia, yes, let's do that. We're all in a difficult position, and we all have very many things that worry us, but I don't see any reason why we all can't get along. Anastasia, whenever Emilia-san's involved, everything's all mellow. It's a bit troublesome. Priscilla's answer could not be taken as being enthusiastic, but the way Emilia had taken it made it sound like she had been chomping at the bit, and Subaru nodded in agreement with Anastasia's thoughts. Priscilla as well, seemingly not bothering to correct her, looked up at the night sky. Priscilla, a lass from the slums and a duchess, as well the she fox of the city-states and an amethyst-eyed half-devil. Emilia. Priscilla, 'tis no matter of significance. I merely had the thought that, when listed out like so, it sounds akin to characters starring in a poorly penned tale. Subaru, that poorly penned was unnecessary. In the first place, I don't think you're in any position to talk. Priscilla, basking in the wind, held the position of a supposedly deceased princess of the Empire. As for a title that could spice up the story, hers was more than flashy enough. After responding in that way, fearing his words might have truly angered Priscilla, Subaru's heart had lurched. However, that was a needless fear, nay, it was far from a needless fear. Priscilla, no doubt about that. Saying so, Priscilla brought the tip of her fan to her lips and smiled. Just like a girl in the midst of chatting with her friends, she smiled in a relaxed manner. Somehow losing the chance to part ways, Subaru continued to walk around with Priscilla through the fortified city. Subaru had worked far too hard during the current day, by his own admission, and the same could be said for Priscilla and the many others who continued to move energetically around the city. Of course, most of them, like Subaru, were probably in too high spirits to sleep. Subaru, don't tell me that they're all undead who don't know what it means to be tired. What stupid things are you talking about? Subaru, Wohoa. In a daze, he looked out over the stone walkway to the cityscape below, where his comments were overheard by the people passing by. Moreover, someone whom he did not want to overhear him glaring at Subaru was Rem with a pail of water in her hands. Rem seemed to be one of the people who could not sleep either. Subaru, so are you still assisting in treating the injured? I know you're working hard, but working too hard isn't good either. You should learn from Nisama, who takes a rest as soon as she gets tired. Rem, I could say the same for you. No, rather, if you don't have work to do, isn't it your job to return to your room and quietly rest? Subaru, what a shrewd argument. I mean, it may not be a job, but there are things that I also have to do. In a whispered voice, Subaru answered Rem, pointing his fingers together in front of his chest. Rem's pale blue eyes turned stern at his attitude, and Subaru's courage waned more and more. Then, as if reaching out a helping hand to Subarune, simply to express her displeasure at the sight, Priscilla sighed. Priscilla, it is no great matter. As you can see, his arms and legs are slightly longer than what they were in the form of a child. Because of this, it is difficult for him to face those whom he was involved with as a child. Subaru, it's redundant for my legs to still be short after I got bigger. You're right about both things, though. When Priscilla nonchalantly expressed those sentiments, Subaru bit his sleeve and sounded aghast. Subaru had an important task ahead of him to tell everyone in the Pleiades battalion that he had returned to his original form, just as Priscilla had said. Although Subaru's comrades had been with him since his stay at Gladiator Island, he had never once confided to them that he had been in a shrunken form. In fact, he had never revealed the truth about being the illegitimate child of Abel, the Emperor, which meant that he had been lying all this time. Subaru, if I reveal it and everyone despises me, I'll never recover. I'd rather Natsuki Schwartz to have died an honorable death in battle. Rem, if you tell a lie like that, I will despise you. Are you fine with being despised by me? Subaru, I'd hate that as well. I wouldn't be able to live if you hated me, Rem. His heart battered with Rem at the front gate and his battalion at the rear gate, Subaru whined. Rem sighed at the situation and suddenly noticed Priscilla's gaze on her. Priscilla, with arms crossed to emphasize her breasts, called out Rem to her. Priscilla, your expression has changed during our time apart. The healing magic that had caused you such anguish seems to be of some use. Rem, yes, I have had many opportunities to practice what you told me, Priscilla-san. Also, thank you. That gentle fire that shared your strength with all of us after the star was shot down, that was something from Priscilla-san, right? Priscilla, what makes you believe that? Rem, it's intuition. Maybe it's because of the time I spent with you, Priscilla-san, even if it was only for a short time. Pulling the water pail closer to her chest, Rem replied to Priscilla. Despite her words, Rem's smile was full of confidence, bringing a self-same smile to Priscilla upon sighting it. Priscilla, very well. It seems that your heart of diamond has been pierced. I deliver mine praise. Subaru, well, Rem, actually, when the city was in danger, that star thing, it was me and Biko who shot it down. What do you think about that? Well, Rem, Subaru, I'm sorry for butting in, I apologize, so please just praise Biko later. Wanting to be praised as much as Priscilla did, Rem gave him a scornful glare. Subaru was reluctant to back down, but Priscilla had a point. Rem seemed to stand tall now, to the point that the expression, heart of diamond, was apt. He thought that her reunion with Ram, Petra, and everyone else, coupled with the presence of her friend Katia, had had a big part in that. Subaru, besides that, you can tell me more about what you and Priscilla were doing while I was gone. Rem, more or less, once everything is taken care of. Subaru, in that case, I'll help you treat the injured and anything else. You can let me carry that, too. It was not his intention to put off talking to everyone in the battalion, but it would be unthinkable to leave the busy Rem alone, even if he were tired. When Subaru offered, Rem said, "In that case," and offered him the pail of water. "However, Rem, no, it's fine after all." Subaru, did I do something to offend you? Am I being too considerate? Am I being unpleasant? Rem, it's not quite that, not that, but it's because if you come with me, Priscilla-san will be alone. Subaru, no. In that case, why don't you let Priscilla help you treat the injured? Rem, are you sane? Subaru, I know you're exaggerating, but what I said wasn't a statement of sanity. Subaru reflected on the unbelievable things he was seeing. However, it was strange that Rem had refused his help because of Priscilla. In the first place, the fact that Subaru happened to be with Priscilla now was just by chance, not for any deep reason. If Beatrice and Spiker would have kept him company, his night would not have turned out like this. Subaru, but Biko and Spiker both got held up by experts in spirit and authority-related matters. Rem. Then, in that case, I'll stay with Priscilla-san, Priscilla. Rem, there is no need for such idiotic consideration. I can manage to walk around with the likes of this foolish commoner. Subaru. See, I know it's weird to say this, but you're the one who started dragging me around in the first place. He had been taken out to play the role of a jester, and thus ended up a certain clown exclaiming as such. However, Rem ignored Subaru's plea and stared directly at Priscilla. Rem was still searching for the words that were not formed even in her mind. Rem, I don't want you to be alone, Priscilla-san. Priscilla. So that was your answer that emerged after some time. You are a girl who does not understand. Rem. But now, this pain in my chest, it doesn't hurt anymore, thanks to you. Rem's response was something that Subaru did not understand. Perhaps it was part of an exchange between Rem and Priscilla that Subaru did not know about. Upon receiving it, Priscilla paused for a beat, gave a small snort, and Priscilla, strive well, Rem, O daughter of the Oni. For there are roles that only you can carry out, wishes that only you can grant, and a future that only you can achieve. Rem, Priscilla-san. Priscilla, come, foolish commoner. Since Rem requested it, I shall take you with me especially. Subaru. I'm not really satisfied with that, but where to? Ignoring Subaru's convenience with dignity, Priscilla indicated the outside of the corridor with her fan. It was not the view below that Subaru had seen, nor the starry night sky, but something in between the walls. The city walls had all been damaged in the siege, though fortunately they had retained their original form. However, they did not seem to be a place where anyone or anything was to be found. Priscilla, Rem, follow thy own heart, for although your heart may ripple, those ripples shall never be unseemly. Rem, thank you. After indicating their destination, Rem and Priscilla once again spoke of something Subaru did not understand. However, Rem's calm expression gave Subaru no reason to dig any deeper. It appeared that people had finished clearing out, as there were not even any soldiers keeping watch atop the ramparts. Taking into account that the battle against the great disaster had only recently reached its finale, as well as the fact that the undead had yet to be fully exterminated, the decision seemed to be more than a tiny bit incautious. Then, it boils down to who in the world's got the guts to go against the princess's orders. Greeting Subaru and Princess as such, Al sat atop the empty rampart, his legs crossed. Next to him was what appeared to be an expensive bottle of alcohol and 2 glasses. Subaru, you got drunk to celebrate us winning the war. Al, don't be stupid, no way I'd start without the princess. That said, I didn't think you'd be with her, bro. Ain't that like a super rare pairing? Subaru, everyone we've come across has been saying that. It's been pretty darn embarrassing this whole time. Al had proclaimed himself to not be inebriated. However, the tone of his voice was lively. Rather than due to the alcohol's effects, perhaps he was slightly intoxicated due to the afterglow of their victory. As a matter of fact, while walking around town with Priscilla, Subaru had also felt that quite keenly. Subaru, it's not just that everyone's got something to do, but they also really don't want to let this be just a dream. Al, quite the poet now, bro, but I guess you don't know. It's more like, oh morning, please don't arrive yet. Everyone, rather than harboring the negative thought of going to sleep, while holding the fear that their triumph would be naught, but a dream upon waking up, probably held feelings more in line with wishing for the day of the victory that all of them had come together to seize to not come to an end. As Subaru and Al shared in that sentimentality before daybreak, the backs of their heads were suddenly tapped by a folding fan. As both screamed out, giant. In unison and turned around, they crossed gazes with Priscilla's look of dumbfoundment. Priscilla, a clown and a commoner have gathered, discussing naught but foolish matters. More importantly, Al, have you procured what I sought in accordance with mine instructions? Al, oh yeah, you don't gotta worry. I requested that old Prime Minister geezer to clear the guards from the wall and got some alcohol from the pretty high countess. This booze man, its priced probably make my eyeballs pop out of my head if I happen to see what it is. Subaru, I get you. The label and antiquity of the bottle give a sense of its price. I don't drink alcohol, though. Al, I get you. The box it was kept in did a really good job. I also don't really drink, though. As companions in their ignorance of alcohol, Subaru and Al amused themselves by pointing several things out. At their attitude, Priscilla shrugged her shoulders, and in their stead, took the bottle and removed the cork in a gesture she was accustomed to. Then she slowly poured the liquid, pregnant with the sweet scent of liquor, into the two glasses. Priscilla, there are only two glasses. You two ought to share a single one. Al, I was sorta hoping for an indirect kiss with the princess if possible, but pardon me, I apologize, I'll shut up. Al backed down dejectedly, but Subaru, being someone who understood the feelings of wanting to make teasing remarks, did not blame him. In any case, as Priscilla placed her own glass to her lips, Subaru, who was to her side, hesitated for a moment, and then placed his lips to the glass he had been given. Al, whoa, underage drinking. Subaru, it's legal in this world. Geho gak. The liquor flowed onto his tongue, and the instant on which the scent passed through his nostrils and throat, Subaru choked up. As Al burst out laughing biwahaha at that, he too took the glass from Subaru and sipped the alcohol. Using the hand holding the glass to lift the jaw of the helmet, he poured the liquor in through the gap, and then Al. Gahu gh blug, Subaru, aren't you choking up more than I did? Pull yourself together, fully fledged of age drinker. Priscilla, you both are causing a racket. That defeated witch ought to be bemoaning. You do not even know what fine liquor is. Subaru, I'm getting some confusing feelings of guilt. Please stop. There was no way Sphinx would ever say apology. Required, due to something like being unable to taste the high-grade alcohol of victory, but Subaru was disheartened due to feeling like she would. In the end, as Subaru and Al shared their alcohol little by little, Priscilla finished emptying half of the bottle by herself. Specifically how strong it was unknown, but for someone who had drunk that much alcohol, and alcohol that did feel quite strong at that, Priscilla's face was as if it was nothing at all. Al, the princess being a heavy drinker, right in line with her image, ain't it? To the somewhat prideful Al, Subaru did not respond that such was exactly the case. And once the glass that Subaru and Al had been responsible for was emptied, Priscilla, as if deciding that this was the time to do something, Priscilla, dawn is nigh. I am a tad amused. Al, accompany myself. Al, keho ha, accompany you, what do you? Declaring so, Priscilla put aside the half-emptied bottle of alcohol onto the handrail, took Al's hand to help him stand up, and beckoned him to the middle of the wall's top. Pulling the perplexed Al towards herself, she smiled at Subaru, who was gazing in wonder at what was happening. Priscilla, Natsuki Subaru sing. Subaru, that's way too unreasonable of a request. Priscilla, your tongue ought to have been moistened by such high-quality liquor. Well, I shall just tell Rem in case you are of no use. Subaru, grrrr, damn coward. Fine. Finding himself in a development against his will, Subaru folded his arms and constructed a set list within his mind. As he did so, Al stared deeply into Priscilla's eyes. Al, princess, I'm lacking one arm, you know. Priscilla, so what of it? You have two legs and loyalty pledged to myself. Let us begin. It was not as though that had been the signal, yet Priscilla's words overlapped with the first bar of melody. Subaru. What Subaru had chosen was not a hit song hailing from his original world, but one rooted in this other world, a tune that also happened to be a favorite of Subaru's. The Sword Demon Love song was a bit too long, and he would probably start crying while singing it. So the song Subaru had chosen was Subaru, the sky overtaking the morning glow. Slowly, the night over the Valatian Empire would come to a close, and pushing aside a yesterday speckled with stars, a new today boisterously dawned near. As a song that blessed that phenomenon, This was an absolute favorite of favorites among the tunes Subaru had heard in this world. Subaru, Fu. Devoid of any instrumentation, the only thing producing sound was Subaru's a cappella singing. When compared with the bard Liliana, who made music her livelihood, he fell well short. Yet that which served as the greatest praise towards Subaru as he sang was Priscilla's responsive dance. Priscilla, there dance your heart out, Al, do not bore mineself. Al, shit, now I'm in trouble. Bro, turn up the beat. While listening to Subaru's singing voice, Priscilla and Al danced all around the rampart. Priscilla's dance was gorgeous, though she would likely become incensed were Subaru to say it. Her dance was self-same to the one performed by Abel back in Garrel with the purpose of seducing Zika. Al's awkward moves somewhat appeared to be those of a dance one would see at a lantern festival. Though lacking skill, it was fun to watch him. More than anything, it was clear that both Priscilla and Al, that master and servant both, were enjoying themselves. Subaru. Subaru was supposed to have been doing this reluctantly, but before he realized, he was singing with a smile on his face. The sky overtaking the morning glow, a song that sang about an inevitable dawn, a blessing upon a world born anew after being scorched by its brilliance, a song that was, in a sense, quite fitting for Valatia, a nation ruled by flame. And Priscilla, who lived like a flame, was a woman most alike Valatia. Priscilla, ignorant as to how to end the song, he ended up repeating it, repeating twice, thrice even. As he sang, the dance between the two began to flow smoothly, and he lost the cue to bring it to its conclusion once more. Thus it repeated. As they were all enjoying themselves in that manner, the real morning sun began to softly illuminate the rampart. He had some alcohol in his system, and yesterday, he had worked far too hard. Definitely, once he did go to sleep today, he would be incapable of waking up. Amidst the gleaming dazzle of the morning sun, Priscilla looked awfully bright as she danced with Al. Al, princess. A sudden, and oh so sudden utterance came from Al Subaru. Just priorly, the utterance would have been permeated with the high spirits he held no pretensions of hiding, with the yearning he held no capability of hiding. Now enlaced with a different timbre, Subaru's singing came to an abrupt halt. Then Subaru blinked. Many times he rubbed his eyes. And despite him rubbing his eyes, Priscilla, albeit not on the level of that songstress, Liliana masquerade, it was not a poor performance. Indeed, settled in Al's chest while being embraced by him from behind, Priscilla voiced her praise. With the morning sun shining through Priscilla's body, she was faintly fading away. Subaru, aghast atop the ramparts of the fortified city, enshrouded in the morning mist, Subaru gazed at Priscilla. A blood-red dress, orange hair that reflected the rays of the sun, crimson eyes akin to flame all, were things that composed the existence of Priscilla Bariel. None of those had changed, and yet, Subaru, Fry, Scylla, Priscilla, you two ought to know this already. In order to show me the Empire's ruin, mine enemy, Sphinx, had imprisoned me within an alternate plane. In order to exit from therein, there was not a choice but to reduce it to cinders. Subaru. Priscilla was clever. Therefore, going off of nothing but Subaru's trembling voice, she had understood what Subaru had been thinking, what Subaru had wanted to ask, and thus presented an answer to Subaru's query. With that clear and concise response of hers, Subaru understood. He had ended up understanding. Subaru. She was the same as Ugard Valatia, the Emperor of Yor who had been accompanied by Yorna. In exchange for her own life, Priscilla Bariel had returned from that alternate dimension. The reason why her figure was pierced by the light of the morning sun, becoming misty as it faded away, ephemerally so, was as clear as day. The Priscilla Bariel present here was already nothing more than an undead. Al, what sort of idiotic bullshit are you on about? With Subaru unable to say anything, standing stark still in a daze, Al was the one to shout in his stead. Embracing Priscilla from behind, his voice trembling to an extent that it was clear that his face was contorting within his helmet, he tightly held on to her with his single right arm, so as to not relinquish Priscilla, being killed by the slow, unhalted rise of the morning sun. Al, no, you're wrong, princess, this sorta thing, bro. Subaru. Right. Right, you're wrong, you're mistaken. Just wait, Priscilla, At Al's quavering appeal, Subaru suddenly lifted his head and shifted his gaze towards the banister. The great disaster having come to a close, he had ended up spitting out the package of poison which he had kept behind his molar. So if he were to choose a method to redo things immediately, jumping off of the rampart would be the fastest. Priscilla, cease. Subaru, why would I cease? I have no reason to do that. This sort of thing for me. Priscilla, cease, Natsuki Subaru. Just as he was about to jump over the railing, throwing himself over the edge, Subaru was held back by a voice. But paying no heed to that, Subaru had fully settled his mind to proceed, to challenge the great disaster once more. And despite that, Priscilla, the authorities held by yourself and Al may possess the power to warp even the laws of fate. But you ought to remember this. Regardless of what use you make of your powers and prayers, there are some who desire that things remain unchanged. Subaru, what the hell do you think you're saying? This isn't the time for that. Right now I need to. Priscilla, Natsuki Subaru. As Subaru grit his teeth, the nails of his hands upon the railing chipped off, blood streaming down. He ought to just ignore everything and anything that Priscilla was saying and jump. Indeed, having expended his lifetime and time again against the great disaster, as one who had seized victory for the Empire, Subaru's heart was screaming. But perhaps he ought to be strong enough to brush that outcry to the wayside and listen to what Priscilla had to say. As Subaru arrested all movement due to the clash within him, his cold logic at odds with his emotions, Al screamed out with a bro. Holding on to Priscilla as to absolutely never let go, trembling like a child throwing a tantrum. Al, bro, please, please, don't listen to anything. You don't need to listen to her. Do it. Save the princess, save Priscilla. Priscilla, Aldebaran. Al, HK, stop it, Priscilla. I ain't gonna listen. Shrieking in sorrow, Al was called to by Priscilla as he implored Subaru, the former shaking his head in denial. As she softly caressed his neck, Priscilla called Al by a name that Subaru was familiar with. However, this was his first time hearing it being used in regards to Al being embraced tightly from behind, caressing the neck of the man behind her. It held the impression akin to that of a painting as something so fleeting that it would not remain a reality for long. A painting was the exact impression it gave. Priscilla, the two of you have saved the Empire. Of course, there were others who also fought valiantly. Yet there exists not a single other person who has expended anything on the realm you two have. I bestow mine praise upon that. Thus, with a smile so beautiful as to reach unpleasantness, Priscilla continued. Subaru's appeals, Al's screams, neither of them had been able to stop Priscilla's gently recited words. Those crimson lips, as if burning away the impressions of Priscilla that had persisted in him, until now, as if to sear in that she had always been that way from the start, scorched their hearts with a flame known as convenient, rapturous beauty. Priscilla, the both of you have arrived at this junction by doing so many a time, this I know. Never placing yourselves above others, you have lived till today. Hence, it may be that neither of you has ever received due recompense. I shall thus bestow that upon you. Saying that within Priscilla's crimson eyes, opened anew, Subaru was reflected. Then Priscilla, it was a great service, Natsuki Subaru. Thou art a true knight. That instant he was granted that comment, strength vanished from Subaru's knees. Subaru. Falling to his knees, Subaru could no longer stand back up. His lips trembled all over, his mind was thrown into a disorderly state of chaos with all kinds of emotions. His understanding could not catch up. That notwithstanding, the reason as to which strength departed his knees was because it had been made certain to him. His soul had understood. Natsuki Subaru could not save Priscilla Bariel. Priscilla, Aldebaran thou as well. Al, I told you to stop. I won't fucking back down. There's no way I can back down. Because that's how it should be, right? If I back down, you'll. Averting his gaze from Subaru, the latter having fallen to his knees, Al yet clung on to Priscilla. No longer was he turning to Subaru for help. Rather, strenuously, he bellowed for her fate to be altered. Yet his voice gradually was bereft of its vigor, the sound of him weakly sniveling many times resounding. Gazing upon Al, unable to resume his words any further, Priscilla smiled, akin to a loving mother. Ironically enough, that smile was very much like Yorna's, ergo serving as proof of their relationship as mother and daughter. Then, as if soothing her own weeping child, Priscilla spoke. Priscilla, well, what am I to do about the likes of a grown man bawling at me like a child? Al, HK. Priscilla, ha ha ha, there, I can hear it, thy crying, grovelling voice saying thou want myself to be thy bride. Al, MHM. At the laughing Priscilla's sentence, in a hoarse voice Al replied and nodded. As he did, embracing Priscilla's frame even more tightly, as to not let go of that which already was difficult to let go of, he confessed. That was that was Al. MHM, please be mine, princess. My princess. That was, regardless of what was said by anybody else, a confession of love indisputable. With all of the affection packed into his body, the man conveyed his love in its entirety to the woman within his arm. Receiving that, Priscilla's crimson eyes flickered. Priscilla, look at that, it is mine victory again. 2. Having made him declare it, the nature of Priscilla's smile altered, morphing into that which was habitual. This was Priscilla Bariel, a triumphant expression brimming with confidence and pride, the lack of any hesitation to declare all things in this world as her own, a beauty who painted the very picture of arrogance. Her radiance scorching the eyes of all, the sun princess whose presence could not help but make itself known to others. Priscilla, you had best remember this, you who have decided to carry heroic reveries upon your backs, possessing the means to defy predetermined fate. Priscilla, from here on you shall bear the wounds of many, share in their pain, snivelling tears in their stead. However, many of those you are to happen across shan't be virtuous, they shan't even be upright, nor shall they be perfect. Priscilla, there shall be days upon which you shan't be able to accept yourselves, in regret of your own actions. There shall be nights upon which you shall bend at the knee, in lament for your own decisions. There shall be mornings upon which you shan't be able to raise your visage, in opposition to your own wishes. Priscilla, the unlovable sides to those you love, the lovable sides to those you cannot love, many a time shall you witness those, and end up treading the selfsame missteps. And on those occasions, do remember, Priscilla, that you both were praised by the perfect woman known as myself, known as Priscilla Bariel. As Priscilla voiced thus, neither Subaru nor Al could take their eyes off of her. Atop the ramparts where none else were present, both presented as the most important individuals in the battle against the great disaster, they could not avert their eyes from the woman who smiled without a trace of regret as she grew ever more misty. Since they could not avert their eyes, they witnessed it true. The sight of Priscilla's existence dissolving into light, and at the terminus, Priscilla, the world is truly so beautiful. Henceforth the world is made for mine convenience. No falsehood in those words. The figure of the woman who was loved by the world and returned said love to the world to an even greater degree, faded. Extolled as the sun princess, having lived her life in a manner becoming of a flame, was Priscilla Bariel. Amongst the candidates for the kingdom of Lugunica's royal selection to decide the next monarch, she was the first to drop out. Source: https://x com/ucaplus/status/1 quintillion 798 quadrillion 638 trillion 458 billion 296 million 8811 source https://x com/rocumama/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 654 trillion 958 billion 130 million 806,982 source https://x com/Jiao 2983/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 539 trillion 751 billion 830 6,405,811 source https://x com/0bot/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 382 trillion 390 billion 311 million 940 4,672 source https://x com/Siba Maruko/status/1 quintillion 798 quadrillion 325 trillion 885 billion 571 million 80 4,694 source https://x com/LZRE0/status/1 quintillion 798 quadrillion 291 2,507,453,300,847 source. https://x com/re/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 330 7,721,352,167,630 4 source. https://x COMMO 508 status 1797664687020261539 source. https://x com/kion 1412 status/1 quintillion 798 quadrillion 324 trillion 640 1,040 1,424,409 source. https://x com/skn AI/status/1 quintillion 798 quadrillion 354 trillion 707,083,329,754 source. https://vx Twitter com/ttm tokidoki/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 730 trillion 920 billion 580 7,550 1053 source. https://x com/Antona Sasaru/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 330 2 trillion 399 billion 317,278,954 source. https://x com/bibibanera 090/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 697 trillion 599 billion 73,587,416 source. https://x com/yabi2/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 571 trillion 238 billion 120,005,695 s equals 46 source. https://twitter com/8 humi/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 519 trillion 143 billion 90,151,663 source. https://x com/somix/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 530 4 trillion 940 5,872,838,848 source. https://x com/u880/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 558 trillion 200 11,337,440 5,437 source. https://x Carmen Forster G3T94 status 1797463509695087047 source. https://x com/sibacon 5010 status/1 quintillion 798 quadrillion 632 trillion 230 7,170,300,3,153 source. https://x com/bagsanoon 72302 status/1 quintillion 798 quadrillion 330 1 trillion 100 billion 22,124,683 source. https://x com/kinacope source. https://x com/eniap 1e/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 590 trillion 454 billion 256,672,922 source. https://x com/minil drawing/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 902 trillion 364 billion 440 5,421,814. Source: https://x com/sarco/seek/status/1 quintillion 797 quadrillion 596 trillion 51 billion 39,572,087. Source: https://x com/ufilianico/status/1 quintillion 799 quadrillion 912 trillion 217 billion 753,837,998. Source: https://x com/ro-car. Author's note: after going on for a long time, the Empire part is thus completed. Once the aftermath is dealt with in the Valatian Empire, the story will return to the kingdom of Lugunica. Natsuki Subaru and everyone else will now go on to face a new conflict, leaving behind the woman who passed on in that land. I had always wanted to write about her. To that extent, she truly was a person as radiant as a flame. Thank you for everything until now, Priscilla. In the light novel version of Volume 38, there is an extra chapter following this one that has yet to appear in the web novel version. You may read this by clicking the link below. Prologue. Aldebaran. Translation notes. 1. Barn Odori, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, meaning simply barn dance, is a style of dancing performed during Aben Lantern Festival. 2. The line here. Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, is similar to the lines spoken in Emilia's third trial. However, it is not the exact same line as Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. The version used in this chapter has a slightly more playful and less arrogant nuance. To align with this, we have slightly altered the translation of the line in accordance. For reference, the one present in Arc 4 is Witness. It is mine victory again. Arc 9, Chapter 1. O prayers be as clouds. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 2. Machine translated by Archbishop Bruceff, proofread by Archbishop Grimks, Archbishop Eternitishek, Japanese to English checking by Ice Archbishop Vinikayan Rejasu. Art sources 11,111,111 M11111. The final hours were calm and had passed surprisingly quietly. Oh, star of mine. Indeed, the tone of that voice was flat, yet the degree of love contained within its call overflowed. So as Yorna, as Iris, looked up at the man beside her, her long eyelashes trembled. Nothing about that voice was out of the ordinary. It was something that felt as though it had called out to her hundreds, nay, thousands of times during this miraculous tryst. And yet, in this moment, it felt special. No, to be precise, if just this moment were to be excluded, then any other of those calls would also be special. However, the specialness of this moment differed from that of all those that had come before. After all, it was a call that signified the terminus of this miraculous period. Yorna, yes, Your Excellency. Gazing back into the eyes looking into hers, she returned from her own lips a calling filled with love. Her voice trembled not, and she praised herself for not letting her feminine feelings make her collapse. In the moment of their previous parting, Iris/Yorna had been unable to leave him with any words. But whenever she reincarnated and looked back at that time, she had thought countless times about what she would do if given another chance. If given another chance, she would absolutely not leave behind the wailings of a weak woman. You, God, tease the inverse of that time. Mineself shall be passing on before thee. Yorna, that is so, to call it a revenge of sorts, well, I'm sure Your Excellency has come to know of the malice present in this world of men. You, God, verily, much I have learned, nay, it was taught to me, by the many who walked alongside myself, of whom thou wert the first. Yorna, as those almond-shaped eyes narrowed, he God Valatia, reminisced on those olden days, on the people who were present therein, and the gentle wavering of his eyes, splendor caused Yorna to feel a piercing sensation through her chest. Always, he had been the type of person to wear a stern expression, except for when he was in front of Iris. Because he was such a person, Iris had wondered if he had been able to even once relax his cheeks or eyebrows after she had passed away. And now after this, after he went towards that place between the skies and the lands, would he? You, God, be not afraid, O star of mine. Mine life hath been an unexpectedly blessed one. Yorna, you, God, I met thee and received life. I walked with thee and received blessings. I parted from thee, and in doing so committed a grave error, but now that fate hath brought us together once more, I received the opportunity to rectify it. You, God's words, the lovely voice of a person counting their blessings one by one, gently dissolved the anxiety and fears within Iris/Yorna's heart, lovingly unraveling them. Ever since antiquity, ever since he had lost his dearest Iris, Ugod burned with rage, and in his hatred left behind a mistaken law that became the trigger for countless tragedies. Ugod's descendant, the current Valatian emperor, who was extolled as the wise emperor, had promised to abolish that law. To lift the curse which bound the wolf people and mole people, such was the dearest wish of Iris/Yorna, and Ugod's final regret when he had been alive finally, he would be able to return this world to those who had the right to live in this era. To that end, Ugod, O star of mine, thou art included amongst those. Suddenly, as he took her into his arms, Ugod's words caused Iris/Yorna's breath to stop. It felt as if the emotions inside of her had been properly dissected more precisely than ever before. Yorna, your excellency, one Ugod. Even were it bestowed upon thee in a form undesired, I imagine that no matter the epoch thou hadst found thyself in, thou wouldst have spent thy days forming barns in earnest. Of course, even in thy present form, the same doth apply. That is something thou ought to fulfill to the utmost. Towards Iris/Yorna, she who was lost as to what to do with the unnatural existence known as herself, those words gently addressed a choice to move towards a way of being that was easy to understand. No matter the time, Ugod was always correct. That was neither because Ugod was wise, nor because he was strong. It was because he thought sincerely about those that he faced, with reverence, because he was a compassionate emperor who wished for the happiness of others. Known as the King of Thorns, and feared more than any other, Iris's beloved emperor earnestly thought about, honored, and wished for Yorna with unbearably deep love. And so, as far as Iris and Yorna were concerned, Ugod's words would always be correct. Thus, the fact that the truth in his words would also hold true for people other than Iris/Yorna meant that Yorna, I have no choice but to spend the remainder of my life proving that. Ugod, 'tis a great service. Hearing Iris/Yorna's determined answer, Ugod responded with a smile. At Ugod's taciturn way of being, Iris/Yorna narrowed her eyes slightly and extended her arm so that she could touch his cheek as she brought her lips close to his. Yorna. Lips met each other and overlapped, as those who had both died in that era, a man and a woman who by all rights should never have been able to reunite, separated by entire worlds, were now the closest they had ever been. Ugod, like that, the closest contact that they had ever made in this world persisted for a bit, and then a bit more, and a little while longer, before the distance between them slowly grew. The eyes of Iris/Yorna locked with Ugod's. And then, Ugod, O star of mine, I love thee so. Yorna, as do I, your excellency. Evermore, without fading for all perpetuity, my heart shall long for you. Having exchanged a kiss, having delivered each other words brimming with love, his final moments were of his lips curling into the shape of a smile. For the olden tale known as Iris and the King of Thorns, a story that began in the age of antiquity, a story that had kept postponing its own conclusion until the present day, this was the true curtain's close. Dawn broke upon the first night since the great disaster that had shaken the entity of the Valatian Empire had come to a conclusion. The threat of undead wreaking havoc across the empire had been averted by means of the unity of imperial subjects, devoting themselves to the law of iron and blood. At the forefront of those sword wolves of Valatia was the majestic figure of their apex, Vincent Valatia, who had exchanged blows directly against the enemy ringleader with Yang's sword raised aloft. Centered around the imperial capital of Lupugana, damage had reached every major city of Valatia, such as the fortified city of Garkla, Glarasia, the city of iron and blood, the demon city of Chaos Flame, and the cloud sea city of Mesorea. Yet, each and every city had been able to avoid falling into a catastrophic state. Therefore, whilst left with major scars, a triumphant momentum was what ultimately enveloped the Valatian Empire. Of course, thinking in the long term, the top brass could not bask in the victory forever. Those leading figures would have to deal with the damage reports flooding in from various locations one after another, as well as the numerous circumstances of their subjects that they would need to sanction, and thus they would not have any time to sleep. Amidst those reports, there was a piece of information that had been silently snuck in. The obituary of a lone woman who had contributed greatly to the victory of the Valatian Empire in the battle against the great disaster, who had lived like a flame and captivated many. Within a room of the fortified city of Garkla, which was serving as temporary headquarters in place of the ravaged imperial capital, Emperor Vincent Valatia happened to catch wind of that obituary, creating a silence so very unlike himself, who would respond to all matters within an instant of deliberation, and after spending some time with his head down, Vincent, I see. Those brief words were all that he spoke. The fight against the great disaster had ended, and people began to move on to reclaim their lives. Valatia suffered terrible devastation from the undead army during the unprecedented great disaster, but the inhabitants of the realm resolutely held their heads high, standing back up one by one as they set out to rebuild the land. The sight of the people of the empire simply overwhelmed Petra Leti. Although, I don't really like the empire much. Having said that, with mixed feelings, Petra stood in the streets of the fortified city. A significant part of Petra's reason for not liking the empire was anger that this was the place where her precious friend and Petra's love interest, Natsuki Subaru, had been forcibly taken away to. But even disregarding those factors, Petra's feeling for Valatia still leaned toward dislike. But regardless, they had cooperated and made an immense effort to prevent the country's destruction. Petra was also relieved that the great disaster had been overcome and the empire was spared from destruction. However, even so, Petra, who in public addressed him with the honorific Sama, was concerned for the man who had doubtlessly done more for the empire than anyone else, more than even the emperor. Because Subaru was such a kind and compassionate person, Petra was extremely worried about how much his heart had likely been worn down in this empire full of terrible things. Even so, the final nail in the coffin had been too much for Subaru, who had so many things to worry about. Petra, Priscilla Bariel Sama. That was the name of the woman who had caused a tremendous, deep, and painful wound in Subaru's heart. Due to Petra's position, she had never exchanged a single word with her. However, there had been opportunities. Before the great disaster, she was on the same side of the battle for the imperial capital and had had ample opportunity to talk with her. However, Petra had dared not approach Priscilla. This was because she, like Emilia, was a candidate for the royal selection in the kingdom of Lugunica, and she felt that she should not get more comfortable than necessary with their opponents, and Petra regretted that. By not having interacted with Priscilla, Petra had no right to mourn Priscilla Bariel's death, and therefore found it difficult to sympathize with Subaru and Emilia. It would be hard to tell two very heartbroken people that she understood what they were going through. This was something tremendously frustrating for Petra right now. Hello, Miss Petra, are you alone? Petra, oh, Zika-san. Petra, who had been pursing her lips and tensing her cheeks, looked up at the call, and present there was Zika Osman with a round, voluptuous hairdo. As a general of the empire, Zika played an important role in the battle against the great disaster, and he was a very likable person who treated Petra as just another person without being arrogant about his position. Because of his diligence, Zika would likely be heavily relied upon after the war, but it was unusual for him to be alone in a place like this. At this, as Petra's eyes widened, Zika, I have finished reorganizing all the troops, so I have finally come down to check the damage myself. I had heard the reports, but I had to see it firsthand. Petra, I see that was it. I do not know the details of the reorganization, but well done. Zika, thank you for your thoughtfulness. However, the role I was able to play is insignificant compared to those who are working so energetically, such as General First Class Gars and General First Class Kafma. Petra, I do not think that you can say that your hard work is not important because one of you worked harder than the other. Zika, looking embarrassed, became even more so from Petra's statement. On the other hand, Petra reflected on her own remarks, remembering that when she had worried about Subaru earlier, she had compared his efforts to those of another, a stern-eyed emperor. She wanted to see things the same way as the people she liked, but she was frustrated with herself for not being able to. Petra, but it is difficult for those of the general first class, is it not? Not even a few days have passed since then, and you have to fly around to other cities. Zika, yes. The generals of the various regions are responding, but the influence of a general first class directly in front of them cannot be ignored, both in terms of the morale of the troops and the control over them. Petra, I understand that the soldiers will be happy to see the people they admire, but control means, Zika. Sadly, even in these situations, no, precisely because of this poor situation, many are willing to take advantage of it to achieve immediate gain or to fulfill their ambitions. Petra, Zika lowered his eyebrows, and Petra's round eyes went downcast in response. Petra was actually convinced by Zika's reply, thinking to herself, I knew as much. The Valetian Empire had chosen to stand together against a great enemy. Still, once the great disaster had been eliminated, the problem reverted from the perspective of the nation to the perspective of the individual. They would take what they lacked, would steal it, and in some cases would try to force their way through it all. Those generals of the first class, whom Zika mentioned, intended to serve as a deterrent to such problems. Zika, General First Class Gars left as soon as his wife at the imperial capital was confirmed to be safe, and General First Class Kafma also left as soon as he received his promotion. Petra, that was great, right? Everyone was so surprised. Zika, there are only 9 slots for General First Class in the Empire, and the recent war has left several of those slots vacant. The creation of a new General First Class is one of the few good things to come out of all this. Kafma understood that and accepted the position of General First Class, even though he had previously turned it down. Petra, Zika-san, you've never had that sort of talk raised to you, right? Zika, to me. Petra tilted her head and asked Zika, who praised the names of the generals of the first class and their way of doing things. Petra did not observe the battle up close, so she did not know how those of the general first class performed. However, Zika's fighting spirit was also quite impressive in the sense that Petra had been able to witness it up close and personal. During the battle for the fortified city, there were those who were in the command post, observing the broad scope of the battle and directing it, and there were those who continued to clash with the undead with swords in their hands. Zika's role was to bridge the gap between the two and to ensure that they worked together seamlessly. Although unassuming without his work, the cohesiveness would have frayed and possibly even crumbled. Petra, I think even more so since my niece Armas and I were behind the scenes as part of the group of healers. Zika, that is much appreciated recognition, Miss Petra. Just receiving those words from a woman, I, Zika Osman, feel deeply rewarded. Petra, I am not saying that lightly. Zika, of course, understood, but I do mean it too. As Petra tried to push back, feeling that she had been ignored, Zika nodded his head. Then he turned his round eyes to the view of the city and relaxed his cheeks. Zika, if there is any reward to be had, this result, is it? His Excellency the Emperor fled to the east, and I happened to be in the fortress city on a mission. Thanks to this coincidence, I had the honor of accompanying His Excellency and being present at this moment. I'm undeniably blessed. Petra, I am not sure. Zika-san, don't you deserve more praise? Zika, you not get it. In that case, Miss Petra, can't you think of someone likable in that brilliant mind of yours? Petra gave a ha at the abrupt suggestion. In her mind, all she could vaguely recall was Natsuki Subaru, who had occupied a large part of her mind until a few minutes ago. Zika nodded deeply in response to Petra, who had unintentionally done exactly as he had stated. Zika, that likable someone will smile at you as a result of your deeds. Is that not enough to make you feel rewarded? Petra, that is, well, yes. Zika, it is identical. I am a general of the Valatian Empire, but the person Miss Petra has in mind is probably far greater than I, at least in my opinion. So this is fine. So spoke Zika, with one eye closed and his hand clutched to his chest as he smiled at Petra. He was neither being unreasonable nor trying to deceive Petra when he said that. That was why Petra also quietly lowered her head and could not say anything. However, His Excellency Vincent is all for reward and punishment according to merit. I disapprove of a person who has done such meritorious service, saying such selfless things, as it makes it difficult for the soldiers to express their opinions. Then, instead of Petra, who had closed her mouth, a voice interrupted from a different direction. Petra and Zika turned their heads to see Serena walking slowly toward them. Serena Drakrai, with a distinctive white scar on her cheek that nevertheless did not detract from her dignified beauty, was accompanied by her acquaintance Roswal beside her, who made Petra's lips curl. Serena did not miss that flagrant response from Petra, nor did anyone else. Serena, as usual, how can you be so disliked by someone who seems old enough to be your daughter? You cannot complain about being stabbed in the back by someone who so openly shows rebellious intent. Roswal, I would never hire a child who can't think about the consequences of their actions, Tilda. Regardless of your perception of me, I only employ competent people like Petra Khan, Otto Khan, and the like. Serena, that's a bad habit you have. Eventually, it's going to be the reason you get your feet swept out from under you. Serena shrugged her shoulders, having a casual exchange with Roswal, her caustic words mercilessly critical of him, which Petra found somewhat enjoyable to listen to. But the truth was that she did not really feel that small pleasantness at the moment. Zika, High Countess Drakrai, I believed you busy, Serena. The same could be said of you, General. Don't worry. Though it's true that I haven't slept for the past 3 days, my eyes are still clear. I can't sleep. Zika, that does not sound very reassuring. Serena smiled fearlessly at Zika, and Zika's shoulders contracted as if he were afraid of her. Roswell's gaze turned to Petra as those two exchanged a few words. Petra, who had consciously avoided contact with him, stiffened slightly at his gaze. Petra. What is it, Master? Roswell, don't be so wary. I'm simply concerned that you're alone and that you're working too much. Where is Frederica? Petra. Frederica Nisama has been keeping herself very busy for a long time and is now taking a break. After many requests, she finally took a rest. It reminded her that Frederica was barely breathing and sleeping as if in a coma. Frederica, like Petra, worked as one of the healers, but also went around the fortress as a messenger, transforming herself into a beast when necessary. Her tireless work ethic was something to be respected, but as her protégé, she could not help but feel worried. The fact that she was resting now was not because she had listened to Petra's appeal, but because Ram and Garfield had pushed her to do so. Petra, I couldn't even convince Frederica Nisama to rest. Roswal, Frederica has a strong sense of responsibility, Tilda. By no means did she mean any disrespect to you, Petra Khan. Petra HK, I know that already, you don't have to tell me that. Roswell, I see. You're right. I'm sorry I said something I shouldn't have. Are you okay? Petra, Yang magic is doing its work properly. Furrowing her eyebrows, Petra answered Roswell's subtly dodging response. Petra's magical techniques, which she had learned from Roswell and was now developing day by day, were suited to the Yang attribute, which had many effects that increased the power and vitality of the target. In Petra's case, she was still uneasy about using it on others, but she could use her Yang magic on herself and be adequate enough to compensate for her lack of strength or lack of sleep. Of course, stamina was not an endless source of energy, so eventually one's limits would emerge. Petra, right now I would like to work a little bit more. Do you wish to stop me? Roswal, no, I won't stop you. We all have opportunities in life when we have to overcome reason and common sense with passion and force. And if this is the time for you, Petra Khan, I'm not going to take that away from you. Petra, I still don't like you, Master. Petra turned her face away from Roswal, who closed one eye and looked at her with his blue one. Despite being such an unforgivable person, Roswal often affirmed Petra's ideas in this way. While he did not say these words to curry favor with Petra, it also did not help that these were his honest opinions. For that being so, it would be as if Petra could understand Roswal's true nature. Serena, What a troublesome master-servant relationship. The way such things are, the empire and the kingdom aren't so different. Don't you think so, General Second-Class Zicker? Zicker, with Miss Petra being so intelligent at her age, it is not surprising that she is so enthusiastic about Margrave Mathers's education. When sincerity meets sincerity, I think a clash is inevitable. Of course, I think such a harsh way of life has also honed the beauty of High Countess Dracra. Serena, good grief, you're an imperial general through and through. I thought you a decent man, but instead you're like this. You're pleasing me by showing me a face to my liking. While Petra and Raswal talked, Zicker reverently bowed to Serena's comments. Petra sighed as she watched the conversation between two of the Empire's most unique temperaments. Raswal's nature, whatever it might have been, was unimportant. Now that she was face to face with Raswal, whom she had been avoiding, there was no stopping now. To which Petra tightened her cheeks and looked up at Raswal. Petra, what are you planning to do with Subaru, Master? Raswal, Petra, please answer. Petra's question was straightforward, but lacking in specificity. Raswal let out a small sigh as it was directed at him. He closed one eye again, and this time looked at Petra with the yellow one this time, with an inhuman look that Petra disliked. The unnaturalness of Subaru and Raswal's relationship gave Petra a strong impression. Petra suspected that this was something different from the indiscretions of Raswal in Arlam village, Petra's hometown, or the sanctuary where Frederica and Garfield hailed from something that Subaru and the others had almost entirely tolerated. If one were to look at Raswal's misdeeds and who pardoned him, the conditions were the same for Subaru, Emilia, and Frederica, who were too forgiving. Then there was Beatrice and Garfield, who said they were angry, followed by Ram, who was in a unique position, and Petra and Otto, who clearly did not forgive Raswal. Naturally, Petra and Otto always felt tension when dealing with Raswal. Of course, they did not want to make waves, so the tension was akin to a quiet roast over a flame. What she disliked about Raswal was that he never changed his expression while being roasted in such a way. However, the blue flames that Petra and Otto directed toward Raswal and the heat in the air between Subaru and Raswal seemed fundamentally different. It was a terrible way of putting it. Petra did not want to admit it, but she was convinced. Between Subaru and Raswal, there was a secret that neither Petra nor anyone else was included in. That shared secret was the source that gave rise to a different kind of tension. Furthermore, the consequences of that secret would surely, probably, cause Subaru misfortune. Raswal, what I'm planning to do with Subaru was it tilde. At Petra's hostile look, Raswal muttered in a slightly gravelly voice. She felt that there was not the usual atmosphere of deception and mockery housed within that. However, even without such a clownish atmosphere, she could not heedlessly trust Raswal. As if to confirm Petra's sentiment, Raswal, with one eye still closed, Raswal, Petra-kun, what do you think would be the correct thing for me to do, tilde? Petra, are you making fun of me? Raswal, no, I didn't mean it that way. Genuinely, I'm at a bit of a luos tilde. What kind of stance should I take in regards to Subaru-kun? Petra. As he said this, Raswal lightly lifted both hands and lit his fingertips with lights of different color. Floating red on his right hand and blue on his left, he was earnestly considering his next move. Red and blue, whichever direction each led, Petra was unsure which would be the better path for her, nay, for the people that were important to her. As much as she was unsure, if there was anything Petra could do, it was just one thing. Petra, if Raswal, Petra, if you cause Subaru any further pain, if you cause him any further grief, I will never forgive you, master. No, I will absolutely make you regret it. Not forgiving him would not hurt Raswal in any way. After serving him for a year and a half already, she understood that. This was why, thinking back to the past year and a half as hard as she could, Petra said the one thing that Raswal would hate the most. Yes, she would make him regret it no matter what. For that reason, Petra, whatever it is you are wanting to do, whatever it is you are planning to do, master, I am going to get in the way of it by any means necessary. Raswal. For a moment, a silence was born between Petra and Raswal. Petra focused all her strength into tensing her cheeks, intending to make the sternest face she had ever made in the history of her adorable self. In response to Petra's direct approach, Raswal fell silent. It was unclear to what extent Petra's stern face contributed to his contemplation in that moment of silence. Roswell, that would certainly be true, blinked Tilda. You seem to be much more loved than I am. Petra, when you say that I am loved, by what exactly? Roswell, something that I've resolved myself to resist, yet have never been able to prevail against, a peculiar power of that sort. With a shrug of his shoulders, Roswell once again stated something beyond Petra's comprehension. But what clouded his face as he muttered this made Petra think it was not mere nonsense. Indeed, Roswell was dealing with a sense of powerlessness, something that he was fully aware that he could not win against. Even though she was being told that she was loved as such, it did not make much sense to Petra. Petra merely wanted to be loved by the people she loved. In addition, she would like for her loved ones to be as happy as possible with smiles on their faces. That was why, Petra. I want Emilian Isama and Subaru to smile. Petra firmly clapped her hand on her chest and muttered those words as if in prayer. She sincerely hoped that all of these prayers would hang like clouds over those whom she loved, protecting them from the hardships that would otherwise come down on them like the rays of the sun. Beside Petra's and Roswell's exchange, watching the master and servant swelling with a burning tension, Serena cast a smile at Zika. Serena, what do you think? Even the people of the kingdom show quite a bit of promise now, don't they? Quite complex and mysterious, just the way I like it. Zika, it is beautiful when you smile like that, High Countess, but I cannot say it is in good taste. Translation notes. 1. Here, Yorna/Iris switches from the pronoun Chinese letter, which is associated with her identity as Iris, to Japanese letter, which is associated with her identity as Yorna. Arc 9, Chapter 2, will not play the villain. Human translated by Archbishop, end of Section 1. Machine translated by Archbishop Bruce F. Datchesum Do Archbishop proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Eternitishek Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Vinikayan Rejasu Art Sources Pabo Bingu. Kaka kaka. Never would have thought a fella like me'd die not on the battlefield, but in a safe zone. Never in all my life have I heard of a shinobi dying like this, but ain't it just way too ironic? So spoke the monstrous old man, waving around both of his empty sleeves as he laughed uproariously. Hearing that hearty laughter, yet being powerless to help with his healing magic, Garfield was of mixed feelings. After the battle against the great disaster, Garfield had joined the healers and was now treating the injured. Ever since coming to the Empire, Garfield had continued to stake his life on fierce battles without much respite. Of course, his allies all told him that resting was a high priority, but he had not been able to listen to them. Fortunately, Garfield's body was sturdy, and because of the divine protection of earth spirits, standing on the ground was the best form of relaxation for him. Of everyone within the Emilia camp, Garfield was the furthest from working himself to death. And although it went without saying, the one closest to working themselves to death was Otto. Anyway, once you have decided to do something, any attempt to talk you out of it would be pointless. In that case, then go create as much of a debt of gratitude from the Empire as you can. There is a strong market for gratitude right now. Indeed, amidst everyone who was against Garfield's ideas, he was glad for the presence of the person he had feelings for, who had made it clear she was on his side. The way that her phrasing pointed out his faults was very much characteristic of her, something he liked about her. For that reason, albeit a shock to his comrades, Garfield had volunteered to take up this role. Ultimately, the reason no one had tried to stop him was because they all understood. Garfield, when captain's having it the toughest of us all, how can our amazing selves remain flustered? Grumbling that, Garfield gnashed his sharp canines. They had lost a strong, truly strong woman. Although he could not say they had fought the same enemy side by side, the sight of many dazzling flames rising up within the imperial capital had been seared into Garfield's eyelids. That sense of loss could not simply be described as the loss of Emilia's rival. That was why Garfield was here. Even if just a single person more, he would prevent them from being lost. With these hands that had relentlessly smashed through the undead, that sometimes had no choice but to eliminate the enemies standing in his allies' way through brute force, he would save lives. It was contradicting, but contradicting was fine. He would not think about difficult things. He would follow his heart, and that was that. Following his heart, he would fell his enemies, heal his allies, and save them through his own power. If Garfield could save even just one more person by foregoing sleep, then he ought to continue doing that. Good grief, the nerve of young'uns tar immediately leave the elderly behind. Ain't no helpin' how revoltin' that aspect of em is. Garfield, her is that sarcasm, Gramps, just 'cause my amazin' self can't heal your arms. Caca, I wouldn't say it's sarcasm. Lemme tell you, the source of my strength over all these decades been constantly goin' on and on about my envy and jealousy, you know. Sayin' that I'm envious ain't a lie or anything like that. I'm filled with jealousy. Wagging his white eyebrows up and down, Albert skillfully used his foot to scratch his neck. He did not seem particularly inconvenienced by the loss of both arms, and nobody could tell whether that attitude was out of concern for Garfield, whose healing magic was unable to ameliorate, or if it was the opposite, and he was just teasing. At any rate, regardless of what had happened to his arms, the old man was also a monster, since he could still move so much despite being all but dead. But then again, when it came to the topic of surviving a near-death experience, shut the fuck up, old ass fuckhead. Stop fucking with the guy who's doing a fuck ton of work even though he's fucking tired. Albert, oh, scary. That ain't the vigor of someone half dead. A figure lying on a bed further back in the room shouted angrily, and Albert laughed at that in a low, throaty sound. To that fierce vigor, Garfield scratched with a "Oi, Garfield. My amazing self's grateful for the backup, but worry about your own body first. You're seriously just one step away from death. You're in a similar state to Vivirillo's offering. I'm saying it was thanks to you that I was fucking saved. Bastard, don't fucking say shit like you won't accept my gratitude, GHIA, Garfield. Shut the hell up and sleep. He used his hand to push down the head of a short figure whose entire body screamed as he fell back down. Such a thing was a matter of course due to the severity of his wounds. Even if healing magic was continuously applied with full strength, it would not be able to keep up with the damage. In fact, even now there was a perpetual, intense pain that rippled through his body. Garfield, it ain't my amazing self's place to say this, but I'm surprised you're able to get up and speak. It fucking hurts like shit, and it's fucking tough, but that bullshit won't fucking stop the great groovy gumlet. That's just how it is, so use some poison or medicine or some shit to fucking quell Guho. Albert, give it up now, give it up. This is the result of your ignoring all the signals in your body. I lost both of my hands, and you're basically as close to our death as me. Why don't you just retire? Groovy, like I do that fucking Doombass. In response to Albert's mockery, baring his fangs and shouting in anger, was Groovy Gumlet, one of the 9 divine generals, and probably the one who had come the closest to death in the Empire while still surviving. In the life-or-death bout against the Great Disaster, he had performed an absurdly important role. After all, it was he who had crossed blades with the lead actor of Iris and the King of Thorns, the Emperor of the Briar, Ugard Valatia. It was he who had cooperated with Halibal to eliminate the curse. He had been a key figure in securing victory. Garfield heard that if you hadn't done that, everyone would have ended up getting immobilized by those thorns. Groovy, I just pulled out whatever the fuck I could. After I saw off the Emperor of the Briar and the Admirer, I was just fucking lying down until I could give the fucking fiend's sword to that fuckwad Cecilis. Groovy muttered as if he were sulking, but before he had fallen, he had put in a great deal of work. He had taken Ugard's curse into his own body, and then had allowed the fiend's sword to cut it away along with himself. No matter how many times Garfield heard the story, he still could not understand it. However, as far as Groovy and Albart went, they could not understand Garfield when he explained his fight against the Cloud Dragon, so they were the same in that regard. The accumulation of miracles and individuals performing to the utmost, that was the reality of what had occurred back then in the imperial capital, nay, across the entirety of the empire. Whether it was Garfield, who had fought against the Cloud Dragon, Groovy, who had saved the Emperor of the Briar from his own thorns, or Albart, who had sacrificed one of his arms to avert the witch's schemes, all of them had exerted their utmost. There was no need to exaggerate their achievements, and there was no need to go against the facts. Albart, Well, as a geezer who's got hardly any time left, it's always hard to see young'uns dying, one after the other, so it's been a pleasure to see you fellas survive. Groovy. My case aside, it's pretty fucking dubious to say that guy survived, though. Garfield. By that guy, you mean? Thinking about the person he had mentioned, Garfield's gaze moved towards the end of the healing room, and sticking out in a strange and conspicuous way, he noticed the distinctive figure of something standing upright. Even now, the healing room was still frenetic, with people running back and forth to tend to the injured, and in a corner of the room, standing in such a way that it assimilated itself into the wall to not be an obstacle, was a being whose body was composed of steel upon noticing Garfield's gaze. A green jewel that was set into what appeared to be its head glowed. I detect line of sight. Task, directive, or instruction. It is predicted to be one of these. While speaking so, lumbering over towards Garfield and the others, was yet another one of the 9 divine generals, the one known as the Steelman Meguro Haggin. However, to be more precise, their race was distinct from the Steelfolk, and their true identity was that of the meteor that served as the core of the Crystal Palace. This title, after the collapse of the crucial Crystal Palace and magic crystal cannon, no longer held any meaning, but Garfield. Ah, sorry about that. My eyes just happened to wander there. I ain't got any tasks for you, Meguro, acknowledged. And the other, too. Groovy, nope, nothing. Stay over there so that you don't get in the fucking way, Meguro. Meguro, that is me. Acknowledged. Will await further instructions. While Garfield stood next to him with an awkward expression on his face, Groovy said this while motioning with his chin, which Meguro obediently followed, sitting down clinging to the side of the bed. In doing so, they appeared like a slightly oversized decoration. Albeit, they're about as admirable as a properly trained ground dragon or thunderwolf. However, that's the thing, ain't it? Even the Crystal Palace can be forgetful. Groovy. The Crystal Palace and the magic crystal cannon are fucking blown to shit. It's a fucking miracle that there isn't fuck all left of Meguro's core. It was also too fucking good to be true that it happened to fall near where I was lying down. Albert, you got along with the best, so maybe they came to meet you. Albert cackled with laughter as he cracked jokes, to which Groovy snorted his snout in discontent. As made apparent by their dialogue, Meguro Haggin did not remember anything from before the great disaster. If Subaru were to be asked, he would say this seemed like a factory reset, as it seemed like everything that this meteor had acquired as Meguro Haggin had been erased. Immense power capable of blowing away the entirety of the imperial capital had been forcibly raised into the sky to prevent such an outcome, detonating without engulfing the area, so it could perhaps be said that this was a minor price to pay. Garfield, how could I ever say something like that after what happened to Rem? Just how much of a weight was carried in someone losing all of their memories up to that point was something that Garfield was keenly aware of due to the circumstances of one of their own. It was not only a great turmoil to the actual person who had lost their memories, but also to the people around them whom they had forgotten. That was why he understood the feeling he would not say such thoughtless things, though. Garfield, surprisingly, the things this geezer's saying might actually be right. Groovy, ha, are you also fucking mocking me with that load of fucking horseshit? Garfield, that ain't it. I mean, it may be true that they don't remember anything. But ain't it also right that they're not doing anything like trying to flee from you? Saying that, Garfield narrowed his eyes at Meguro, who was sitting next to the bed. To be honest, that large frame sitting in the healing room was an obstruction, but the fact that they were making themselves as compact as possible to avoid causing trouble to their surroundings left a sense of goodwill. To begin with, the fact that Meguro went to such lengths to remain here was likely because they did not want to part from Groovy's side. Having lost their memories, it might have just been something like imprinting onto the first person they encountered. But Rem had stated that, upon finally reuniting with Ram in the Empire, she had intuited that Ram was her older sister through a strange feeling. Garfield thought maybe that same something also remained within Meguro. Garfield, well, Captain also said something about Rem breaking his finger all of a sudden. There were also cases when that something did not remain, so it could not be said to be an absolute rule. But since this was the healing room where people were healed, if Meguro had come here all on their own to heal their own heart in a place nobody knew about, then Garfield had no reason to kick them out. Garfield, rather, the old geezer who does nothing but talk without even the hands to spare's more of an obstruction. Albert, Kaka, really talking like that Tommy, this young'un. Well, I do get what you're saying. As Garfield shrugged his shoulders, Albert waved his two sleeves about while laughing. Outside that exchange, Groovy rubbed his black snout and looked at Maguro. He looked at his former comrade-in-arms, who was simply nestling close to him without even the slightest of movements. Groovy, don't do such fucking sentimental things, fucking hell. Maguro, within statement, sound of liquid detected. In fear of unusual circumstances, requesting instructions. Groovy, fucking shut the fuck up. Maguro understood. Hearing that fruitless exchange, Garfield gnashed his fangs and unconsciously smiled. Since he was smiling, he worried a little bit over if it was okay to smile, and then, following his heart, he smiled. So, Anastasia-sama will return to Lugunica via Kararagi. Anastasia. Yes, that's the plan. I'm in the Empire as an envoy from Kararagi, you know. I know it's just a title, but I gotta do my duty. When Anastasia, smiling softly, openly revealed her inner thoughts to Otto, he accepted it with a quiet and casual "I see" on the surface. However, his inner thoughts were not as carefree as his expression. Whatever the case, Anastasia had fulfilled her promised role for the Kararagi city-states. This would boost her reputation with the Kararagi Council, which had sent her there, and Anastasia would receive another solid boost in her bid for the crown. Of course, Emilia had also had a great contribution in the fight against the Great Disaster, with the Valetian Empire on the verge of collapse, and His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent, directly requested her assistance. Although they had smuggled themselves into the country upon entering the Empire, they would be able to return home triumphant and proud. Still, be it the battle against the witch cult in Prestella, the capture of Pleiades' watchtower, or even the rescue of the Valetian Empire, both the Emilia camp and Anastasia camp had been involved. It was not good that the prestige was not only Emilia's, but Anastasia's as well. Emilia needed to accomplish a feat without Anastasia, something of her own. Of course, had it not been for their part in the fight against the great disaster that had befallen the Empire this time, the camp would have been far behind, even more so than it was now. Anastasia, there's a mountain of things to think about. It must be tough for Otto-kun, eh? That momentary silence was pierced by Anastasia's light blue eyes. Despite being an approximate guess, this question had a certainty to it, thanks to Anastasia's seasoned experience. In response to her prodding, Otto smiled back and said, "No, Otto, it is true that it is a bit daunting, but if we were to talk in terms of having much to think about, I cannot compare it to His Excellency the Emperor or to Prime Minister Bostets, who need to rebuild the empire from this point forth." With that, Otto shifted the subject to someone else present to Bostets, the Imperial Prime Minister. In the conference room where Anastasia, Bostets, and Otto had met after finishing the battle against the great disaster, they discussed future plans for Valencia, which was now putting together a project for recovery and revitalization, and for the people who had been cooperating with them. Amidst all this, Otto directed everyone's attention to Bostets, who concealed the color of his pupils deep within his threadbare eyes. Bostets, as you declared, there are many challenges ahead. But the truth is, I do not think of it as a burden. Anastasia, oh really, that's awfully encouraging. Bostets, in the beginning I was a treacherous subject who colluded with the white spider Keisha Gold to jeopardize the position of His Excellency the Emperor. Because of the circumstances, I was not executed during the battle against the great disaster, but I was still to be executed after the war. Otto, but you are talking to us like this. There was no such action, correct? Bostets, yes, the Emperor has decided thus. Of course, should any of them have thought that I could not be pardoned, I would have had no choice but to take that blade into my body. Otto could guess what Bostets was thinking when he broke off his speech. It was probably the biggest reason why Bostets's head was still connected to his neck, the assertion made after the war by the strongest man in the Empire, the Blue Lightning. Cecilis, before any minor roles get bloodthirsty, I would like to declare that it is His Excellency's decision not to kill Bostetsen, so you all should follow it. If you go against it, I will have to show my sword-like side for the first time in a while. Besides, I have a vague feeling that Keisha planned to the extent that His Excellency would not kill Bostetsen. In fact, without Bastet-san, it will be hard to go on, won't it? Since Keisha isn't here. It was too long and drawn-out a statement to be called a declaration, but it was a significant factor in dissuading those who knew of Bastet's deeds. Bastet, apparently thinking the same thing, made a slight smile as he said, Bastet, I never thought I would be protected by General First-Class Cecilus Segmund. If not the Yang sword, I would have thought his blade to be the one to decapitate me. Otto, and yet it did not. It is a situation of the Empire, so an outsider cannot comment on it. However, I consider it to have been a wise decision. A military officer in an emergency and a civilian officer before and after an emergency, such a person is irreplaceable. Anastasia, I agree. If even Bastet-san was removed and the Emperor was the only one who could do the thinking, wouldn't he die, even with the support of his lovely wife-san? Bastet, indeed, it is so. I, for one, am glad to see His Excellency receive a new Empress consort. If it were not for this celebration, His Excellency would be facing too many hardships. Anastasia and Otto. Bastet shook his head loosely, silence falling over the room as he spilled those words. In the midst of the silence, Otto turned his attention toward Anastasia. She, too, was feeling the weight of the same silence, though likely from a different perspective than Otto. The reason for this silence, needless to say, was the tragic events that had befallen Vincent, the deaths of his trusted confidant and of his sister, the princess with whom he shared the same blood. The impact of the latter was something neither Otto nor Anastasia could ignore. Anastasia, she really was a selfish princess. A quiet murmur escaped Anastasia's lips, causing Otto to close his eyes. The subtle sentiment was a rare crack in Anastasia, who usually had a bravery that remained unfazed in the face of any event. This vulnerability, Otto had always wished to find it in Anastasia in order to surpass her. Yet, he felt no urge to exploit that long-awaited vulnerability. Why, if one were to ask such a thing? Otto, because it is not reproducible. The vulnerability revealed at this moment was not a convenient tool that could be used in the future. It would be difficult to create the same opportunity again, and even if it could be, it should not be. After all, a larger and deeper rift would open within his own circle than the one that had opened up within Anastasia. Frankly speaking, that was also undesirable from Otto's perspective. Over the past few months, the distance between the Emilia camp and Anastasia camp had narrowed too much. Maybe you do not need to consciously try to play the villain. Otto, are you perhaps talking to me? Suddenly, Otto reacted to a third voice, one belonging to neither Anastasia nor Bastet. His gaze was directed towards Anastasia's neck, where the voice had originated from the spirit in the guise of a fox scarf, Echidna, looking back at him with her black eyes. In response to Otto's words, Echidna's eyes slightly narrowed. Echidna, the fact that you took it as a remark directed at yourself is a testament to what is in your heart, is it not? Otto, that argument is not very convincing, since you said it while looking at me. Echidna, quite stubborn you, a good match with honor in that regard. Echidna, who replied with a sulky tone, had her head curbed by Anastasia's slender finger as she said, Hey. Looking at her scarf, who was giving Otto a hard time, Anastasia, don't pester Otto-kun like that. The moment you were allowed to talk to people, you turned into a chatterbox. Echidna, MHM, do not talk like I am just opening my mouth out of personal desire. Certainly, from my current position, I have to acknowledge that my previous circumstances were restrictive. Anastasia, geez, I'm sorry, Otto-kun, for my child bothering you. Anastasia's apology was met with a no and a dismissive wave from Otto. Echidna's remark was meant to assert her own presence rather than to show genuine concern for Otto. Of course, Echidna, being closest to Anastasia, was also aware of the rift in Anastasia that Otto had noticed. A deterrent to prevent him from attacking. It was necessary as long as she could not see Otto's inner thoughts, and that he did not intend to take advantage of that rift. Nonetheless, Otto, I do not consider myself a villain. If it is a role, then it would merely be acting, after all. In that sense, Echidna's remark was completely off the mark. The news of Priscilla's death had shaken even Anastasia, and even more so their camp Otto's heart had remained unfazed to a degree such that he thought himself heartless. He'd had a few chances to exchange words with Priscilla even recognizing that she was certainly a remarkable figure as a royal candidate. With that in mind, he felt so. Otto. It was entirely possible for a candidate to drop out in the midst of the royal selection. Naturally, he had not expected that she would lose her life in a battle for the survival of a neighboring country. But even when it came to the political strife involving one of the nation's most important affairs, there was more than enough possibility for an assassin to be sent to kill a royal candidate, and for them to fall victim to that assassin's blade. In the case of the Emilia camp, there was a pattern, that being in that the person sending the assassin was, to much surprise, one of their own. But even if he were to ignore such an exception, it would hold true. He did not believe that the Council of Wise Men, the current governing body of the Kingdom of Lugunica, would not have considered these circumstances in advance. If a royal candidate went absent, would someone else fill the seat anew, or would the royal selection proceed with one of the 5 seats remaining vacant? It was Otto's honest opinion that the latter was of higher likelihood, and the option he would personally prefer. Given that such a situation would be of great importance to the kingdom, Otto, the plan is for us to return to the kingdom within the next few days. The Empire would not want people from other countries knowing any more about their internal condition following the great disaster, now would they? Anastasia, same goes for us, since it'd also be strange for us to have our steps in sync, depending on whether we've gotten all our preparations in order. We might be leaving for Kararagi as soon as tomorrow. Otto-kun, as for the report to the castle, Otto, please leave it to us. This is not a matter that can be communicated by letter after all. Anastasia nodded and entrusted the role of reporting to the royal castle to his side. Frankly, it was a daunting role, but also a critical duty at the same time. Of course, Otto would accompany Emilia in this, but it would likely be an exceedingly difficult role for her. In times like these, the duty of Emilia's one and only knight was supposedly to support her the most. Otto, with Natsuki-san's current state, it would likely have the opposite effect on Emilia-sama. Anastasia. From the sound of it, Natsuki-kun's situation hasn't changed then. Otto, indeed. Knight Julius has also turned up a few times, but it has been difficult. I hate to say this, but there was the impression that Priscilla-sama only ever gave him a hard time. Anastasia, as far as Natsuki-kun was concerned, that was unimportant. How worrying. As she spoke in a quiet voice, Anastasia's fingertips tickled Echidna's neck. Echidna's dark eyes also seemed to be worried about Subaru as she quivered at the touch. There was an unalloyed sense of mutual affection between Anastasia and Echidna. Bastetts, I understand the opinion of the envoys of both the kingdom and the city-states. His Excellency the Emperor has instructed that both nations be granted every courtesy and has granted me permission to make decisions on the matter. If there is anything I can do, Anastasia, can't say that I'll be talking this lightly. There's nothing more tense than Bane, presented with a blank promissory note. Anastasia gave a wry smile at Bastetts, who hid his emotions behind his thread-like eyes. Otto, who shared the same frame of mind, was eager to make the most of the words that had been drawn out. This was his place in the Emilia camp, not that of a villain, but rather as one who undertook the necessary evil. Because his nature was as such, he would have planned to use Priscilla's origins in the imperial family as a basis to have her withdraw as an ineligible royal candidate, and he would have chosen to enact it were she to not have perished. Indeed, he could have made that choice. That was why, Otto, even had you not died, you would not have become our enemy. As much as Natsuki-san and Emilia-sama are hurt by it, your death has delivered me quite the hard blow. As someone from a different camp, with no reason to mourn and grieve her death, that was the least bit of condolence Otto Suwon could offer to the woman who had passed on.